Alright, welcome back, folks. It is day 17 with Shashingo. Yesterday we started the writing process, right? Extracting how to write the kanji characters, any kanji characters we can mine from the game. Started doing this thing where we're going to take new pictures, do new borders, 2 page at a time. And pretty much moving forward, I'm gonna play it by ear, how well I recall things. So at some point, just gonna go through the whole book. How much is this game? It is 20 bucks. And it's currently listed on Steam. I don't know how much the Switch version is gonna cost, but if you have a Switch, that's also an option. Yeah, it's 20 bucks. It recently went on sale for 30% off, so at 16 USDs during sale, so you could also wait for sale, perhaps. All right, so we got through the first 2 pages. Let's see if we can add a page, or maybe two. We'll see how quickly and how well we get this done. So let's hop in. But one thing I kind of want is the background to be playing louder. What if that's kind of loud? Because it definitely dampens. That's okay. We'll think about some. We'll think about it. So let's see. All right. So we had these yesterday. Let's go over these. Try my best. Here. Naturally, I expect to drop a few of them. Move my tablet a little closer to the center. Okay. All right. Actually, might as well flip them over. We'll do verse 8 first. Right, Eki. Kokoku. I did an N5 listening video and it was bad. I need a lot more vocabulary to understand these sentences. An N5 listening video, huh? What type of, what kind of resource did you use for the N5 listening video? Was it a JLPT thing? Kokoku. 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 YouTube? I see. Then we do Eiga Posta. Eiga-kan. What are you gonna try to do to get more vocabulary? Door slam. What are your plans? Eiga-kan. And we had Ki. Shingo-ki. Shingo-ki. That could be squished together a little bit. That's fine. Shingo-ki. Problems with that? Genkia? Ugh. The top part is a little bit chunky. And it's kind of wobbling around a little bit. Out of space is still kind of small. Maybe I should make it a little larger. Right. And terebi. So those are our 8. Go through them one by one. We have eki. Our 3 words for eki are kairu, onzakusuru. Okay. Oops. Konzakusuru. And bendy. Oh, wait. Yeah. Alright. To the next one. Alright. So, Kokoku. Kokoku. Alright, we have Miru. Enji suru. Enji suru. Oh, no, wait. That's, I'm thinking of Eiga Posta. Posta. It's, no, 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 no. Wrong ones. Kokoku. Senden suru. Advertise. Senden suru. Oh, they're bigger, you know? Now I have properly sized glasses for my face. Oh, they're excuses. Alright, senden suru. Senden suru. No, thanks, excuses. Thank you, thank you. Kokoku. So we have Yuko. 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 Take my money and soul. I'll let you keep your soul for now. I'll let you keep your soul for now. Just a wee bit for now. Yuko. And Miryokuteki. Miryokuteki. That is not the correct stroke order. No one will ever know. Iryoku-teki. Alright. You've done your studies earlier, so I'll just be here to torment you. I mean, to support you today. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. We'll see we'll see who's tormenting who here. Although I do have to admit, today I might have to take it slightly lightlier. It is taking me a little time to adjust. The thing about wait, actually, do you wear glasses? So the thing about being farsighted, especially when you're getting your far sight is getting farther and farther, everything near takes a little bit of adjustments. But far is fine. Like, they calibrate your eyes to seeing how, to focus on things far away. But something happens to slightly, there's an adjustment period for everything that you're seeing up close, because it might be slightly out of it might be it's very, like, everything close is still very clear, but it kind of takes a little to adjust, because most of the time, if you're farsighted, they're adjusting for things that you're looking far away, but it can kind of affect everything that's close. So, like, in this viewing distance, in the computer's scenario, things are close enough that I can still make out some. So it's kind of like a weird adjustment. I just picked these up less than a couple hours ago, so taking a little bit to get adjusted. Oh, since you were 5, I was a little bit later in life. I think it was 13. I was I had corrective lenses when I was 13, and they were very mild. Fancy new lenses though these days. All right. So the third one, this was the one I was thinking of. You know what's kind of funny? My father didn't even know. You're nearsighted. You take my glasses, you take my sight. Oh, I would walk into walls and people. Oh, you're nearsighted. Oh, that's interesting. I don't meet. I don't often meet nearsighted people, or talk to nearsighted people. Like, bump into nearsighted people. So you have reading. You have stuff for reading, then. Hopefully your farsightedness is still intact. Progressive lenses are so expensive, actually. To get like multi-sight ones, I was looking at pricing because my glasses are not cheap. So and then I was seeing how much it spikes for progressive lenses, as in it has both sides. Your left eye is also worse, so it would offset my vision, and that way I saw things. My right eye is worse. My right eye is worse, and it takes a little bit of adjustment. My eyes, I talked about this a little bit. My eyes does this kaleidoscope thing, this sliding thing. So if I close my left eye, the image will start to like swipe from right to left over and over again. It's been there since I first got my first glasses. So that's when I assume I was born, like, it's something from birth. However, obviously, I wouldn't know until I got my eye exam, and it was only noticeable with my first eye exam, which was when I was 13. So I just assume it's something, hopefully not neurological or anything like that. And I explain it to my optometrist, any optometrist that I meet all the time, and generally it goes. But instead of the side to side, my kind of shakes in a way. Ah, okay. Yeah, like, you know how they tell you to cover your eyes and then you look? I'm like, wait. I already stared at the image for like 30 seconds, so I had to like close my eyes and open them again so that it stopped like constantly moving. And in the moment my left eye is introduced back to both visions, thankfully I still have both my eyes. The image stands still, right? So I described that a couple times. Yeah, in which I can imagine if one of your eyes are shaky, and it's the weaker eye. So I don't know if your shaky eye is your left one. My right eye is the weaker one. So my right eye is the one that does the weird thing. Let's see. And I've had this problem before, like following an object, like following an object across my screen. So like when you're driving, right? If you're at an intersection and a car passes me by, following it, my left eye is clearly following the image well, but it's not. My right eye is kind of like, it's like chunking. It's almost like if you suddenly watch a car on twos, right? You know, like if the FPS is on twos, that's kind of how they're describing it. Because some of the optometrists would get me to move my eyes left and right and up and down. So up and down is not a problem. It's a smooth up and down, but left and right, for whatever reason, it's very noticeable that my right eye is not moving smoothly. And that's always been the thing. So whenever I'm playing like games like OS, I try to describe that to people, like maybe it could be I mean, there's nothing wrong with my eye. So at least physiologically, like when they scan my eyes, there's no way to explain it. So there's nothing actually wrong with the literal eye. But in terms of lagging, the image is still one whole thing. So there's no like processing of the lag across. But it's interesting what happens when I try to like close my left eye and try to follow it. It's more like it's slightly sliding back and forth. So like if you're following this, you'll be like, that's kind of the image. So like it slightly goes backwards. Maybe how your brain process. Um, that's kind of not how the brain works. For lack of a better word. Yeah, it's the brain synthesizes both in if you have both eyes, but the left one, the right one, I'm not sure how I would describe that if the left eye is closed. It's like the existence of the image is still there, right? It's not like I can't catch a ball with my left eye closed. If you know what I mean. Like there's no like I didn't it's not like I see the image and it takes me a while for the image to load to my brain. Like I still can catch if my left eye is closed. I still can catch things being thrown at me at a very high speed. Never heard of it. That's kind of cool and weird. What do you have any weird quirks about your eyes? I mean, these are the fun things that people can't experience, right? For better or for worse. I wouldn't want this for other people. Alright, so eiga posta, so miru. It's not a superpower, so at least there's that going for you. Definitely not advantageous. Yeah, new glasses, Fanny. I finally got my prescription updated after 5 years. Taking a little bit to adjust though. Let's see. Although it's not a noticeable difference when I'm in front of the computer. I'm farsighted. Oh yeah? Well, thank you. I figure I get something bigger, like twice the size, because my face is a little big. I don't think I would call it a quirk, but since I've worn glasses all your life, when I don't wear them for a prolonged time, my eyes burn and I get a headache. Oh. That sounds very undesirable. You were watching and noticed something different. It was the glasses. Yeah, yeah. In listen. Who is to say I'm not a different person, if you know what I mean? Excuses. How do you some might even say, you know, Superman got away from him, you know? Hey, I learned Japanese too. Is Shashingo good? Um, Shashingo, uh, uh, can you be, is it, can I ask you what makes something good, Norts? Like, what are you looking for? Is there a thing you like? Can you describe what you like about Japanese, like learning Japanese, like the stuff you want? Japanese. So Shashinko is not a zero to fluent type of game. So it's a game for you to enjoy learning Japanese, but it's not a curriculum game. Learning a lot of words fast. Oh, that's interesting. Shashinko doesn't have a lot of words. It has around 200 and it's context based. It is an SRS, so it is kind of like Anki, and it has a component of photography. So it does provide more or less your flashcard related things, in which the component is to move around the environment. So like you move around in environments and then you take pictures, right? However, when you say a lot of words, they're around 200 words in this game, in the current build of this game. And so your mileage may vary. You might already know those 200 words. It's very possible. However, if you're comparing it to Anki, it is an SRS system that uses flashcards or photo cards, as they call it, because you're taking the pictures. So I wouldn't say it's good if you're looking to learn a ton of words. Yeah, and fast. You'll probably learn them really quickly because when you're engaging and interacting with the context, it'll help with that. However, it's limited to 200 words, and it's not curriculum based. The vocabulary is not curriculum based, so you'll probably not get that much if that is what you're focused on. So Shashinko is not that type of thing. Oh there, cat. Hello, hello. All right. So Miru, Posta. Okay, Ega Posta. Second one is Enjiru. Oh, no, wait. That's not the right character I'm thinking of. No excuses with a kappa. That's a little shaky. Enjiru is a little shaky. Then we have Akuroku. 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 Oh, no, wait. That's not Hakuroku. Kando suru. Kando suru. Oh, no. Kando teki. Kando teki. Kan. My tablet is registering of my hand floating above the tablet. I'm not raising it high enough. Ando. Ando teki. How do you call the body of the glasses, if you know what I mean? The body. Oh, the frames? The housing. Yeah. Frames. Frames usually work. Yeah, like a picture frame. Okay. Alright. So that one's a little weak. Yeah. Enjiru took a bit. Ando teki. Ando teki is kind of weak too. The do. Alright. Let's do the next one. That's kind of awful. Let's try that again. Eigakan. Eigakan. I think Miru again. Miru. Deito. Deito suru. It is a pretty classic thing to do. Beito suru. And then akuroku. 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 Okay. So let's write the next one. Key. Iru. Okay. And Mokse. Mokse. Ooh, Mokse. Let's see. Mokse. Okay. Did I miss a stroke? Oh, I did miss a stroke. Okay. Next 3. Shingoki. Shingoki. Matsu. Iku. Juko. Juka. Jutai. Jutai. Hmm. That was kind of sloppy. But Jutai. Okay. Genkia. Genkia. Takai. Ugh. Let's try that again. Takai. Wait a minute. Tadashi. Tadashi. And we gotta channel our inner Pikachu. Pika Pika. Okay. So, Terebi. I think we have Miru again. A lot of this Miru. Geru. Geru. And then kiss. Okay. I think that's fine. We're pretty good. Let's go find our... Okay, get away with... We're going to try. We're going to try. Let's take new pictures of these guys with a new theme. What do we have? Noto, pasokon, 冷蔵庫、冷蔵庫、電池レンジ、ゲーム、ゲーム、地図、地図、本屋、本屋、雑誌、雑誌、雑誌、okay. 植え込み。Alright, so let's go find them. Okay. So we're gonna take... Alright. This guy. Which I kind of like this guy. Price tag and all. Look at that price. Why are you slightly out of focus? Alright, so let's use... Actually, what kind of theme do we have? Purchase them. Japanese gaming laptop? Yeah. Not enough keys across, but the enter key certainly gives it away. In the backspace? Well, no, it's just the enter key largely. Fishball. Ooh. Probably like 1200 now. Yeah, probably like 1200 now. Let's do... Ooh, I kind of like this. Ooh, I really like that one. Let's do that one.
ノートパソコン
Okay. Not a border. Oh yeah, let's go with this for today. Hey. You remember when you just have to remove 2 zeros? Yeah, yeah. Alright. Neizoko. Can we get an angle? Let's do an angle shot.
冷蔵庫
Okay. Chizu. Chizu. This is the only map that I know in this area. So let's like... Yeah. Like that.
地図
Oh, I really like this filter. Eh. Onya.
本屋
Okay. Denshi Denji. Angle shots.
電子レンジ
Okay. Game. Actually, we're gonna do this one. This qualifies as a game.
ゲーム
Game. Game. Eh. Zashi. Zashi. Zashi.
雑誌
Zashi. Eh. And then, okay. What's a good? I think, this one's pretty pleasant. Uekomi. Oh yeah, I really like this filter. Holy heck, this filter is a winner.
植え込み
Goes great with this border too. Alright. So we have our next two pages. Now let's go and work on that. Whoops. Didn't mean to shift that. Okay. Alright. So Noto Pasokon, self-explanatory. As I pause. Okay. Reizouko. Okay. So, assuming these two, then your hat. That's okay. Okay, I see. Yeah, there's where that radical is. It is very difficult. Okay, let's go double check. Basil. Basil. Oh, wait, that's not the. Oh, that's interesting. Wait, did I? Oh, that's actually very interesting. That's not quite. Oh, interesting. Okay, never mind. That is really interesting. Huh. Uh, Welcome. Okay. Welcome me W something. Okay. Bonus of learning Japanese is you learn some traditional. Yeah, you do. You learn some. Mm-hmm. Interesting. Deizoko is different. Okay. Why are there two? Why does it become that when I... Huh. That's interesting. Weird. So I'm getting this. Wait, let's go to Jisho. Let's get a Jisho here. Okay, sure. So why does that keep registering a different radical on the bottom? Interesting. I'm just going to ignore that. So when I'm entering this, like, look at this stroke canvas thing, I keep getting this, even though the IME is inputting this, right? So I don't know what that's about. We're just gonna stick with what I know, what I feel is the... Yeah, I can't... It keeps getting that, but we're just gonna skip that. It's not the character that I really want. So, alright, so here, let's see, 6, so 6, right? 6, 7, 8, I see. Oh, that's kind of complicated. 10, 11, 12, alright. That is what it looks like. Alright, that's fine. Alright. So, we have... Then you have cross. Oh, we're gonna have to go big. Much bigger. So we're comfortable. So. That's a little off-center. Okay. So. No, 4 across first. And we down this. Actually, is 6? No. 6 down. Too much. This go down, down. And then this radical. And the thing goes in between of the stroke. Okay. We'll have some more practice with that. Here we go. Is this one self-explanatory? It's kind of. Oh wait. Let's go through. It does. Well, actually. Double check. Always trying to double check first. Yep. Okay. No surprises on that one. Alright. Take it in. Take it in. Okay. Then we have Denchi Renji. Not too bad for Denchi Renji. Same Den. Oh, sell it. Yeah. Uh-huh. Yep. Thanks. I'm aware. You can follow along if you want. Yeah, that's what that means. Okay. Let's see. Oh, Denchi Renji and then Game. Self-explanatory. Whoops. Okay, so let's do these. Do these 4. Okay. Cool. Oh, it's kind of tough remembering that one. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. We got some freebies with the katakana. Oh, that's always nice. Okay. Okay. Oof. Too tiny. I need to be a little bit more liberal. Basil, coal, coal, basil, coal. Right. I guess this kind of taller, but we'll adjust as we go. Denji. Okay. Denji. And then self-explanatory is game mode. Game. Oh. Game it. Alright. Now we add the other 4. That's not too bad. Got some freebies today. Always nice to practice some kana. Okay, so we got Chizu. Oh yeah, that's self-explanatory. And then probably let's double check on that one, because there might be actually a stroke variance on that. Easy. That's fine. Left one's fine. No surprise. Oh, actually. No. The left one's fine. 3, 4, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Yep. Alright. Standard stuff. We can fill that out. So this is a feel. Chizu. What was the right one? Oh, Honya. Wait a minute. No. Oh, yeah. Right. It's just really flat. Like, it's just flattened out. Sometimes the limitation of pixels make things look not how I imagined them. The Honya is a freebie too. Honya is a freebie. Hey, Zapshi. Oh boy, you look special. Oh wait. This one. Is that not? Oh, it is. Interesting. Oh, that's... Oh, I see. But with a small t. That's interesting. I use the same character for both reads. Interesting. Okay, so it's kind of a freebie because we can kind of link it together, associate it together in a way. And then she. She. Pretty standard. I'm guessing it's too crunched. That's probably this. Radical. And this one feels like the top one would be longer. Let's double check. Let's double check that. Too much limitations. Pixel limitations. Okay, yep, no changes to that one. Yep, the top one's longer. Oh, yeah. And then the top stroke of the left radical is always too flattened. So they're flat, but it's actually standing up. Digital age. Okay. Alright. So no surprises there. And then we have Uekomi. Let's take a look. So most of it's okay. I want to double check on the bottom right radical. If it's 2 strokes or 1 stroke. It kind of looks like 2 strokes. It might not be in the order that I think. Let's look. Call me. Okay. It's 1 stroke. Okay. Stroke order is always hard to remember for you. Yeah. I think when it comes to stroke order, when you start like there is a rhyme, there is a flow to it. It's kind of like speaking after a while. At least for me. When it comes to writing, like usually 90% of the time now, the stroke order, you kind of feel the stroke order out. However, occasionally, yeah, a few things like L's and like a stroke order directional change, and I usually ask myself if it's 2 strokes or 1 stroke. Because occasionally I get surprised by being 1 stroke or 2 stroke. And I think a lot of times the stroke order, my concern with the stroke order is that digital font, like the way they're like gridded and then how big it is, what happens is it distorts the characters, like the way the characters are, and you aren't quite sure because that bottom stroke, like on Uekomi right here, that bottom stroke, that's a clean bend. That's not 2 strokes hitting each other. So it's a clean bend. So it's 1 stroke, which whenever I see that, I'm like, I could write it as 1 stroke or I could write it as 2 strokes. And to produce that little bend that it has, it's actually 2 strokes. Yeah, stylization can distort very, very very little noticeable things, but I don't think it's, you know, a deal breaker. It's just fun. I like looking at pictures and writing. So I don't think it will like, if you don't like this stuff and you don't want to worry about this stuff, I wouldn't worry about it either. I like talking through this stuff because it helps me remember things. Yeah, so no surprises. Yep. And then yeah, no surprises except for it's one stroke. Okay, got it. Cool. All right, so we have our... Oh, and touching. Touching is a stylistic thing. I totally have settled on the idea that when lines, if they're touching or not touching or slightly touching or full commit touching, that's stylized. That's stylized. There really isn't a lot of things that would cause you to misread something because it's touching or not touching. And then because of how condensed font can be, things touch and things don't touch a lot of times. So you're more than feel free to... crossing is a whole different story. If you cross over a stroke, that's different. But touching and not touching, that's kind of a bit up in there. It's a bit, how you say, touch and go. Just a wee bit touch and go. Sorry, not sorry. I had to do it. Ooh, that's a little too long. That's fine. We'll get it on the next pass. So ue, so u. Ue. Komi. Ue komi. And also, like, for example, this character right here, I like the snail, but this looks more like a snail, but you can't see the stroke, right? Because of stylization. So you can't see this part. Which I still continue to write it this way. However, in this font that they're using, they don't have that. In ko here, ue komi. Just making sure it's visible. All right. So let's add. Okay. So which ones are new here? I don't have like meanings attached to. Probably Chizu. Chizu's fine. It's very visual. Chizu. Dashi. Alright. Alrighty. Oh. That should be wider. That's fine. Good enough for now. Kizu. Onya. Dashi. Dashi. that's a little sloppy. Where? Okay, cool. Oops. Ooh. Okay. Ohio, Claire. I have not slept yet, right? You're gonna take a nap soon, I imagine. Are you gonna have time? Oh, actually, it's the weekend. Do you work still? Like, are you still on the working all around right now? Or do you get a day off now, Blair? Alright, so let's put the other 4 back in. What was the first one? Pasokon. Noto. Oops. Pasokon. Oh yes, I'm still working in 2.5 hours. I got sucked into a Korean show on Netflix. A Korean show? What kind of show is it? The last show that someone suggested that I still haven't finished is something C. It was a sci-fi. Something C, like Sinking Sea, maybe something like that. It has something to do with space. Miss Day and Night. Oh, that sounds like a K-drama. That sounds like a K-drama. パソコン、冷蔵庫、冷蔵庫。It's giving me business proposal is the best K-drama. Man, you guys need to chill with your K-drama. Excuses. I thought you were learning Japanese. Where's your J-drama ride at? I'm just kidding. It's giving me mouse vibes, but the MC changes physical appearance. Interesting. I'm gonna have to watch some of these things. Alright. I'll make a note about business proposal. And Miss Day and Night. Some enrichment for the evening. Let's see. Monday is all. Zol is tough. Oh boy. Kinda. Let's write it down here. I still need like a better place to place my ad. Okay. We have my best friend would absolutely overload me with K-drama if I let her. Mouse is so incredibly hard to find because it's not on. streaming platforms. I can imagine. I can imagine. Okay. Wait. Oh. Wait. I didn't write the first. I didn't write a day back. Hold up. I erased it and didn't write it back. Nay. Okay. Days all. Oh. Oh. All right. And then. Alright. ノート、パソコン、冷蔵庫、電子レンジ。Oh. Okay. Okay. 電子レンジ。I watched My Happy Marriage anime and live action. It's in Japanese. Alright, alright. Alright, alright. You don't need to get so defensive. Excuses. I believe you when you're still watching. You're not cheating on Japanese content. I believe you. Wink, wink. I believe you. My Happy Marriage. That sounds like a cozy slice of life with a bit of maybe tsundere mixed in. Alright. So we got these things. Alright. Oh, it's not? I see. Fair enough. Okay. Alright. So now we're doing the back, just like yesterday. Let's see if we get any legacy stuff. Do we get any shortcuts? So, or things we already know. The first one is ノート、パソコン。Yeah, Scout. Coincidentally, we just recently got Scout in Duolingo too. And then we have Skeru again. Skeru. And ダウンロードする. Download suru. Which is self-explanatory. So that's actually a freebie. That one's a freebie. Although the ooh is kind of like not as common, so down, yeah. Download suru. I also still cannot get over how Google Translate literally translates things on Tadoku. So much vinegar on their website, yeah. Yeah. Alright. So the first one was... Okay. Oh. We're here to write. Wait. I've been writing it incorrectly. Sorry. I messed up. I'm sorry. Wait, have I been Yeah. Yeah, I've been messing up. My bad. I messed up the last time. I'm like, wait a minute. That doesn't spell... Okay. So then we have... No, also. We have Scowl. So I can't draw a straight line. Scowl. Now we have Scowl. Double check. Scowl is fine. We have Skeru. Oh no. Skeru. Skeru, and then down. 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 Do. Do. Okay. That's fine. That's a free pass. Now let's do Reizoko. Okay. That was a little aggressive. Reizoko. Okay, so what do we have for that? Metai. Metai is a giveaway. So is Hyas. Hyas is also a giveaway. And Ireru is also a giveaway. So we're pretty good on that. So that's another freebie. Oh, quite a lot of freebies. Okay. Metai, same character. So it's Sume. Sume. And then Yas. Yas. And our last one, Metai, Yas, and Ireru. Okay, Ireru. Okay, we can keep going actually, since these are free too. So we have denchirenji, atatameru. Okay, there's atatameru. And then akeru and shimeru is also freebies, except for atatameru. My guess. Actually, yeah, I'm kind of curious. Yep, they went with the right, then down, 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 and then across. Okay, fair enough. So then, Shirenji. Okay, Shirenji. Tatameru. You have three, right? You have three. Water. Cross. This way. 1, 2, 3. And cross. Right? Yep. And then Meru. Man, instead of writing Atata, that's awesome. I approve. Atatameru. Akeru. Akeru. And Shimeru. Shimeru. Okay. I think we can keep going. No, 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 no. Let's not go too crazy. Let's review these. Alright. Try to be a little quick here. Right. Note, pasokon. Go. Uh. Keru. Download suru. Okay. We have Reizouko. Eat. The joys of writing. Oh, that was a little aggressive. Reizouko. Wait. Metai. Okay. Yes. Metai. Yes. Okay. Ireru. Okay. Renji. Tatameru. Tatameru. Akeru. Imeru. Oh, I didn't finish game move. Whoops. That's fine. Repeat. Anoshi. Noshi. Katsu. Katsu. Actually, I don't know how to write katsu. Makeru. Katsu. Okay. Let's go look at katsu. Wait. Huh. Okay. Where are you? Here you are. Oh, that's busy. Wait, hold up. Okay, that's fine. Yeah. Oh, really? Oh, I see it. I see it. Well, that's something else. Like that. Okay. I've got the left radical. No worries. Okay. So we have this. Then we have... Okay. Cuts. And then... Nakeru. Nakeru seems pretty reasonable. That 3 lines? 3 lines. Alright. Oh, we might as well add the others. Okay. Alright. So... Ne? Ne? Oh, Chizu. 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 Iku. Chizu. Chizu. Iku. It's a freebie. Awesome. Sagasu. 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 Okay. Guessing it's meh, meh, up. Oh, actually, that can be different. Let's look up Sagasu. Oh, no. Yeah, it stays the same. All right. Oh, interesting. That's what that character is? Oh. Oh, no. I knew that. I knew that. That is definitely that. Okay. Okay, Sakasu, no. No surprises. Yeah, no surprises. And then our other Miru. Other Miru. Okay. Whoops. Okay. Yeah, we're fine with it. Honya. What do we have for Honya? How Yomu. Yomu and Sakashi. Shizuka. Shizuka. Shizuka looks Oh, this might be the... Yeah. And then you follow through. That one, the first two are about the same length, and the bottom one's the longest. Actually, double check on Izuka. Yep. Oh, wait. Why does that look... Oh, no. That's fine. Yes. Technically, the middle one is the shortest, which they just a wee bit shorter. It's kind of apparent there. All right. So we have Onya. Onya. Yeah. Oh, cow. Cow. Strong radical. Wait. Right? Nope. Added an extra stroke. Out of practice. Yomu. Yomu and what was that? It was Mit, 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 okay, Mit, and Ne? Okay, Mit. Meh. Oh, that's a little long. Hold up. Yeah. Huh? Who? Was Zoo still? Oh, just Ka. Just Ka. Okay. You recognize it? Oh yeah. So if you're following along and if I say something and you're like, yeah, that's what it is. That's kind of nice. And then I left the furigana on too. So there's that. Look at these beautiful characters. I gotta close my eyes. Ooh. Shouldn't do this for too long today. Picture the characters in my head. Yeah, and you can turn off the games like these if you're ever interested in this kind of thing. Games like these usually have functionality where you turn them off and turn them on. So for now, I rarely ever see the hiragana, but it's there. It's kind of like subtitles. Uh, you can choose to look at the subtitles or not, even if they're there. So that's kind of an Hororai, Hororai ku English wa that is Nihongo Nihongo Benkyou dekiru. Hororaiku. Hororaiku. Does that sound like Hororaiku English? Oh, Holo Live. English is good. You can study Japanese. Okay. Hororaibu. I see. Yeah, VTubers are not my scene. Yeah, I have a thing with VTubing, so sounds like a good thing. I usually just watch people. I usually watch other people, like people who actually vlog and talk about mental health and like relationships and interpersonal skills. I don't usually relate too much to VTubing. VTubing VTuber wa how you say young. It's a young thing. I'm not into that. It's not my scene. So definitely good for other people. The content that VTubers usually involve themselves with are not something that resonates with me. Thank you for the suggestion, though. Thank you for the suggestion. Yeah. I am a guy, though, so that's kind of understandable. I am a guy, though, and I guess I am learning Japanese, but I like cute things. So I like animals, reading books, talking about parenting, things like that, like how to get jobs, things like that. Yeah, HoloLive VTubers tend to be targeted towards probably someone way outside my age range. Video games aren't too bad. I know like some of the uh HoloLive VTubers play video games, but the whole like VTubing thing is also something that I don't quite resonate with. Okay, all right. Next one, Zashi. We got another freebie. Wait. Oh, it's right. That. Do we just keep the sheet? No, we don't get this. We don't keep the sheet. Ne? Oh. Boy, I was off the mark on that one. Oh no. Sorry. I hate when I double tap things. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Cat, you're old. Welcome to the Boomer Club. Did you punch your ticket? Welcome to the Boomer Club. Yeah. That scene is different. It's definitely different. It's a different scene. Dang it, I only remember the bottom right radical. What was it? Oh, it was? Oh, okay. Yeah, because the top is longer. I'm not actually old, but I'm just a lot more... No, that's what I mean. Yeah. Welcome to the Boomer Club. I'm really not that old, but I'm also really not into that too much. I know people my age who are into that though. I'm not actually, yeah, a lot of things are younger Gen Z or Gen Alpha are into. Yeah, I'm not into it either. I'm from old soul, as they say. Although you did play Genshin Impact though. Stop the cab. Maku is... Oh, okay, excuses. Spending money, I just want to order food. I hate the economy. Cass says hello, by the way. Aw. That's okay. What did you order, Claire? I hope it's something that makes you feel great. And not like guilty. You gotta treat yourself every once in a while. You gotta... Well, you mentioned it. You mentioned Genshin. I'm acquainted with a lot of I'm acquainted with at least 2 or 3 people who are really into that. And since I play OS for some time, like the rhythm game OS, I mean you get acquainted with lots of people who's into that kind of aesthetic. I'm like the artsy fartsy abstract kind of guy. So like give me someone who is disheveled and speak in a very unusual way while being profound and very like deliberate with their speech and very chill vibes like Bob Ross or something, then you probably got my attention. Oh, you haven't decided to order yet. I don't want to cook hamburger. I see. I see. Yeah. Or if you want the same type of energy, right? If you want the same type of energy, but not that. So we're not doing like any form of like moe. Any form of like moe or uh kind of, I don't know what is it, like perkiness, that kind of thing, that uh it doesn't, you know, it doesn't tug on my interest. Usually it's some hyperactive person who's genuinely overzealous about the intricacies of whatever they observe for the day. That type of energy is my jam. People who are incredibly passionate about something that doesn't elicit some sort of that type of environment. I don't know how else. I'm like beating around the bush, but I'm sure you guys know what I mean when it comes to VTubers. Not it, that doesn't tickle my fancy at all. Let's see. It's not she. Off topic, but Duolingo getting mad at me for putting the word the is That's understandable. That's understandable. I feel like excuses faded into the back, and I'm calling excuses out. What are your thoughts on VTubers? What are your thoughts on VTubers? Excuses. I feel like we have a representative in the house. Excuses studied earlier today, so he has no excuses for not answering my call out. Yomu. Yomu. Atarashi. Wait, what is this for? Oh, Zashi. Zashi. And then omoshiroi. Was I summoned? Oh, okay. Alright, excuses. So what are your thoughts on VTubers excuses? Do they strike your fancy? Jesus study more than me at least? I don't know about that. I'm not sure if excuses does study more than you. I think hit you hit Blair, you hit the studying thing really, really hard. Oh, you never watched them? Interesting. So you prefer to just watch cats? Actually, VTuber, I mean a talking cat is fine. Like what I mean is a talking cat. Okay, so let's be a little clear here. We're talking about like Sabrina the Teenage Witch Cat or Kiki's Delivery Service kind of thing. Cat. Okay. We have to be a little clear about this. I don't mind the idea of a telepathic cat. Maybe not so much someone who identifies as one. For the content that I watch, I never really come across VTubers, so I guess I can't really give an opinion. Alright, alright. You've done one lesson today. I think that might be all I do, honestly. Staying in Diamond is exhausting. Understandable. Understandable. So, omoshiroi. Interesting. Omoshiroi has some interesting character choices. Omoshiroi. Okay, and then the last one was Uekomi. Oh no. So I have a few ones that I really need to strap down on. Okay. Where's the top right? Close. Okay. You're literally the bottom, the high level experience people, and I'm dropping out. You got this. You got this, player. Actually, maybe I shouldn't promote. Uh, rest. Rest first. Alright, what are my words for Uekomi? Oh no. Alright. There's an Inu in there. Okay. Shizen. I don't think Shizen has any... surprises. Yeah, no, I don't think it has any surprises. Shizen. Oh, kakureru. Kakureru. Is that an E? That's an E. Okay, kakureru. Alright, these ones I do need to practice. I already forgot what the bottom one. Oh. Kakureru. And Niwa. Actually, Niwa might... I have to look at... That's not the character I'm looking for. Here it is. Oh, okay. Yep. So 2 strokes, right? But the right one is being done first. So it's kind of like a snail situation. Yeah. Fair enough. Alright. So Niwa. And then 2 strokes. Oh, that needs to be a little higher. That's fine. I gotta rest my eyes a little bit. But imagine. Okay. The last four is kind of rough. Mm-hmm. 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 All right. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Sleep stream. Listen, we're not doing a sleep stream, okay? A meditation stream if at all. Okay. Uh, Luca. He's okay. Listen, what if I don't sleep? sleep, sleep. What? Watch someone speak in their sleep. Whoops. All right. All right. Let's review the second half of our stuff. I don't sleep after all. You may never know, right? You may never know. Since you don't see it, it may or may not be true. It's kind of like Schrodinger's cat. No, that's actually not that how that. All right. So, what are we starting with? Oh, right. Kizu. Yeah, Iku. Iku. Screw that up. Shasu. That could be a little better. Miru. Onya. Really, all you do in my head is just stream, run, and apparently eat food. Indeed. Indeed. Oh. Yomu. Oh. Oh. Izuka. Dashi. Wait. Wait. I don't remember. Dang you. Nah, I didn't get the top radical. Okay. Not she. Then we have Yomu again. E. Arashi. Omoshiroi. Omo. Okay. Ue komi. Komi. Ne? Oh. Shizen. Son of a bee sting. I forgot the left radical of Shizen. Do we just throw water at it? The answer is no, there isn't one. That's why I couldn't think of one. There is fire though. Shizen. Kakusuru. Oh boy. No dice. Okay. And okay. I'm not sure there's a stroke at the top. We'll just say there isn't. Oh no, I feel like there's a stroke at the top. And then it was like eh? Eh? No, 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 no. It was eh? Eh? No. Eh? 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 No. Nah. Nah, that's too many strokes. Oh, oh, it was the first radical. Hmm. Ah, that's kind of rough. That is very kind of rough. Hmm. It's all sorts of rough. And Katsu. Katsu is a problem too. Didn't write it enough. Okay. Okay, we're gonna do that back again. Okay. Oh. Mm-hmm. 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 Okay. Am I going to visit Japan or mainland China in the coming years? Probably. Yeah, a really distinct possibility. Probably both at the same time, on the same trip with the family. Yeah. I keep forgetting the right radical. Did that one too? Oh, was problematic. Okay. Okay. I don't know. This one's gonna be tough. All right. So, okay. IRL content? Well, I am IRL. What are you talking? What are you talking about? IRL content. I need a lot of equipment for that kind of thing. Maybe. Maybe. I would need a filmer. Kind of tough. Well, I guess you could buy like a 360. Yeah, yeah. I guess I could buy 360 and capture some stuff. Let's see. All right, let's start. Izu. Izu. Iku. Asu. So film yourself with a wide angle lens or something. Yeah, yeah. I think a 360 is fine. Like a 360 cam. Or maybe like a there is a very popular model that, oh no. It might actually be a DJI product, which may or may not fly these days. I got some thoughts about it. It's not gonna be for a while. Oh, you said wild. Wild angle? I've been typing so much in Chinese to a friend. I think I forget how to type in English. That's understandable. It won't take too long to reacclimate, you know? Wild. Wild lens. I mean, I kind of just filtered it and said and auto-corrected it. Miru. Yeah. Onya. Onya. Alright. Okay. Coat. Oh, wait. Oops. Yomu. Yomu. Okay. It's a little too angled. Fine. It's sufficient. Izuka. Not again. Wait. Gotta leverage those emotions. Not she. Not she. Not she. Nomu. Again. Not she. Adashi. Omoshiroi. Where Komi? Komi. That kind of just lags whenever I do that. Whoops. Where Komi? Jizen. Akusuru. Akusuru. Hold. Hold. I don't quite remember what the left. I don't remember what the left radical is. Wait. I'm just gonna go on a limb and guess a radical. What a radical could fit on the left? No, I don't. Dang it! It's not a rag. It's not the rag I was thinking of. Wait, just kidding. Oh yeah, aderu, not suru. Yeah, no. My gut feeling led me to de instead of suru. Oh, kaku. Kaku is a tough one. All right. Try to add the other ones back in. All right. Okay. I really need to go to the bathroom. But I'm not going to. Alright. The sense of urgency is there. Okay. So let's add the other ones back in. Uh oh. I know. I gotta get this. Just gotta get this. Oh. Let's go. Get Get Download those. Oh, oh wait, that's fine. Okay. Yeah. Ooh, haha. My last stroke. Last. Not that great. Angel. Oh. Oh, come on. Oh. Metai. Hias. Hias. Ireru. Renji. Atatameru. Takeru. Chimeru. Okay. My finger kind of hurts. All right. What's the fourth photo? Renji. Oh. Oops. Game. Yeah. Touch my fingers? Yeah, after this. Game. Anoshi. Katsu. Oh, Mokeru. Mokeru. Alright, now we're going to the second half. That wasn't too bad. The first half is kind of a lot easier than the second page. Did you just tell me to break my fingers? No, I'm just kidding. Alright, so our second half. And then I get to go to the bathroom. Actually, we might do the others and then take a break. Almost done with this session. We're not gonna go and cluster the previous one. We're adding more time for the previous set. So let's see. Izu. That's not it. Izu. Is it? Okay. Iku. Agasu. Miru. Onya. Oh. I totally missed that. Sure. Yomu. Shizuka. Whoops. Shizuka. Let's see. What's right? Zashi. Miru. Arashi. Omoshiroi. Sauce is simmering, just working on noodles now. Ooh, delightful. Oh, you ended up deciding to cook, Blair? What kind of sauce you going with, Blair? See, our last one is Uekomi. Uekomi. Zen. Kureru. Alright, we got it. It was not actually that bad. Very simple meat sauce, but by Lord Newman's own sauce is not a great. But by Lord Newman's own sauce is not a great flavor. Yeah. I watched this very cute like American Italian couple and maybe like Babish. Like Babish, and they went through like tons of jarred sauce, and turns out it's not when it comes to like the consistency, Barilla actually scores fairly high on across the board among like foodies and stuff, like for the convenience, the exchange for the convenience and the value and stuff, interestingly enough. And the reason why I mentioned this is because on the very bottom it was Newman's for most of them, and it costs more as well, although like at the top there are a few that like they're really they're exceptionally expensive too, so it's like disproportionately costly. However, the Barilla brand turned out to be substantially a surprise for its cost, so it's scored fairly high on a lot of foodies. Obviously, if you don't have the time to make that. Canned tomatoes, cut up some greens, garlic, if you're into garlic, right? And then puree it, going through all that, and then creating the sauce. All right, so we're good today actually, and we'll try to only review the stuff in the beginning, the previous stuff in the beginning, because we're not trying to bootstrap through the previous stuff as much. We want to force ourselves to retain the stuff and then see where our weak spots are. So you ordered a Chinese. Of course you would order Chinese cat. I'm just kidding. That sounds delightful. What kind of Chinese did you order? Like what kind of dish? All right. So we did it today. It wasn't bad. It wasn't too bad. We kept it to 3 hours. I think we should I'm gonna aim for 2 to 3 hours. Less than 3 is probably a little bit better. Less than 3. Less than 3 is pretty good for this section. Chicken and broccoli. Okay. Gaidangye. You know what's funny? About chicken and broccoli. If you said broccoli and chicken, people would look at you the funniest way in English, right? because in English it so happens to be the protein first, then the veggies, and it makes you think about the American culture, if you know what I mean. The protein comes first, but in Fujianese, you know, the people who largely now is generationally in charge of a lot of those Americanized restaurants, like pretty much all of them, like a lot, the vast majority. It's gairangi, as in broccoli chicken. Gairan is broccoli, and then gie is chicken, which gie in Mandarin is the same. So it's actually the other way around. Isn't that weird? Like every time when someone says chicken and broccoli, it's like, oh yeah, that sounds very normal. And then when I go to say Fujianese, it's flipped. It's the opposite. I say broccoli and chicken or vice versa. I don't eat it, but my mom does. Oh, okay. Excuses. Yeah. Gairangi. How do you say? I actually haven't. I don't know what the Mandarin reads actually. Let me see. I actually, since I was illiterate, I didn't read the menu. I didn't read the menu itself, so I don't actually know what order it's in, since I only speak orally. Let's see. Yep, protein comes second. Protein comes second. So even the Mandarin writing, the protein comes second. So the meat is at the end. The vegetable comes first. Weirdly enough. I guess that might explain why my parents call it that in Fujianese. It's written in that order. Because Americans are fat? Nah, we're fine. Americans are fine. You silly goose. Yeah, American Chinese are largely influenced by Cantonese, Fujianese, yeah. So they went through phases, right? And then they're also slightly regional. If you're West Coast, you're probably going to get more influence from the Cantonese and the Hong Kong side of things. And then on the East Coast is predominantly Fujianese. However, generationally, the largest group in our generation, or at least my generation, like my parents and on, is the secondary Fujianese immigration. Before that, it was another group. There were 3 separate groups that maintain like the network of Americanized Chinese food. And it's also, that network is also consistent in other places, in other countries, when they decide on an immigration network, right? Because we have to keep in mind that the Chinese culture is very communal. So the first settlers then recruit, or the first immigrants then establish roots, and then that roots expand to other people coming in. So my parents came in through the network of those restaurants. You know, it has a long history, and you can actually read all about it. The chronicles of that Americanized Chinese food is very, very kind of pretty decently documented actually nowadays. Lots of people had special interest in how Chinese immigrants went from different gathered and decided in localized in different countries. And yeah, Fujianese constitute a lot of the food that is made specifically to cater to the regional palate, right? The regional palate. And I think there's a little misconception about the regional palate. So like this is one of the let's do a little bit of a short story as a closing remark about culture and whatnot. One of the little misconceptions oftentimes is how foreigners or outside feel like they need to be upset about identities. So here's what I'm talking about. So I use the phrase Americanized Chinese instead of the word fake or authentic. When an Asian person, right, like a Chinese person, say, for example, like a second gen Chinese, when they say authentic, they don't usually say the word fake. Like, what I mean is they don't use the opposite word, because the opposite word of authentic is not fake. That's not the use. However, due to the nature of the digital age and the foreign perspective, it often, in the English perspective, like the English speaking perspective, the opposite of authentic is fake, right? And fake has a lot of connotations. So now I typically use the word Americanized Chinese. Now, this goes a little deeper. The idea that authentic cooking is non-pragmatic and that it's subjectively superior is not understanding the Chinese culture, right? So here's what I'm saying about this. When people talk about like, oh yeah, the food tastes better here, localized here, localized here, it's like you have to understand that cooking is about the elevation and the pragmatism of resources and produce that's available to you regionally. So the success of, say, Americanized Chinese food is not necessarily just bound on its authenticity. It's bound by what is available when you operate a restaurant, what your clientele is like, and also how to elevate the ingredients you have there. So when people talk about like, oh yeah, like that type of American Chinese food won't fly in a different country, it's like, no kidding. Restaurants get local produce. When you get local mom and pop shops, they get cost-effective food and produce from the regional area. And naturally, it will end up tasting different, elevated different, and also influenced by the neighboring culture. Now, the dish may share similarities, as in like, it's still recognizably that dish, but the region, the people who are eating there, what produce is available to you, accents that. So when people keep saying like, oh yeah, but does this taste the same as this? It's like, they're not the same. That's at least in my opinion. So when people say, oh, I love the way this tastes, we have to keep in mind that there's regional palate difference. And sometimes it gets a little disappointing, in my opinion, when someone comes up to me. I have this discussion a lot because I'm Fujianese, and people talk about authenticity and fake a lot of times. So they often say, oh yeah, that's okay. I just ordered some fake Chinese food. And I'm like, what do you mean fake Chinese food? It's like, the Chinese food that's not real Chinese. And I'm like, I don't understand what you mean. Do you mean like it's a Korean restaurant serving Chinese food? Or no, like the people who are Chinese, but they don't know how to make real Chinese food. I'm like, okay. Do you like it? Like, yeah, I order it all the time. It's like, well, yeah, that's Chinese food for you. Like, as cooks, or I'm not a chef myself, but my parents are. As someone who loves the food industry, you make food for your clients. It's not fake. Like, how can like, if it didn't suit you, then maybe that would be a case for being angry about something. But they make food for you, as in the regional thing. At least, I'm not talking about any other culture here. I'm talking about the Chinese culture. The Chinese culture is predicated on pragmatism. So, if a food in a region differs, it's largely due to the nature that the people, the network that created that food, they refined it to the point where it meets the demands and the taste of the populace. Now, is that true for companies and franchises? In a deep cut way, it actually does. So the question is, how much of that is it because Americans are more tolerant to a certain palate requirement? And Japanese, for example, lots of people compare Japanese, right? But just to bring it back to the Japanese culture, they have a quality of standard, right? Now the question is, if you raise standards, would the palate also change? So that's kind of a really great question, because in China, when you are given ingredients, you have to be able to pragmatically solve things, like make lemonade with lemons. So whenever I think about like people saying what's fake and what's not, and then they talk about like, oh, but the real stuff use quality ingredients. I'm like, that's great. That's very idealistic. Now think about the origins of the food that you're eating. The last time I checked, when my parents immigrated to the United States on the network, they're not peddling like 5-star quality ingredients from Italy or something, or getting your tomatoes from like halfway across the world flash frozen, and then making that an adequate expansion topic. Cooking is it's almost as transformative as language itself. So understand the history. In my opinion, this might sound a little bit passive aggressive, but if you can understand the history of the food, it may make it a little bit more less obvious when people you throw around the word fake, quality over quantity, volume. Like it kind of contextualizes a lot of the food culture, because food is a culture in itself, and every culture has a food culture. So it's weird when one culture gets sidelined without a bigger perspective. And that's kind of my thing. And it's really interesting. Not that I'm saying I'm not really calling anyone out. It's a natural talking topic. If you're Chinese, if you're Fujianese, you speak English, and you're American, you'll probably encounter this conversation probably throughout your entire life. I've heard that before. Due to my simplistic food knowledge, I never had the chance to try different cultures and regional foods. It's great to live in a place that has that. I currently reside in a place that doesn't, so you have to go out of your way to have that. I would love to go to Chinatown and try like different ways people make the same food, even Taiwanese versions. Me too. And obviously there will be things that don't agree with your palate, and then there are things that will. And to bring it back to Japanese, I can earnestly tell you, even it's also true for Fujianese cooking, the you have that moment where like, oh yeah, but I really want to taste the authentic thing, the traditional thing. And the funny thing is, my parents would do this thing where like, are you sure we're going to prepare more than just those? And then immediately like it's almost like 80 to 90% of the time the guests would be like, oh okay, this tastes pretty all right, and then they go on to eat what my parents and the generation before them have spent a lot of time refining to the palate of the place that they have. Like that's the idea of cooking. That's the idea of chefs, right? They also know, they also have like a general idea of what the palates of the people that they are hosting, right? So oftentimes when people talk about like authenticity and traditionalism in the region they're visiting, they forget the region that they're coming from. So a lot of times the placebo effect is so much stronger than the desirable like interaction of your taste buds. Like, oh yeah, this tastes good because I love authentic food. And I'm like, okay, but to the non-authentic food that you think tastes better, it's like, I don't know, because non-authentic is just bad. And then you start scooping it up. It's like, I hope that placebo effect is helping really well, because generally speaking, logic would dictate that if you have successful restaurants in your region and you've lived there for a very long time and you consume things from that region, the natural inclination is that those successful restaurants, those people who continue to be successful, probably have refined their dishes to meet the palate of the people who live there. So the idea is, have you ever wondered why when you cook for yourself, suddenly everything tastes better, even though you're just following recipes and like following regional things? It's largely due to the nature that you know your palate best. And then the people, the places around you will probably immediately know your palate best due to like human acclimation. Novelty is a really great drug though. And also belief system, placebo effect. Don't ever underestimate the placebo effect. So sometimes when you go to another place like Japan, right? Japan, and you eat like their traditional food and their traditional food, you might be surprised how much of it, in my opinion, is because of novelty and the placebo effect of thinking it tastes good because it's made with good stuff or it's made with different stuff. And that is really powerful too. That is part of eating. That's part of exploration. I totally agree. Now, is it accurate or is it like insightful to say that something that is different from what you're used to is inauthentic or not natural? Well, by the definition, it's kind of that's true actually, right? Like it's kind of like, oh yeah, no, you're not used to it, so it's weird. Fair enough. Does it mean that it is a poor imitation of something else? Usually no, it really isn't, especially when it comes to food culture, right? It's not a poor imitation. They're not poorly imitating anything, really. They're strategically, at least as restaurant owners, it is really tough to run a restaurant, especially in this day and age. And most of the cuisines you hear here is not necessarily one of imitation. It's one of adapting, because your business, I mean, there are restaurants obviously now for novelty and stuff, like Salt Bay's restaurant and all that stuff. However, the local mom and pop shops that are run by immigrants, right, or like first gen or second gen, it's adapting. It's pragmatism. So all that inauthenticity, it's actually the most authentic thing you can have in the region. That's why they're local mom and pop shops. They are made for the people that are around the palate, right? The palate of the regional areas. Hence that whole like thing about, if you want to get a good idea of what the region's cuisine is like, you go to places that have only accessibility to the regional people. So you go to places where local people are, right? And stuff. And they're hit and miss. The moment you walk in there, it's a hit and miss. You can convince yourself that everything tastes good because you like what the locals like. That's perfectly fine. But the chances are, when you go to eat traditional regional foods, they're going to be hit and misses. The nice thing about the restaurant business, the cultural business, is there are chains that will maintain that level of consistency. So you can still continue to eat things that you're used to. Most things about food are acquired, in my opinion. I'm trying to start... part of why I'm trying to start trying to cook more Asian cuisines for you, yeah, and also to give my kids the experience of different food cultures. Yeah, it's beautiful. I think food culture is beautiful, much like language. I think language and food go hand in hand, really. a strange spirit kind of exists there too for those who hate on inauthenticity. Yeah, and I didn't want to talk about the negative side of things, like bad actors and whatnot. Generally speaking, it's very encouraging. My focus in this like little story time is to focus on giving people perspective, right? Sometimes, in fact, those people who really, really love authenticity or traditionalism, and then they find out that they don't like it, then the interaction is pretty volatile too. Where like, oh yeah, so this must be fake authenticity because I don't like it. You see what I mean? So like, it can get really hairy. The rabbit hole can get really, really hairy, and it's happened quite a bit. And ultimately, it's kind of like language learning, where negative breeds negativity as opposed to perspective, which breeds realism, breeds grounded expectations, right? My personal experience, especially with my parents and stuff, is that the vast majority of my acquaintances like the regional Chinese cuisine. They rarely say that. They do have occasionally one or two dishes, but the vast majority of the dishes that were not over many years refined and groomed for the regional palate, they tend to be like, yeah, it tastes neat, it tastes interesting, and then that's about it, right? And then when you go straight to like chicken and broccoli and stuff, my parents would elevate that chicken and broccoli specifically for the palate, right? And then someone would ask, like, there's this like conception, in my opinion, a misconception where like, oh yeah, those Chinese people who serve those food, they don't eat the food that they serve. It's like, well, yes, they do. The food that you think is traditional is adapted to their palate. So like my parents would use less sugar, and then people would say like, oh, that's because Americans prefer a lot. Well, sort of, yes, no. The reason is, since they're making the food, they can adjust it to their palate. The food they're serving is adjusted to the most efficient clientele, as in the most like common customer you have. That's a difference in palate, not necessarily a difference in imitation or quality or something. It's kind of like saying, oh, they don't operate a restaurant, they should be stubborn. Like this is not talking about other cultures who run, but in the Chinese culture, the customer is always right. It still is kind of like that. If you want to compete with all the crazy amounts of restaurants out there, you got to understand your customers. So if you suddenly go to a Chinese restaurant and it's still around and it's popping off, right? And then you taste their chicken wings, like, man, this like fried chicken wing is kind of like bland. Like, well, that's because probably the people around there discovered that they kind of like subdued foods. We got to remember that restaurants are still a place of business, and business also creates demand, and demand creates influence on the food culture, much like language, right? There's a reason why Japanese, there's a lot of American words or a lot of English words being incorporated. At least that's my 2 cents. I feel like it gets very, very easy for people to get used to taking a dump and trivializing years and years of heritage and reform, right? They go around, in my opinion, sometimes it's like a hypocritical thing to go around saying you're incredibly cultured, yet you can say such culturally insensitive things, in my opinion. Just a little side note on that. I love talking about food, by the way. So every time this comes up, I always remember the fond memories of where my friends would be like, you're right, like this isn't the greatest tasting thing. It's like, yeah, we gathered that. Let's go and get some Americanized Chinese food. Which is why I'm excited that, oh, you're getting a Korean barbecue. Nice. Oh, no, all places that you have to know a person who knows a person to find it. Yeah. I feel like with cultures where food is a big experience, it would be disrespectful to do something like turning your nose up to something you deem inauthentic without giving it a chance. Yeah, yeah. Give it a chance. It might not be for you still though. And like in the long run, when it comes to, at least from my perspective, from my parents' restaurant running, the idea is if your customer doesn't like your food, you have to do something about it. So the food changes with the customer. Like if you consistently get customers that say like, oh man, dude, your food is too spicy or something, then they would adapt to it. It's not to say that you can't request that it be spicy, or like some people come up and say, oh, can you make this the authentic way, or whatever that means, which has been asked of my parents. And when they do, the customer would find out, say, yeah, you're right, or no, I don't really like the authentic way, it tastes a little bland, right? That happens. And that's one of those things like, oh yeah, my parents do take requests. Just, you have to understand that a business operates in a manner that isn't, at least by Chinese people, in my opinion, a little bit generalizing. You have to compete. It's different if the restaurant is like a baller restaurant with millions of dollars flowing in and they can do whatever they want. You either like it or you don't, right? That is a very different mindset. And to me, that's what I was trying to highlight. I think there's a cultural difference that I feel is a big disconnect when it comes to talking about Chinese culture related food culture. Oftentimes it's about running the restaurant. So the Americanized Chinese food that you see is actually, and some people are still shocked, like, oh man, people still eat Panda Express, like people still eat those orange chicken and whatnot. It's like, it's business. You gotta understand that it has been refined so much to meet the palate, right? So it isn't surprising. I honestly feel like those who are consistently surprised by what locals eat somehow makes an exception for the United States, that somehow that's a double standard. And then when you go to another country and you go to like local cuisine, like if you go to, like, for example, Xi'an in China, and go eat, I don't know, innards or chicken feet, and you'll then suddenly find out, say, oh, but it's nothing like Chinatown. It's kind of weird, actually. It's because the Chinatown ones in the United States, they did it they modified it slightly to meet certain expectations. So don't be surprised when you go to another place and you're eating what the locals are eating, and suddenly it's like, yeah, it's not for you, that kind of thing, right? Because in my opinion, I think Chinese food culture is very, very pragmatic. They adapt their cuisine to the region. Like, my parents' first thought wasn't, oh, I should import ingredients from China so that my dish is made with authentic ingredients from China. My parents would be like, how the heck are we gonna afford to do that for the rest of our lives to save enough money? No, you get the most affordable ingredients you can find at a cost profit ratio that you can maintain, and you sell a lot of it. You find all the items that sell a lot, and you start working on the items that sell a lot and continue to make it sell a lot. It's crazy how much volume my parents turn over. And you know what's the highest volume that they turned over in the in the restaurant? Fried chicken wings and crinkle cut French fries. The chicken wings are made by the chicken wings are prepared by them. But the French fries, they're a very specific brand of flash frozen French fries. Yeah. So keep in at least that's my little story. I feel let's see, yeah. Like I will try something once unless my mouth is trying to physically remove it from my body, you eat it because you're trying something that has meaning to someone, yeah. And then like it might not be for you. And that happens. It might be just how I was raised and my views of other food cultures, but you don't outright refuse food you're offered. Fine to comment about it later if you're not to your personal taste, yeah. And then of course, I'm not talking about bad actors. I don't really like focusing on bad actors. Using the worst case scenario and the best case scenarios can be like it can really warp perspective. I'm not talking about like five-star American Chinese restaurants or Shanghainese restaurants or something that's in the United States. I'm talking about like the middle of the road stuff. And then I'm not talking about the ones where they legitimately try to cut corners as much as possible because they're more for profit taking, right? So not either extreme, obviously. So what is this? And again, oh, Xi'an, yeah, Xi'an mentioned again, yeah, Xi'an, the region, yeah, Xi'an. Yeah, it makes sense because the American palate really loves simple dishes like chicken wings and fries. It's you have to prepare so much chicken wings and fries, like so much fried chicken wings, like fried chicken wings. And you know the menu was deliberately done that way. The first item on the menu of the like 100 and I don't know how many. I think it was like 100 items, like just like 100 combinations items, and fried chicken wings is at number 1. It's like listed right at the top, and it's in the appetizer section. So, and then you know what's the next section? Fried rice. Fried rice is next. Yeah, so it's very strategically done. All these things, you know, all the things, in my opinion, if you go to a Chinese restaurant, like an American, any type of restaurant, like that is Chinese, like a small shop, and you go look around, and you just look at the way the items, like you look around, like how the restaurants manage and all that, it's very deliberate. It's very deliberate. Many years of making sure when you open a restaurant, you don't fail, because immigrants do not come, at least Fujianese people a lot of times, do not come with second chances, right? The second chance is that. So they pass on, there's like all this network of passing on, like where do my parents get their chicken wings? They get them from the same place all the local American Chinese restaurants get their chicken wings. So it's a really such a deep network. It's so I only come to realize this in my adult life, how like deep the rabbit hole goes, but it's pretty connected with the culture. Hi Maku, I recently found your channel and have enjoyed viewing your streams. Oh, thanks. Apologize if this has already been addressed, but can you possibly explain your language learning methodology / process? Ooh, I have a thing. I tried to explain this quite a few times throughout. Someone asked me recently, and it might not quite answer the best, but this was my most recent attempt to try to answer. So this particular video at that particular time point was the last time I reviewed Japanese. However, it also applies to Chinese. I do reviews of how, like, what I've changed, what I did, or what I move on, and whatnot, every like 25 days, plus or minus 3 days. So there are reviews of those videos where if it looked like it's a canvas with just writing on it, then it's around every 25 days. I try to summarize the things that work, or like I'm keeping, and then the things I'm changing. But recently, at that time point in that video, someone a week before asked me if I could attempt to like kind of summarize what my approach is, like the standard approach that I do. That's probably the closest thing I have. Usually there's no specifics. I don't have any specifics. Basically, if I wanted to say a long story short, I think my methodology involves constant monitoring, reevaluation, and then understanding how to maintain engagement, as opposed to the context, like what kind of content it has and what the parameters are, right? Like, so if you gave me a product in front of me and say like this product covers N5 to N1 and this product covers from N5 to N4, well, I ask myself, where am I now? I evaluate myself. Either or works because I'm less competent in those two. And then in another 30 days, or in this case 25 days, I do another reevaluation period, and then I continue from there. Probably less so of specifics plans, but the methodology is often you try to get 3 or 4 consistent ways of measuring your output, so your level of competence, as you're engaging in inputs for a specific period of time, whichever period of time you determine. I usually use a month. 25 days just turned out to be the amount of days in which you'll find waning times where your engagement is getting less, or however your output measures, like, are you retaining more, are you retaining consistently? And then the goal is to reduce the amount of time to get the same amount of retention. With that liberated time, you add more forms of input, right? And then you keep cycling through the thing. It's pretty much covers a lot of it on how I like start it and then how I continue. Just if that's helpful or not. I don't really have like any specifics. I don't believe that people should have rigid restrictions or specifics that they need to start with. I think in the beginning, I go over how to start, or how I started, and then the rest is due to what happens in a couple days, or in the next 25 days, then the next 25 days. So I got to this point largely by figuring out what my priorities are to start, and then that's it. The rest is history. I think it's a lot more engaging for someone to constantly look forward to switching it up a little and switching it up a little and continuing to do that, as opposed to what I feel a vast majority of people prefer, which is they find the ideal study plan, whatever that is. I honestly have no idea what that is. I actually do not resonate with people who believe that they know what their ideal study plan is even before they started studying, right? That's kind of a a very, very myopic plan. You can trust someone. You can definitely find someone you trust and maybe it'll work out. But ultimately, if you trust yourself and find ways to monitor yourself and keep developing your learning strategies and adapting them over time, the key points are to not get too bored, right? Not get bored, not get complacent, and the rest is history. It becomes like breathing over time, in my opinion. Quite clear that you also have lots of time spent language. Do you have a video introducing yourself and background? I would love to know more about you. I actually don't. That's a good idea. Maybe in the future. I don't mind answering questions all. Oh, I did have an introduction for this though. It's the very first day. Actually, that's a good point. I do introductions for all my projects on day 1. They're called opening opinions. So if you go to day 1 of the Japanese Duolingo section, I probably spent the first 4 hours talking about my background and what I started off doing for Japanese. And then did I do one for Chinese? I might have done one for Chinese. I do one at the beginning of everything. So like Shashingo, this game that I'm playing that I'm trying to nonchalantly extract kanji from, the day 1 video of that also introduces my interest and my involvement in that too. So the day 1s of every single one of my projects, I do a summary of what my experience, what I'm looking for, what I think I'm looking for, what I think I'm gonna get, and then at the end of the project, I'll have some too. And then if the project is very long, every 30 days or every month, usually. You're gonna call it a night? I have MTJP lesson tomorrow. I need to be prepared for. Oh, an MT. What the heck? Midterm? Oh. Take care. Take care. Excuses. Oyasumi nasai. Oyasumi nasai. Probably my. Oh, my JP. It's in typos. Okay. Alright. So we're gonna wrap up this. We're gonna switch gears now. It's a great place to stop for our extraction. So we did extract our notes from this, which is fantastic. So we're gonna switch over to Duolingo now to get our we're gonna try an hour and a half for each, right? An hour and a half. Oh, the Chinese side is gonna be 3 hours because we have to finish all the Hanzi. Yeah. So we got what, our second page done. So our 4 pages from this game. We'll continue to go through the pages. That's great. And we got a good discussion in it too, right? All right. Until next time. Until tomorrow. Right. All right. Let's switch it up. Switchy, switchy, switchy. Okie dokie. Hold. Writing is so much fun, man. I think the writing is definitely the highlight here. Okay, I'm gonna get up and stretch a little bit and then I'll be right back. Thank you, thank you. Oh, I almost like tripped up the stairs or tripped down the stairs. Kind of a little bit of adjustment. All right. Welcome back, folks. It is day 164 with Duolingo Japanese. Once again, Maku desu. Konnichiwa. Yokoso. Welcome. Let's see. We concluded Unit 35 yesterday. So let's quickly do our recall for Unit 35 and 34. Let's try to get 18 to 20 things very quickly. We yapped a little bit, just a wee bit, during our Shashingo session. Talked about food culture, at least Chinese food culture. Unit 35. Let's see, let's think. So, our Unit 35 topic was it was talking about classes. Right? I'm gonna need some aid here. Dang it! It's communication at a store. Okay. Alright. Topic: more food. Yeah. I really like more. I like food topics. Okay, so 35 is communication at a store. So we got a lot of expressions that I quite like. Again, our arrangement right now is we try to think of as many kanji that has showed up, and then we try to tackle any grammar points. Sorry, I'm incredibly tired. I'll probably fall asleep between here and China. Oh, no worries, Blair. You get your rest. Yeah. I hope the meal was good. How was the meal? We're twinning. Okay, so let's start with as much kanji as we can think that showed up here. I think the two most obvious ones are going to be communication at a store. Now, these weren't logged anywhere. It's kind of interesting that they weren't. Communication at a store. It's not coming right to me, so we might skip it and see if it comes back as it goes. Oh, no. We got it. Oh no, we don't. That's part of the previous unit. Alright, we're just gonna skip over that. Grammar points. I think the grammar point we're going to do is dekiru. Yeah, we got it. No, we don't. It's gone. It's like it's kind of there and it's gone. So we'll just do some grammar related things. So the de particle with dekiru. I kind of like it. We got to keep that in mind. Others. Actually, pretty much all of Unit 5 is kind of a grammar-ish thing because they're expressions. So, we have... Kochira desu. Right, kochira desu. Actually, well, how about also... That is not the right kana. Yeah. Daijoubu, right? Daijoubu desu. It's kind of another phrase. We're gonna go through all the phrases. That's I need to stop doing that. Wakarimashita, right? Wakarimashita. Dozo. Dozo. Yep. Shosho. Shosho amachi. Shosho amachi kudasai. Which I really, really like. Onegaishimasu. Arigatou gozaimasu. Oh. Okay. I think we're okay. Yeah. All right. Let's do some vocab. Konbini de. Konbini de. Kopiki. Kopiki. Kopi suru. Kopi suru. Scan. 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 Oh, we have a kanji. Kanji comes up. Okane. What is this kopi suru? I don't have JP keyboard. To make a copy. Make a copy. Okane. Okane. To copy some, like a photo machine. Yeah. Yeah, and then kopi key. You just write key, you know, like this key. Oh, whoops, that's the wrong key. And then they just add key, right? Which is something I can write from write from Shashingo recently. The key. I thought Opie was related to the markers. Oh, okay. I see what you mean. I see what you mean. Yeah, okane. Hikitasu. However you want to say it. So okane, okane o hikidasu, right? Or hikidashimashita, something like that. Oh, we just got this. So I'm going to write the kanji for this because Shashingo is a source of kanji now. So it might not show up in Duolingo. However, now we have overlap between our other inputs. So atatameru. Atatameru was actually introduced in Unit 35. However, we also know atatameru from Shashingo. So I can write the kanji. So we're going to implement and lift any kanji we know from Shashingo and other sources into our Duolingo recall to further like reinforce each other. So atatameru. Let's see. What else can you do at a convenience store? Oh, stuff that they introduced as new. Like, it's not really new. Not really, but oops. I need to stop making that stroke first. That is not it. Apuramen, of course. Apuramen. Kite. We'll throw these in because these are really important. I don't forget these. Reji bukuro. I feel like I'm missing a whole other thing. Oh, this was a kanji character. And we know the kanji for this from Shashingo as well. And this is a tense that hasn't really been introduced. This is technically a grammar point. We'll accept it as it is for now. I teimasu. It's aku. I teimasu. I like sundemasu and kondemasu. They use it sparingly, so not too bad for its use case. I teimasu. What else we got? 4 more. We can do 4 more. Okay. Ohashi. Gamu. Gamu. Wait. Wait. Obento. Nato. 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 There's definitely more, but I think 20 is a pretty good number. We had 3 more days of reflecting on 35, so that's fine. Now we're going to be leaving 34 behind. 34 is stationary. I'm full, but you mentioning bento makes me hungry again somehow. I know, right? Unit 34, stationary. It's buying stationary. There is kanji for this. Kanji. Mise? Mise? Aike. Aike. Scout. Gakko. Nanichi. That's good enough. There are some few here and there that we'll also do. In terms of grammar, some grammar things. Actually, I think this might be free of grammar. We'll see if it comes to me if there's anything interesting to highlight. So for stationery, lots and lots of things at a stationery store. Among all the previous vocabulary, but we got lots of new ones. So let's start them. Umbogu. Umbogu. Fusen. 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 Keshigomu. Keshigomu. 色鉛筆 Oops. Sharpen. Ochikisu. Ochikisu. Asami. Asami. Noto. Kyokasho, jisho, manga, hon. Oh my goodness, the pen strokes are not landing. Arenda. Arenda. Okay. Okay. So buying stuff. Biki off. Angaku half price. Angaku. Oh my gosh. Junbi. So no. Junbi o suru. Right. To be prepared for something. Like school. Gakko. Gakko no junbi o suru. This is the chapter with the kute, or linking adjectives, linking e-adjectives. So let's do some of that. Right. Chisakute, chisakute, chisakute. Okikute, okikute. Yasakute, Yasakute. Akakute. Akakute. I'm just writing these because those are the 4 kanji adjectives that we have. And that's relevant to stationary. The newest one for hirakana read is atsui. Oh my goodness. Okay. Atsui for thick. Atsui. I think that's good enough. It's 5, 15, 22. Not too bad. 22. Take it. So we're leaving 34 behind for some time. And then, you know, relying on whatever SRS that Duolingo brings up. And then maybe we'll pick up a few more things from 35. Let's look at the guidebook for 36. No grammar points, right? So what do we have? Which one will you drink? Oh, dore. Dore o nomimasu ka? Dore? Dore has been used sparingly a couple times, actually. So discussing a meal. Oh no, my stomach's grumbling again. Okay, dore o nomimasu ka? Dore ga mizu desu ka? Which one is the water? Okay. I see. You're gonna ask. Okay. I see where they're going with this. Dore ga mizu desu ka? Thank you for the meal. Oh, hey, we finally got this phrase. How does it look? Gochi so gochi. Oh, I need to hear this actually.
ごちそうさまでした。
Yeah, gochiso sama deshita. Yeah, it's such a very specific thing, but you hear it a lot. Or thanks for the gochiso. Someone made a funny comment about it. Like, this is extra formal, and there's like some new age Japanese influencers who are like, how often do people actually say this? So, I kind of like the idea, knowing the historics, because I love to use it anyways. Gochiso sama deshita. Gochiso sama deshita. I drink green tea every morning. There's nothing new there. Let's see. Yeah. 私は毎日お茶を飲みます。Alright. お茶を飲みます。Alright. Let's pop in and see what we have. Oh, wait, there's only 5 lessons here. Oh, maybe there was an update. Maybe that's the update they're talking about. Wait, there's only 5 lessons in this one. Oh, maybe... Oh, I can't check the old ones. You can't tell how many lessons there are. Interesting. This one, maybe they did reduce the volume. That would be so coincidental. Because I promise I don't work for Duolingo, but that would be a really weird coincidence. So far, every update, I think someone else is, obviously. There's plenty of people who make these comments, right? I'm sure. But so far, every single update, at least every subtle update, has addressed something that I've noticed anyway. And I'm sure everyone else, lots of other people notice. But if this is part of an update, I'm going to be interested to see if all of these other ones are 5s. And 4, or like 5s and 4s. It is an alternative. So there was one concern I had about the ongoing Duolingo structure. Either they're pools either their pools, like their prompt pools, are too small to accommodate such a large volume of repetition. They alternatively, they can shrink the number of lessons, right, so that you don't hit diminished return. I think overall, I would say I agree with a lot of the general consensus that repetition is great if it's functional. However, I think the average length of how big the pool is, that repetition is getting, you get too close to having to repeat. And when you repeat, it can be very difficult for individuals to feel like they want to go the extra mile to find a creative way to learn something that is statically repeating itself. So the alternative is to make your make the lesson repetitions shorter so that it has a less likely chance of encountering the same identical prompt, or maybe something incredibly similar, and then it would actually speed the unit up. However, they could integrate something retroactively, as in a way to go back. So maybe they're setting up for something, but that is interesting. It's such a big coincidence. I have not seen a Japanese lesson out of 5 in a very long time as an introductory thing. It might still be there. It's so hard to tell because I can't like go back and see how many it is. But 5, I dig it. I actually dig it. If they're not going to generate more prompts, like increase the pool, reducing that stuff can alleviate some of the concerns, like fine-tuning down the length. Anyways, interesting. Actually, now I kind of just want to look at the kanji section for a second, see if anything changed. No, it doesn't really look like it. Usually when something changes, some of these bubbles become delit. Okay, I don't think there's anything in the kanji section. All right. And also, they haven't finished a TLC on the kanji stuff, because there's certain sections that require kanji practice to advance, but it doesn't seem like it's probably rolling. There's so many rolling things right now. I can kind of feel the churning of, we should try these things, and then eventually full send them. So I'm kind of curious what they're rolling in now. All right, so let's head off. Ringo is a... So I don't know if this is a new theme, but in the last couple, maybe 4 units, the prevalence of a review, like a visual review, and a dedicated like a prompt to something that already occurred, is part of the first lesson set. I don't know if that was their plan, but this kind of thing is trying to pull something from a really long time ago. Usually the pool that they pull from for extra vocabulary is like within the last 2 or 3 units, and Ringo is really far back, and they have done this quite consistently recently, and I don't know if that's part of the update as well. In the Chinese course, they do it already, so that either is a coincidence or they have already done this. It's interesting. So like when they say new word, it's not necessarily a new word. It's a word that you might have forgotten that you already had a long time ago, so it might seem like new. That's why I'm making a note of this, because all these are not new words. Right. So that has changed, in my opinion. Up to this point, this does not occur. They just kind of just leave the vocabulary behind and leave it up to you to do the upkeep on all the old vocabulary. And in the Japanese course, we are over like 2,200 words. So any of like the first 1,000 words is fair game. So, and it's interesting. I think this might be a recent thing. Yeah, like they're more aggressively reminding of old vocabulary now, like really far vocabulary. It's interesting that they're going out of the way. It might have been here already again because I haven't completed the course before. So I kind of like it. It's great that they're doing that.
リンゴ
Ringo.
小さいリンゴ
Chisai Ringo. Yeah, see? Like even chisai is not in kanji. So I don't know. It might be like rolling updates haven't happened or something. Like, so chisai is not in kanji, but you know, you know chisai, right? Chisai, right? As opposed to this, which is the hiragana. So it's interesting. So this is actually the lesson from that. So they didn't actually make a new lesson, like a new prompt. During the time you learn Ringo, you did not learn the kanji for chisai yet. So they might have tweaked their algorithm, for example, like their SRS algorithm, where they're still taking a pool of all existing prompts. You can tell that a prompt is older and static is when they dip from that. So a Ringo comes up, then the following prompt to reinforce a Ringo will be the prompt pool that a Ringo came from. And that's a time when Chisai was not written in kanji yet. So Chisai, the kanji for Chisai, was introduced after Ringo. That's kind of one of the giveaways. That's kind of one of the giveaways to that they didn't necessarily create new pools. Not that it's that big of a deal in my opinion. Yeah, so this is an older prompt. It's from an older pool. Because when you pull something, it's from the introductory pool. They don't have in my opinion, they don't have like an adaptive way yet to update, like retroactively update all kanji and supplant them based on the person's progress. So that's something that, in my opinion, is kind of unique to Japanese, right? Because of their hybrid writing system, because of their multiple writing system. In Chinese, it wouldn't matter because the Hanzi is still the Hanzi. In this, you can tell when it's an older prompt. Because kanji is introduced on a rolling basis and it is not retroactive. So when you learn a kanji and you have a prompt that doesn't have the kanji, it's coming from a prompt period before you learn the kanji. This is not true for the Chinese course because you have to know Hanzi no matter what. And then pinyin is a subtext. So you wouldn't know. Actually, you kind of do know. In the Chinese course, a way to tell that it's from an older pool is the grammar structure or like the associated words. So all their words are pooled together. So when you have a prompt about like say last week in the Chinese course, it will be about from the unit, all the prompts that you remember from the unit it's introduced. So it wouldn't retroactively use next week or last week or like specific vocabulary that isn't associated with all the vocabulary that was introduced in that unit. That's how you can tell it came from the same pool. And the way I study and recall Duolingo units make it really obvious because I organize all my information in my head based on their units, and then I try to contextualize the entire unit based on the theme. So immediately when a word comes up, I know the associated word. So in various ways you can confirm, you can kind of feel out how Duolingo is like layering their structure things, and you either work against it or you work with it. And usually it's fun to me on trying to figure out how things work like under the hood. It's always an extra layer of intrigue in my opinion. Like I don't just want to use a smartphone, I kind of want to know how a smartphone works, right? Okay, anyways, let's keep going. So, お茶
お茶。このリンゴはいくらですか？
このリンゴはいくらですか? And the silver lining here is if you know that it's older or earlier, and then you know like what changed here and stuff, it means you know. So that means you know your content, right? Somebody could just read chisai and they're like, oh, okay, it's chisai, as opposed to reminding themselves like, well, you know the kanji for chisai too, so think about the kanji for chisai. It's that extra, in my opinion, that instant give and stuff. It's one of the things, like when someone says, oh man, I hate it when they only have hiragana even though I know the kanji. Well, the good news is you know the kanji plus the hiragana, so you just reminded yourself of both. That means you know the vocabulary. Like, you know it. It's not a negative thing, in my opinion. And then there's also the idea like, oh, this doesn't sound quite right, I would say it a different way. Good. Excellent. When you read this thing, it's like, how would you say it differently? And if your natural habit is like, nah, I would say it this way, like, good. You're doing it. You're constructing, right? Yeah, you're constructing. And the thing about that is, do it more often. Do it when you don't have to, right? Do it when you don't have to. Say, oh, this is a pretty good sentence, but how can you say it differently, right? Even then. So that, to me, is usually a good thing. I think people associate too much negativity where they then start to choose to ignore it. So then what that happens is it feels like a waste of time. Right. When you get stimuli, you can turn it into something extra. Or you can choose to be negative about it and then say it's a waste of time. And that's fair enough, actually. And if you know it's a waste of time, and if it occurs frequently, you make note of that, and then you move to a different thing. You move to something that doesn't feel like a waste. So all of this is very informative things. And I honestly think that what is negative or what is positive can be elevated by the user. Anyways, this is raising some interesting things because this hasn't happened too often. And it just happens to happen now, which seems a little bit arbitrary. So I have a feeling it might have something to do with updates. このリンゴはいくらですか? How much is alright. Yeah, 英語。
花さんは英語ができます。
花さんは英語ができます。Yeah. So, wait, what was the theme of this? To discuss meals? I don't know where this is going. Maybe they're trying to discuss the menu. So like if you're visiting a restaurant and then you're just saying like Hana-san wa eigo ga dekimasu, as in, oh, Hana knows English, so perhaps we should consider, using English for it. I don't know where this is going with the meals. Alright.
名前。
Namae. Oh yeah, see, this is a review too. Namae. Oh. Did they introduce it? No, yeah, this is review as well. Namae. It might be because they introduced it when they forgot to register. This one is a little weird. What is happening? Now there's no image. Okay. Okay. So they're just adding the honorific to Mizu. Oh, Mizu o kudasai. Interesting. Okay. Honestly, I probably put honorifics in front of things. I probably put honorifics in front of food when I'm ordering from someone. I think it's kind of a nice gesture. Yeah, and the image is gone. It's weird. So, omizuo kudasai. I think in my general, the impressions I get is if you're gonna order something, I would probably put, I wouldn't mind reminding myself to put an honorific in front. It just seems extra polite thing to do.
お名前は何ですか?
Okay, this is a review too. Only this time it's with the kanji. So, omae.
名前 はお名前は何ですか?
Yeah, 何ですか?
何ですか?
Thanks, Dojo. Always appreciate the encouragement. So that's the O, the honorific. So omae wa nan desu ka? It's great to see it broken up now, though. Super way off topic, but how are you streaming on 2 different places? Thinking of starting to stream again? Plugin. There's a plugin you can use for OBS too. For OBS. So you can get the plugin. It's fairly easy. Fairly step by step. You can follow step by step. It's like 3 or 4. You'll get it. I have no doubts.
お名前は何ですか?
お名前は何ですか? Oh, you thought it was my, yeah. Nope. You're good. You're good to go. Easy.
お茶をください。
お茶をください. What is happening? Wait, what's happening right now?
はい、ありがとう。
Wait, what is happening? はい、ありがとう. Oh wait, are they going with no? What the heck? I don't know. I don't know what's happening. Although this, I feel like this is highlighted as new because it's less polite than arigato gozaimasu, right? Arigato gozaimasu. So I don't know. I don't know what's happening right now.
ありがとう。
Arigato.
花さん、ありがとう。
Okay. I don't know what's happening right now.
では、いただきます。
Dewa. Okay, well that's actually good. Dewa is good. Dewa itadakimasu.
では、
Yeah. Do they want well then?
では、
Like the then too? Okay, I guess. Dewa is... Dude, what's happening? I think we've gone backwards. I don't know what's happening.
では、渋谷に行きましょうか。では、渋谷
Shibuya ni ikimashou ka?
行きましょうか。
No, nothing new other than Dewa, so okay.
では、渋谷に行きましょうか。
What?
これ
What's happening? これは... Oh, what is this?
僕
Boku. Oh, we're gonna get Boku.
Boku.
Oh no. Anime time. Boku. これは私の... Oh,
の
Oh, is that how they're gonna do it?
コーヒーです
They wanted me to just... So the new thing is Boku instead of Watashi. Although, I don't know. I think 9 out of 10 times, if I were to visit Japan in the future, I still won't use Boku, really. But Watashi is pretty reasonable. So これは僕のコーヒーです。So, no yo. So 僕。 I don't know how to write it either. Let me look up boku. Boku. Have this up. Boku. 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 Wow, that is a lot of strokes. Oh, I can, okay. What is that stroke order? Okay. All right. All right, all right, all right. So let's try this. Ne? Okay. That's Boku. Boku. Yeah, that's Boku. Interesting. Alright. We'll have to remember that for tomorrow. Boku. What?
これはお茶です。
これはお茶です. I don't know what's happening. What's going on? It feels like Unit 1. It feels like Section 1, Unit 1 all over again. Rice, Gohan. What the? Oh, you know what? Maybe they're... I don't know. See, look. Bengal she is here and Sensei. These are from Section 1. Oh no. Oh no. I'm so confused.
ご飯をください。
Gohan o kudasai. Okay.
どれですか?
どれですか? Okay. Alright. どれですか? どれ is kind of newish for a grammar thing. どれですか? We can write Gohan as well. Gotta remind ourselves Gohan. This is Gohan. Gohan. どれですか?
魚を食べます。
魚を食べます. Well, I mean, yeah, sakana. So that's fine too. Maybe they're just going through all the kanji we know.
お茶を飲みます。
So far, what I also noticed outside of the Ningo thing is that the simple phrases and sentences we have, it's exactly how it should be written. As in, like, there's no like missing kanji in these phrases. But I don't know if that's their intent. Like ocha o nomimasu. This is no, like, there's no like something that should be written that isn't there. However, the Ringo one, the Chisai one, kind of makes me second guess what's happening here.
どれを飲みますか?
Yeah.
どれ
Dore o
飲みますか?
nomimasu ka? Which that's fine too. I'm also seeing that all the choices are written how they would appear. So like Niku is fine, and Ego, and then these are katakana words. Jusu. No, sorry. Nyusu, and Iza. Iza is coming from a different unit, and Nyusu is kind of around this time. Ego is much later, and Niku is like in the middle of the pack. Niku is like 7 or 8 units ago.
毎朝水を飲みます。
Mayasa mizu o nomimasu. Yeah. So I think maybe one of the things they're trying to do is to only use phrases that incorporates just kanji, like just like the proper way, without like, because they could have chose something like a different phrase. I don't know what other phrase there is that for time. Mayasa mizu o nomimasu. I'm a bit baffled still. Still. Mayasa. Huh.
ご飯は食べません。
Yeah, gohan wa tabemasen. And now it's highlighting the one of the first predicates that you learn. Interesting. Taberu. Where are you going with this, Duolingo? Gohan wa tabemasen. Okay.
カレーは食べません。
Kare wa tabemasen.
食べ
Oh my gosh. They broke up. They broke up. Wait, what's happening?
ませ
They're breaking up the syllables too? Wait, what's happening here? I don't understand this. Why is masen broken up from tabe? Is this something new too? There's some pros and cons to this as well. This will, if you break things up like this, it kind of feels cumbersome, but at the same time, it does give you a lens into conjugation.
ま
Right?
せま
So,
せ
although I don't know why masen is broken up like this. Usually early on, they broke up to help you read hirakana. Like to help you read kana. Duolingo reverse update. Reverse progress.
カレーは食べません。
This is a little weird right
どれ
now.
が水ですか？
Dore ga mizu desu ka? Okay. Dore. Okay. Dore ga mizu desu ka? Oh, interesting. Dore ga and then mizu. Okay. Dore ga mizu desu ka? Oh. Oh. What? Wait. Oh. I needed to find like the subject. The subject is gone. I forgot. English things. That's an English moment. You need to infer the subject, so you need it one. Which one is the water? I'm like, what is going on? It just says which is the water. I mean, isn't that fine? At least I think this is what it's supposed to say. Yeah.
お茶は飲みません。
Ocha wa nomimasen. And that's our second predicate. I drink ocha.
リンゴは食べません。
Ringo wa tabemasen. Alright, alright.
毎日ご飯を食べます。
Mainichi gohan o tabemasu. English is something. It really is sometimes. Okay, real talk. I think if I had to read into this, which is too early to tell right now, my general impressions is that they're going back all the way to section 1. Like they're lapping back to section 1, bringing it full circle by integrating all the kanji. That just seems like what I think they're doing. Because they can say so many things right now that I don't have the kanji for. But they specifically have only used things that already have kanji for it. So maybe that's the intent. Maybe. But it weirds me out because it's very short. And for what it's worth though, saying these phrases are pretty much like something that's okay. I mean, it's no conversation expander, but I eat rice every day is perfectly reasonable, I suppose.
ご飯を食べます
Yeah, so gohan o tabemasu. I guess.
ビールは飲みません。
Biru wa nomimasen. Yeah, and then they use katakana. Biru. Biru. Okay. And that's from a different... Biru is way outside of section 1. It's like section... Like, almost... It might even be in section 3. I think Biru is in section 3. So, it's not like they're... going back deliberate... Like, not like... unintentionally. Which is it? Yeah, that's more like it. Which is it?
どれ
Dore
This-
desu ka? Wait.
Wa.
Rani no wa? Dore wa desu ka?
Ka.
No. That doesn't sound right.
は
Wait a minute.
は
Oh no, that's fine.
お
What? This is even more confusing. Okay, wait.
お
Oh, dore wa desu ka? No?
お
What's happening? I don't understand. Dore desu ka? I feel like they want me to put an O in front of the which,
お
but we're gonna go with this and see what happens. Oh no, they want kore wa dore desu ka? Oh, sore wa kore. What? How would you know that? Wait, sore wa dore desu ka? Oh, they needed an it. Oh. Oh, okay. Wow. I'm baffled. I'm very baffled right now. Yeah, I kind of get it. Okay, sore. But how do you know it's sore? But that's hmm.
どれ
Dore, what the heck is that?
ご飯
Did they just replace go with a kanji? What?
ご飯
Oh, is that go? That's go. But you don't really need to replace it with that. What the heck is this? Okay. Alright. It is going to be so hard to remember these characters so they only occur once. That is one character. You've got, wow. What the that is one character. What is going on here? Oh. Let's try that again. So oh, I see. So they went like, oh no, that's because it's colliding. It's what's happening? Oh no. Okay, Dore. What? 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 Wait, I don't understand.
ロック
What?
ロック
What? How?
ご飯ご飯
Oh no, it's fine.
を飲みますか
No, it's fine. It's fine. I was thinking of something else. It's fine. I'm not triggered. I'm not lost. I'm not lost. You're lost. Okay, so
それは
I don't actually understand this one.
どれ
I'm gonna have to
でか
investigate. それはどれですか? どれですか? I'm gonna have to investigate that one. This is very baffling at the moment. Yasai.
野菜
That is new. However, Shashingo introduced this to me already. Let's see if they teach me the left side of... Oh, actually, we don't have either of those. Actually, we don't even have... is this supposed to be Gyunyu?
牛乳
Oh my goodness. What is going
野
on?
菜
Okay, yasai. Alright, it's fine.
野菜を食べます
Yasai o tabimasu. Yeah. I'm fully confident now. This is the point. What unit was this? 36? They're replacing everything. There's no like there's no miss kanjis so far outside the Ringo thing. Huh. And they're really like the sentences got very short all of a sudden too, because maybe their argument is now we're just focusing on kanji. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Yasai o tabemasu. I have no idea. Right.
Niku.
Niku.
肉は食べません
Niku wa tabemasen. Okay. Or... Wait. Oh yeah. It's fine. Okay.
牛乳
And Gyunyu, like... Okay. Sorry, I'm just looking. We're gonna write them later.
牛乳
Gyunyu.
牛乳を飲みます
Gyunyu o nomimasu. Okay. Maybe this gets all added to the kanji section.
6時
Rokuji.
肉と野菜を食べます。
Niku to yasai o tabemasu. kind of dig it though.
0、1、2。
0, 1, 2. Yeah, and still all kanji and or katakana. Right, outside of your grammar stuff in hiragana. So, 0. Oh, we already have 0. We already have 0. Okay.
4時4分です。
4時4分です. It's all random. It has. I honestly think it has nothing to do with discuss meals at the moment. Yeah, it's 4:04. So weird. Okay, 4時4. 4分. Wait.
4時4分です。
4分. Have I had 4分 before? Wait.
4時4分です。
Is it really 4分? I thought it was
4時4分です。
1 second. 4分. Yes. Yonpun. Yeah, Yonpun. Alright. Good to go. I don't remember if I've ever known Yonpun.
2時2分です。
2時
2
2
分
分です。2時
じ
2時2
で
分
す。
です。So 2分. They're going over counters.
今は1時1分です。
今は1時1分です。
ごちそうさまでした。
Oh, yeah. ごちそうさまでした。さまでした。さまでした。ごちそうさまでした。
では、ごちそうさまでした。
Okay.
では
Combining that.
ごちそうさま
さまでした。
でした。
What is going? Okay. Okay. では。Okay. Okay. Okay. 7時。
7時
7時。7時7分。
7分
7分です。
です。
Okay.
1時、
今。
今、
1時
1分です。
今は。Yeah. Sure.
Get more with Super Duolingo.
Listen, we gotta talk about this duo. What's going on? What the heck is happening?
8
Hachi, okay.
8時8分です。
Hachichi happen this. Wait, why? Okay. Now,
8時8分。
so now they're going over all the counters, with minutes and clock. Clock. Hachichi happen this. Okay. Q.
9時9分です。
Uji Q this. Yeah, they're just going over all of them. Uji Q this.
10
10.
今は8時18分です。
今は8時18分です。 Oh, okay. I actually didn't know how this works. Like clock things. This is actually new. I actually don't know how to say how they would arrange the
8 時
part.
18分
Kind of. No. We kind of did with like like trains and stuff. Like train clock. Like what time a train comes. 8時18分です。Yeah, we have. Just kidding. Ne? Ne?
今は
Alright, sure, I'll take it.
7時半です
7時半です。Okay. 7時半です。
9時19分です
9時19分です。19分です。Okay.
今は5時15分です。
今は5時15分です。
5時15分。
5分。I don't know why that's highlighted. Alright.
8時半ちょうどです
Okay, that's different. ちょうどです。Exactly.
ちょうど
Okay, that's new. Okay. 8時半ちょうどで Okay. ちょうど
今はちょうど10時半です。今はちょうど10時半です。
今ちょうど
10時半です。今はちょうど10時半です。
Okay, I mean that's fine. Yes. ちょうど10時半です。
9時です
9時です。Okay, sure.
10時10分です。
10時
10時10分です。10時10分です。
Alright, so they're just counting up. So they're up to 10. It's almost like they're like counting towards something.
1分。
And they're still covering last unit, the vocabulary from last unit, or the last two units. IK.
会計。半。
This has been such a weird experience.
年。話。
今は7時ちょうどです。
今は7時ちょうどです。Okay. Can I say it this way? Dodo.
ちょうど
ちょうど
9時半。
時半3分です。Oh, not 3分。
3分。
Wait. Where's
3分。
We don't need that. Just kidding. 9時半です。ちょうど9時半です。Okay, they would put it first, and that's fine.
9時
9時
9分
9分
10
19分です。
です
You made me unironically begin the Japanese Duolingo course. What is going on? Okay, which is okay. So,
それ
それは
どれ
どれです
で
か?
か
Sure. Yeah, now I have what Yamada, what the
山田
Yamada Okane.
Okane.
Yeah, so they have the previous units vocabularies too.
9月1分 電車
Yeah, I'm confident now. I'm pretty confident. My 14-year-old self is telling me to pick up where you left off. Oh, well, your 14-year-old self seems like you're getting younger. You're subscribed. Hello there, Gina. Well, thank you for subscribing. I'm confident that what they're doing now is they're completely avoiding using any hiragana reads. So ever since that one chisai, every single one where they're doing any form of hiragana, it's associated with a kanji. Yeah.
牛乳
Even the ones I don't actually know. You knew, like, but I know what milk is, so that has to be milk. Oh no, here's one. Just kidding. Iro and Pitsu. I don't know if Enpitsu is one of those special exceptions. Actually, let me look at Enpitsu. I'm gonna go to G show here. No, Enpitsu has a kanji. I take it back. Oh, you're talking about, you're self-talking to your, okay, fair enough. You're talking about figuratively as opposed to literally. I see.
半 話 1分 会計 ね
Okay.
どれが水ですか
これどれが水ですか? Okay.
9時19分です。
9時19
9時19分
9分です。
です。9時19分です。
What was this? Oh, Jane. I think Jane is fine.
9時19分です。
では渋谷に行きましょうか。
では Shibuya. Oh no, Shibuya breaks it. Proper nouns don't have kanji. では Shibuya に行きましょうか. Okay, so the Chisai and Shibuya and Iro and Pitsu are the few examples. Interesting.
Dewa.
では
今はちょうど10時半です。今
は
ちょうど
10
10時
半
半です。
7時です。
7時です。What is going on?
今は7時ちょうどです。
今は7
7
時
時
ちょ
ちょうど
で。
です。
Wait,
今は7時ちょうどです。
that telling me that you could do it either way?
今は7時ちょうどです。
12時頃に食べます。
12時頃に食べます。Actually, Goro, I think stays Goro most of the time. I'm so baffled right now.
9時9分です。
Okay.
9時
9時
9分です。
Okay. Alright, let's go to the kanji section to reveal what's happening. Oh, yeah. Yep. Okay. Yeah. I see what they're doing. It's weird that they started at unit 36 though. Okay. Ego.
英
英語、
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 英語英語
Yeah, they're totally.
英語、
This is where it starts.
英語、
英語、
That's 5 times more kanji
英語、
in one unit.
英語、
英語、
英語
Interesting.
英語
I wonder if I can juggle all of it along with
英語、
Shashingo. It feels so weird learning a non-tonal language. I mean, it's kind of weird. At the same time, it is tonal. It's just not tonal on one syllable. In a way. Technically, it has 2 tones. It has like it rises and falls. So it rises and falls through the words. And it does matter whether it rises or falls, or stays the same. So it kind of has 3 tones, but they're very classically similar 3 tones through the words, like through the words, but it's just referred to as pitch. Which I can kind of see why that would be considered not a tone. It doesn't rise and fall on each thing, but it does rise and fall through the words. Boku.
僕、
僕、
Okay. Yep. Okay, so we don't have to remind ourselves how to.
僕僕
僕、
僕、
Oh, I think I added an extra stroke
僕、
last time.
僕、
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 I'm so how to every single character, yeah. Well, it's not real. It's kind of hard to. It's kind of hard to explain a little bit, but
僕
every new word, and there are a lot of them. You have to know where it stops and where it starts again. So the way you read the
Okay.
Japanese is helping you kind of figure out where you rise and fall again.
僕、
You watched a video about that? Yeah. So it's not. So like the thing you're saying is one of the biggest misconceptions about. It's one of the biggest misconceptions. There's no stress in. There's no stress in Japanese. It's a change in pitch. So you're rising and falling. It's the tonal aspect of Chinese. Only you have to reproduce it in a very regular way. It's kind of like being rhythmic as opposed to being polyrhythmic, or like being 2 or 3 rhythmic, like dual rhythmic or singular rhythmic as opposed to polyrhythmic. Yeah, pitch accent. Yeah. Well, you're changing your pitch, but tonal shifts is also involved in that. Like, I just feel like the mechanics behind the things are semantics. So when you're saying like there's no tonal things, there is tonal things. Or like it's hard to say it doesn't.
英語、
I guess that's a better, more expression of my feelings about this. Like I am worried about rise and falling. Or like I am worried about it's the same amount of worrying. or same amount of like considerations.
英語
英語
That's what I meant by stress. I meant the rhythm of your pronunciation of groups of syllables in it. Well, okay. I was using rhythm as an example,
英語
but there's no rhythm either.
英語
There's no rhythm. I was using it as an example.
英語
You still have to worry every
英語
like where
英語
your tone and
英語
hang on, let me I was gonna try to do this
英語
section, but you still have to worry about when to maintain something, when not to. Right. But it's a big misconception that Japanese is flat. Japanese is not flat. It's perceived as flat because most people think you can get away with it being flat, but it's not flat. It rises and falls all the time. It's very regular. So it's regular rise and fall. So like kind of like your predilection for, I don't know, math rock, I suppose. That's what example I was using. It's kind of like comparing math rock with classical. I know that's what not the word that I'm using, but classical has structure, like regularity and structure. It has regularity. So that's what I meant by the rhythm of things. So math rock might be eclectic. Eclectic in the sense that you are always worried about a change in the rhythm or the, I don't know, the tone. In Japanese, it's very structured and regular, but you're still always worried about it. It's like if you're not playing in an orchestra piece, are you constantly worried about something? You are keeping track of its regularity. So when Japanese goes like this, you're always worried to keep this up, or then you go down and you're always concerned about not going up by accident. So your own when you're talking about the tone thing in Chinese, it's because it's changing very, very often because of its words. Each of the like sounds can go up and down, right? However, this also takes a lot of discipline to do. Staying flat takes a lot of attention just as much as going up and down. It's kind of like a professional drummer who says like what people think are hard. So this is usually described as pitch accent. It is usually described as pitch accent. That's what people want to call it. And for me, I call it a rise and fall. So to equate it to other things, right? So it's kind of like a drummer saying like what is stressful or hard, and then it would be like a drummer who does like a rolling, I don't know, a rolling, what do you call them, like a rolling drum line, right? So it would go like up down everywhere, like all over the place, and then the professional drummer would say this is actually hard, which is when they do like, and then layer like one here all at the same time. Oh yeah, no worries. No worries. No. I'm not saying that I disagree or agree or anything. I'm just kind of trying to relate it back to Chinese as the best as I can. Yeah, you have to the thing that makes Chinese perceived as difficult is kind of really ironically the same. It's very similar to what makes Japanese difficult. Whereas like the discipline that's required to do this is also the discipline that is required to do this, if you know what I mean. Like I think you worrying about the tonality of all the, like when you're listening to Chinese, you're like hyper aware of all the tonality and stuff. It lends really well to learning the pitch accent of Japanese, which I'm very loosey-goosey about the tonality of Chinese, and I'm also very loosey-goosey about the tonality of... Yeah, and here's another funny thing about tonality, right? Japanese, here's a funny meme. I don't know if you encountered this meme, but when Japanese people refer to pitch accent is kind of like in a English perspective. Intonation is the word that they would refer to that is relating to the pitch accent. So the pitch accent itself is the tone of the Japanese language, and that's kind of a funny talk about that. It's more of a gradual tonality throughout your speech. It's a word by word basis. The pitch accent is a word by word basis. all I can really say mostly is there's a regularity to it. And I don't like, there's some regularity to it. Yeah, because you go up and down all the time. I think the word you use, robotic, is probably how I would say it too. Robotic, but not flat. Just robotic. Very, very robotic. It's like, it's more like a drum line than it is a jazz concert, right? And I think that's what also makes you like the Chinese language more than the Japanese language, in my opinion. If you're listening to like the Japanese people speak, you can see that you may be able to pick up that it always rises and falls regularly. So it might sound like it's robotic, which is very apt actually, because it takes a lot of discipline to be regular. Like some people might think going like 1, 2, 3, 4 is easy. Then 1, 2, 3, 4, that kind of thing, right? Because it's irregular. And that's kind of sort of true in terms of musicians, kind of. The perspective here is, if you do this all the time, then it will appear as easy. If you do this all the time, this would be easier. So if you take like a jazz musician and ask them to play consistently, always on the beats for a very long time, it might be perceived as a bit more weirder, but they both of these have tones and whatnot, yes. Perhaps this is hard for a lot of people to fully comprehend, such as myself at least first glance, since the tonality shifts in Chinese are extremely pronounced and audible or easily audible. Oh, agreed. I actually really do agree. I actually think though, also, since you listen to Chinese a lot, I think you can pick it up. The only one that I could really demonstrate I mean, the thing that I could demonstrate is probably just reading a word, like without using kanji, like so. Right, Nihon, Nihon. You could say Nihon, Nihon, or Nihon, Nihon, or Nihon, Nihon. So it might be like in the box. I guess it's like a shorter range, but you can do like Nihon, Nihon, Nihon. Right. So I think maybe it's because it's not as bombastic. Like there's no like highs and too much. Yeah, the way you're just describing something I watched a video about, that's why I took it when you said rhythm. Yeah. It's a lot more subtler, and that is kind of the thing that makes I think learning Japanese kind of rough. When you're listening to a native speaker, it's still not. Oh, hello there, XD. Yeah. So at the moment, I basically don't think about it at the moment. It's like I look at the samples, I think of the samples, and I imitate them at the moment. Yeah. But there are words that, when I say them with a wrong pitch accent or like a different pitch accent, I like cringe a little now. Oh no. I secretly want you to also learn Japanese. No, I'm just kidding. It's nice to contextualize other languages within the language that you're learning. Like if you have a target language and you're trying to like relate, because Japanese and Chinese, there are quite a lot of things to relate, and that can make you like really want to enjoy that way. Blair likes the Japanese and Korean, so oh no, that's perfectly all right. That's why we have discussions about it. No, I didn't think about that. No. You kind of want to learn. I think this is a personal bias of mine, as I'm coming from Japanese to Chinese. If you can pick up Japanese's pitch accent, then like you said, I think it's a world apart. You become so hypersensitive to Chinese tonality after requiring to pick up a Japanese pitch accent. I think that's one of the kind of the fun things that I see between the more regularity of Japanese pitch accent versus like Chinese tonality. And it's very freeing too. I think Chinese tonality is very freeing after you spent the half the day doing Japanese. Pitch is important. I thought that waiter was Tenny. And yeah, Tenny. Yeah, it is Tenny. Yeah, Tenny. Or Byoin. Byoin is a good one. Byonin is something else, but that's not the same thing. The nin and in are quite. I'm not entirely sure if that's. I'm not confident enough to know if that's more of a sound break than it is a pitch accent. Yeah, thinking about it that way makes you get a nice pitch accent. Thinking of it that way. Yeah, instead of tenin. Yeah, tenin. I don't actually know the correct pitch accent. I'm not sure if it's Nakadaka or Odaka. or Atamadaka. So, just guessing. I think a Chinese learner like myself is not used to hearing this more subtle tonality, but the more you say Japanese, I can actually hear it. Yeah, I think in the long run, if you're a person who listens to music like in an active way, like it doesn't even have to be language, but if it's a target language that has shifts in pitches as opposed to stress, you kind of, once you hear it, you can't unhear it. Right, like the one that I remember most vividly from someone saying it is this one. So kurai, right? Kurai. So kurai, kurai, kurai and kurai are two different, and they're actually two different things. Yeah, so kurai and kurai. With that pitch, I thought the kanji was... Oh, I see. Tenin. Oh, okay. Ah, tenin. I see what you mean next. Yeah, so this one, kurai. You can even go like kurai, and kurai. So those are like the these are like a lot of times people call these like the standard things. Like you go flat, or it can so Japanese can dip at the first start. So these are generally the beginning of the words. So they always change at the beginning of a word, which is really funny. Or it gives that sense of rhythm. So, and then if it rises, it can drop back down and stay that way. But if it rises up, it can stay risen. If it drops down, it can never rise again within a word. Like within a word. So that's the general structure that I stuck to for the time being. Like I don't know what the pitch accents are. I hear something. If I hear rise, I'll just rise, and then if I hear a drop, I'll try to drop. And then if I hear a drop, I just stay flat after the drop. And that's all I'm doing at the moment. So instead of looking up the pitch accent for everything, I basically practice going up, going down when I hear up and a down, and synchronizing with what I'm hearing with going up and down. From what it seems like, this is kind of similar to tonality shifts in English. So English is interesting. Yeah, English is a stress accent, right? Stress accent. So English has all three. It has all three. It has volume, speed, and pitch. The difference here is all of this doesn't create confusion sometimes, in my opinion. It's not like as rigid. So what I mean by that is Chinese, in my opinion, has a subtle, very subtle volume, regularity in volume. Chinese also has a subtlety in speed, like a really small box, like a small range in volume and speed. And then the tonality is what I still equate to pitch changes. And Japanese have same speed Actually, one of the harder things that I have problems with is keeping the same cadence. So they're like a 4/4. If the metric is if the meter is 4/4, it stays 4/4 no matter what. There's a subtle speeds in like slightly subtle speeds and slurs and stuff in Chinese per like sound, right? Some sounds can sound a lot longer, some can sound a little shorter. You kind of feel it out with the tonality thing. So it's kind of like a combination of these. And then volume can happen sometimes with like, if you're thinking about a 2-tone, maybe like a 3-3-3, sometimes the volume kind of shifts down a little. And in English, all of these things changes without regularity. So it's very hard to determine if there's a regular speed to something or a regular pitch change to something or a volume change. It's a case-by-case basis. So like cake, right? Cake. Well, this part to a Japanese person sounds like 2 beats. And then this part sounds like 1 beat. So then when you go, it's nice because Japanese have a counterpart. So keiki. So it's keiki. So it has 2 beats for and then it has 1 beat for the end. So keiki instead of cake. So is it 2 beats? Cake. Well, it is. It's 2 beats because cake only lasts 1 beat. Now, does this hold? You know, is it true for all other words? No, it's not. It's not true for ka. Right? Caught. Right? It's still the same ka. But now the one syllable, like if you're trying to break it up, it's ka. Right? And there's also versions where like cat, right? Do you know if it's 1 beat or 2 beats compared to like a cake? So and then also it's not keiki, it's cake. And our stress makes cake louder than something else. Like, I don't know, cake versus... What's where ka is not at the beginning? That's a bad example. Is there a word that I can think of that where ka is at the end? Mistake? No, with this syllable, ka at the end of not in the beginning, like in a 2nd syllable or a 3rd syllable. I'm so bad with English now. But the example I was trying to illustrate is whatever it gets stressed, right? Wherever it gets stressed, there's gonna be a change in volume, change in possible speed, and it's also a change in pitch a lot of times, wherever the syllable is. So, and there's no regularity to it. There's no regularity to it, in my opinion. As in like, how much volume, how much speed, how much pitch in relation to the syllable. You thought of carcass? Oh no. And the problem with this, the problem with carcass is that this is a different ka sound. Carcass and cake, they're different a sounds. So it's kind of weird. Or what I'm saying is, I like Chinese in the sense that Chinese feels melodic because it has a cadence to it too. Like 你是 like 你是什么 right 你是什么你是什么 and regardless of the tonality of it, it still occupies a regular speed. Meanwhile, you have the speed of specific words. When you're stressing something, it can get longer, shorter, because you want it to. So when you're like speaking, it doesn't feel like there's a regularity to it, other than where the stress happens. And then that stress is so pronounced that when it's not in the right stress point, you can hear it. But everything else is also regularly changing. Yeah, Japanese, and yeah, it's the long story short, in my opinion, is that I think if you can provide regularity, like if you restrict and always talk with the same cadence, right? Like all the syllables have the same one beat at the same time, then you might get closer to Japanese. And then if you want to like restrict it slow enough and then always have a very specific way to go up and down in English, then you might get closer to Chinese. I do feel like English does have similar subtle shifts, but I can't understand that English is very regular though. Yeah. So for example, how can I make English sound more like Japanese first? It's so hard. I don't have enough training for this. It would be fun to watch a video about it. It's kind of like how I used to talk, I suppose. I suppose if I try to stay within a box of my pitch, I can at least equalize my pitch so that it is completely flat regardless of what I'm saying. However, you just heard that when I said saying, I just changed my rhythm, right? Some English words don't always have one beat per whatever sound. So it's really hard. Like even saying sound. This part is like carried over. It almost even feels like 2 to 3 beats. And then this is just 1 beat. Sound. If we were gonna speak in Mandarin and try to make sound, it would be shama. Shama. Or something like that. Like you're expressing something. So instead of saying shama, as in one beat, shama, ni shi, wa de, like wa de, mama. You could say ni shi wa de mama. And then like go all the way up and down and stuff. Like instead of saying mama, you say mama. You know, mama. So now you have ma. Or you carry 3 beats. Ma. And that's kind of, in my opinion, what English happens. So if a kid said mama, I would think it's more like ma. So mama, as opposed to mama. And in Japanese, it might be mama, mama. And then in Chinese, you could have, all the different tones, but they would pick one of the tones. But there would be 5 tones. Meanwhile, Japanese will either rise or fall. And they would always be on one beat. And in my opinion, so does Chinese, with some subtlety. With some subtlety, the Chinese beat is also regular, as in ma ma. In English, it can be mama or mama. Mama? So mom, mama, mama, like it can be all over the place, because this can also be tonal as well. Like it can raise in pitch and lower in pitch, like mama, or like mama would be flat. Mama, mama, mama. Like it's I don't know. I don't know what. I'm trying to wrap my head on all the. I sometimes say "kirei" with the I when it's "kirei." Oh, kirei. Oh, okay. Yeah. XD. I had often thought of kirei, right? Kirei. The equivalence of kirei is this. So I often someone represented this in Nomaji for me, and I was like, yeah, that's great. Basically, ei is supposed to imitate these things. It's just that in Nomaji, in order to create this symbolism, you use this letter. So it's really kirei, right? So they were trying to go for this, but the sound that it has to make is this, kirei. I don't know why they went with this type of thing. In Duolingo, in the Duolingo section, I guess they still do this kind of thing, but I don't know why they do that. At least in my opinion, like this, it's kind of like this, right? I don't know. And then there are others, like I don't know, this one. I'm also starting to realize how complex English is. I think oh, hello there, Tom, or not Tom. My opinion, here's my opinion, that the nice thing about English is you don't need any of, like, you don't have to worry about all of those things, because you're an English speaker, I suppose. But at the same time, I don't think it destroys the meaning. It does, though, destroy the meaning of Japanese and Chinese. And that's kind of where I feel the intuition of English speakers might not meet well with the intuitions of Chinese and Japanese speakers. Like, it is very hard not to be loosey-goosey. Like, for me, I think having to always do this is difficult. Like, sometimes I speed up, sometimes I speed up more beats. Sometimes I'm on beat. Sometimes I have 2 beats. Sometimes I have 3 beats. And it's very difficult to keep spacing out the same amount of time. And this is like the mora, right? The beat, the thing. Every single thing has a cadence, and you're always playing on a same meter. Like, if your meter is 4/4, it stays 4/4 no matter what you do. In English, all your words change in beats. It constantly change from like 2-2, 2-2-1, and then it's like 3-1, or like 3-3-1-2, right? Like the meter in all the words constantly flex back and forth, and that's what makes it, in my opinion, one of the qualities of the Japanese language that makes it sound very robotic. And people like this kind of thing. Yeah, English is math rock. Yeah, that's exactly why I use the math rock analogy. English is math rock. And then even more so, English is jazzy in the sense that pitch and stress goes up and down all the time with no like, there's no like regularity to it. And that's why I feel a lot of times people think English sounds inelegant. There's beauty, in my opinion. Obviously we kind of differ, because you like math rock and I like beauty and layering, right? So I feel Japanese is an essence of layering. It is the one where the beauty of the language is how regular it is. One of the most constrained, regular sounding. So it's like a beauty and simplicity. It always maintains the same cadence in terms of its speed. It tries to put a regularity on its tone by restricting pitch fluctuations. So there's a very, like, it's weird to even have a rule for pitch accent for an English speaker, in my opinion. And it's less weird for Chinese, but that's because Chinese has more tones, right? Has like a bit more fluctuation. And in English, it's the Wild Wild West. Hence the English accents, right? You have English accents that prevail. A Japanese English accent, English can sound like Japanese cadence if a Japanese person speaks their cadence with English, and you can still understand them. In Chinese, right, they can take whatever their tonality is and then add it to the English, or like to the weird English thing, and it will still be okay. Now, it's gonna sound different, but the idea is it doesn't stop you from understanding them. Meanwhile, in my opinion, in Japanese and Chinese, if you change that stuff, you're going to get what faces. Like, what are you trying to say? Like, why are you saying it like that? I don't understand. With some tolerances, yet, man, think about the times when your tone is off in Chinese, and then think about the times where I can think about the times when my pitch accent is off. Like really off. There is some tolerance in both languages, but man, you could really screw the pooch. Meanwhile, in English, I don't know. If I place the emphasis, on the wrong syllable, it still doesn't prevent you from knowing the word is syllable. Syllable. Or my friends and I make light of that all the time, where you can really mess around with English and you will still communicate. You could change all the accent rules to the third one, and I think people will still look at you weird, but they will still be able to understand you. Like consistency. Yeah, no, consistency. Or you can put two stressors on a word and it will still be okay, right? Sometimes. What is the accent on sometimes? It's on the first syllable, right? Sometimes. Say, I need to read what you're saying. So, I'm also starting to realize how complex English really is. It won't stop anyone from understanding it. And like I've added a couple of speed ups, speed downs, and volume change. They're like, I'm also starting to realize how complex English really is, or it really is, and you still will continue to understand the sentence, which I think that's kind of why English is, or kind of the reason why English is messy. Like, I don't, even saying that sounds really weird, but you can probably still understand it to some extent. I always wanted to hear someone speak English, but never learn, like deliberately never learned the stress accent. You know what I mean? Like, I always wanted to hear Japanese without an attempt to learn anything about the stress accent. So like, learn English in a void. Just give, like, I don't know, maybe give the written form of English, and then just, I don't know how you would even achieve that, because I honestly think that English would sound so different, but it would also still be okay. I don't think you can possibly, well, you can in Japanese, I suppose, to some extent. I'm not sure if you can get away with in Chinese. I don't know. It's a really good point. I like those points. It makes me think. I think about this every day, all day, every single day since I started learning Japanese and Chinese. Like, this stuff, I could talk about it for days. Like, even if I'm not right, I'm just shooting, like blowing smoke everywhere. That's the whole idea. Like, it seems like it's bottomless. There is so many things to notice. If you're actively engaged in trying to tease apart language and stuff, I can see why people are so, like, there are people who are obsessed with natural languages, and even conlangs for that matter, if you are bold enough to make your own language. But it's wild. Language learning is very nuanced, and it's always nice to just become a Redditor and talk about it for hours. Yeah, and let's not forget, natural languages involve the creative process, right? This is the joy that I have, in my opinion, that we're having now about talking, just not even learning the content itself, but talking about this is also the joy I have when I'm trying to solve scientific questions. It is also when I see someone compose a beautiful piece of music, right? It's also when you watch someone turn what looks like random marks on a wall into a piece, like an artistic piece. It's so nuanced that it's so elegant when you see someone able to do it, and yet it requires a level of understanding that can't be reached by you unless you're gonna participate in it, and it wouldn't ever be identical as well, in my opinion. Sometimes I think some people who want to sound identical to each other, in some way language learning has that as an achievable target. Then we tackle things like music, and then art, and so on. Can you faithfully reproduce? And there are people who can, like classical music has enough structure. In my opinion, if there's anything that a great analogy I can think of is that out of the languages that we talked about, Japanese is classical music. if you study it long enough, if you practice it long enough, to the greatest of precision, right? To the greatest of precision, you might actually sound near native. This is classical music, right? Then you have Chinese. And I think Chinese is, we're gonna say it's like funk. It's a little bit funk, but funk itself also has some structure. So it's a bit funky up and down and stuff. There's a little bit of a, you know, a groove to it. It's a bit, but it still has structure enough where maybe a longish period, you can almost sound like you're identical to someone else, right? Like, let's say like 70 to 80%. In classical, you can sound nearly identical because it's all written, it's all structured, it's all like, you have sheet music, you look at the sheet music, but funk has a bit of improvisation. That little like, oh, we're gonna slur up a little, we're gonna slur down. And then you have English, which is a mess. So that is someone having a jam session. Where do you find jam sessions? And then like off script, falling unhinged. Usually something with jazz related. Math rock would be a great reason, right? Let's just throw the rhythm out. Like, let's just throw any rhythm. Let's be as eclectic as possible. And then when you go to reproduce it, it's like, well, what do? Well, you spend a longish hours trying to copy all the sudden changes and sudden things. And it is possible because the people who made it is possible. And there's an elegance to all of these, right? I'm classically trained. So in terms of music, I'm classically trained. And that's where I start. Like, I absolutely love form, shape. There's something really elegant about layering, like, you know, one section of violins over a layer of violas, and then even have sub layers of violins and like fugues, and like it's elegant. It's incredibly elegantly regular. And then you have the slight motion. You have like, oh, let's throw in a solo piece, and then let's let this person just freely expand a little bit, you know, add a little touch here, add a little trill here, add a little slur here. And then you have Chinese. And then when you have English, it's like everyone wants to be a soloist. Like, legitimately, you just say like, okay, you know, 3-piece jazz band, right? All right, it's my turn. I'm just gonna go off and you guys are gonna follow my lead. Like, just improvise. Like, you know, I'm gonna change the metric now. All right, and then now I'm gonna change the octave and the chords. Just follow along. You know, your band members have to read you. They have to like follow along. It's like, oh, okay, that's a chord swap. It's like, oh no, he's changing up the metric. So you stay accompaniment, right? It's a little messy. It takes a little adjustment period, but skilled people feel each other out, right? And that's the conversation you have in English, where we're like, oh, you're just feeling this person's English. Like, okay, so why are they constantly saying that word that way? But it's okay. Maybe I should say the word that way. Okay, you want to say cadence. Okay, sure. Let's go with that. Cadence. Yeah, but that's fine. Are you a structure kind of guy or structure? Like, whatever. Let's just fill it out. And that's kind of what English feels like. And because it's not necessarily because English itself doesn't have rules, it totally has rules. Just, there are way too many soloists. Everyone in the band, everyone in the jazz band can perform their own solo. So you follow the leader. You know, you follow the leader. Who's the leader? The majority person in the room. So if you're surrounded by American people, you are likely going to be the odd one out. It's not going to stop you from being in the jazz band. It's just everyone else is going to be playing their own tune that's very similar to each other, while your tune is slightly eccentric, aka jazz. But like, you know, everyone is kind of a soloist belonging to a different expression of soloism, right? Like, oh, this is my way of being jazzy, and then this is your way of being jazzy. It lacks form, it lacks regularity between groups. Meanwhile, in Japan, if you're going to play Beethoven and you're going to play Mozart, you better be ready with some high levels of foundation, right? Like, real talk, to qualify to be a competent classical musician, your foundations, your bottom line is really, really high. It's a high bottom line. I used this analogy before where Japanese has a high bottom line. So you don't feel competent or confident at all until you reach quite a heightened level of discipline. In Chinese, it's like, all right, it's a bit lower. At the same time, like, oh yeah, but the nice fluctuation between your competence, it gives a little tolerant of flavor to the Chinese language. Like, oh, okay, oh, I see where you're going with that. You kind of went down a little, but I still understand what you're saying, and it's not off-putting. Like, ni hao ma, right? Ni hao ma, or what is another one? Xie, right? It's fine. It's kind of like really weird at the same time, but like, oh, it's kind of flavorful. I see a little character in it. And the system that Chinese have kind of leads to that kind of flavor. It's like, oh yeah, your tone is you kind of went off a little off script, but come back, narrow in your tone again, kind of thing. And all I imagine in English is, if you put too many people who speak English, like, it's kind of like a jazz disaster. If you put too many soloists in a band, everyone understands each other, but everyone wants the mic, right? Everyone wants to perform their own way. And that's kind of my analogy to music. And you know, language is music too. I at least in my opinion. When I hear people speak, if I don't understand the language, then it's music. It's sounds. It's a mix of sounds with meaning. When someone's angry at you, if you understand the tone, like the way the sounds line up in an expression of anger, you can still elicit and interpret anger even without knowing the context of the language. Sometimes maybe not so much. It's still more than nothing, right? And that's kind of my really, really improvisational analogy to music. So it's pretty comical. I mean, it's pretty coincidental that you like math rock, because math rock has structure and they play with structure. So like the elegance about, in my opinion, about math rock is that they still obey rules. So meters, right? Oh man. They still play with meters. Like, the discipline is that you understand how to shift meters constantly. So that, to me, is very Chinese. And I'm not surprised that there's a scene for math rock in Chinese. Like, different meters can be akin to different tones. So, oh, let's switch the tone of this music now. But they execute it. Like, it has to be a very specific meter. Right? Very specific meter. Like, oh, okay, we're going to switch to 3 eighths now. And then we're going to switch back to 4 fourths. Then we're going to switch back to like 3 fourths or something. Right? Like, back and forth. That's kind of nice. So there's a form. There's a bigger form that is going back and forth. It's constantly changing the meter, the feel and the rhythm is changing, but within each one, it's executed with precision, with enough precision. And I feel that is the closest thing to how it feels to learn the tonality of Chinese language. You have to execute the tone, but the tone itself constantly changes. So like across the sentence, you constantly have to worry about all the tones. But within the tones, you have to execute within a small range of perfection. Japanese, you have to worry about all the tones too, but the thing is the meter stays the same. Right? Now you're worried about whether you're worried about an element within in compared to an element that stays constant. And that's really elegant in the sense that, okay, so how many things we can make in the 4/4? My closest thing about I can think about is like saying, oh, let's so you can swap the pitch up and down, right? You can swap the pitch up and down, but as long as the meter stays the same, 1, 2, 3, 4, it sounds great. You can even double it if you want. So that's what they did to accommodate English, where you can also do it in 8. I forgot how the meter works, but 8/4 or something, or like it's in 4/4, but then they just double each one. So if it's 1, 2, 3, 4, you can do 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, right? But it's even, it's regular, it's always constantly like, you know, half notes, quarter notes, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. But there's a regularity to it. And that, in my opinion, is why I like going between Chinese, Japanese, and English. You have, like, in my opinion, a full spectrum. You get to flex in different ways. Like, and I don't mean by flex as in bragging. I mean like flex your muscles, flex your vocals and whatnot. You get to mess around with, wow, English, there's a lot of mess, there's not a lot of discipline. You definitely do all of these things though. In English, you do all of these things, but it's undisciplined. And what I mean by undisciplined is, it's not that discipline is not required. You don't need to remember those things. You intuit them. Like a jazz musician intuiting their improvised solo. When you improvise a solo, you're intuiting it. So you just go willy-nilly, and that's how you learn English. It's kind of unfortunate and fortunate at the same time. You willy-nilly learn English by listening to other people learn English, or like listen to whoever's around you. It's kind of ironic in the sense that English speakers have this fear of interacting with other people. Meanwhile, they're learning target languages where there's a regularity to it. So instead of interacting with people, you can read and listen to these, and it works out really well. The downside for those who are learning English, in my opinion, is it's not the same the other way around. Like, when someone asks, what is the right way to sound confident in English? Or like, what is the right way to, I'm deliberately staying away from what is the right way to pronounce something, because English still has pronunciation rules. In a conversation, is that going to help you? Yes and no. In fact, when you listen a lot in Japanese, it will help you, because there's form, there's structure. It's kind of like in violin. When I was playing a violin, I practiced scales all the time. That's the only way that I could keep up without a teacher. I practiced my scales. If I can practice all my scales properly and all my execution, then when I go to hear something or go and play something, I can execute it. right? That is the joy of practicing fundamentals in Japanese. Your fundamentals carry you in Japanese. Like there are lots of rules, there are a lot of things, and then when you become a soloist, it's more like becoming Chinese, where you still need like your element of that. Oh, we gotta violate some of the rules, stretch out a little. And in English, it basically depends on who you hang out with. Like, what I mean is, if you study English, and this is why my parents struggle, in my opinion, the root of my parents' struggle. My parents, when they started learning English, they thought that just learning, like memorizing words, like memorizing pronunciation rules and stuff, will help them be ready to listen and respond to other people. Right? The downside is, when you're listening for a very specific thing, how many are you going to remember? Right? How many pronunciation rules are there in English? I don't know the answer to that, but I know it's probably greater than Japanese and Chinese. The reason why that is a reasonable conclusion is largely due to the idea that in English, even though there are homonyms and like all that other stuff that show that there's like rigidity in the language, Japanese and Chinese has more. They have more of them. More rules, more rigidity means that you're going to have a lot of regularity that gets reused all the time, like, because everyone has to remember all the rules. They have to be very, very aware of it. I don't think in English, when you go out, like if you ask a Chinese person, it's like, oh, how did you learn Chinese? Use English, learn English that way. I'm like, I tell my parents I just don't do that. It's very, very disproportionately unrewarding to learn English based on its pronunciation rules, or based on how to, basically based on how to speak, right? Like, you read something, it's like, oh, it's pronounced cake. It's not pronounced cake. It's not pronounced cake. So the problem with that is, if you're gonna hear cake and Kate, Kate, or cat, like, which one is it, right? And then are you gonna get it mixed up with cake? So the problem with that is, I don't think it's worth the thing is, like, it's trying to remember jazz. Try to remember a jazz piece. You can still do it with great training. There are really good English speakers out there. I think there are like really pitch perfect people, you know, but I'm talking about the average person. If you told someone, hey, in order to understand English is you go to a jazz thing and then you remember the jazz piece. Are you insane? Like, what? Now, if you go to a Japanese concert, okay, this is where classical kind of fails a little bit, but we're comparing classical with jazz anyways. So classical, you might be able to pick up segments that obey rules, like, oh yeah, dun 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 dun. It's also like pop scene kind of things. You will have a chorus, you know, you will have something that is regular. It can be picked up. It occurs enough that is iconic, right? There's something regular about it. Everyone's playing on the downbeat here. Everyone's playing on the upbeat. Everyone's crescendoing here. You know, everyone's getting louder here. Everyone's getting quieter here. Meanwhile, you're in the jazz, like, what do you think the person's gonna do next? I don't know. Like, oh yeah, they're They're totally building up right here. It's building up. It's building up. It's like no, wait, no. That person decided to not do that because they're just feeling the music. So in a really weird way, like that's kind of English. You have to feel the language. Just go out there, mess around, say the wrong English words, like that's how it is. And it's a reflection. And in the end, in my opinion, it's a reflection of the culture. China is kind of in between Japan and the United States in this case, in like English in this case. And English is just a mess. Like if you go to the United States, like you're looking at the elements, like how disciplined is everyone? Is everyone on the same page? No. Meanwhile, you look at Japan, and it's like, I think it's safe to say 90% plus of the people are on the same page. So it's a it's a great reflection of the culture as well, the way the natural language has been developing. And also there are pros and cons to how tolerant it is. You see what I mean? Like if you spend most of your time, in my opinion, psychologically, say, if you spend most of your time native speaking a language that is consistently messy, consistently confusing, and consistently have different users who violate rules and do something with it, then that is normal. It is almost conditioned to feel like it's acceptable. And then suddenly you decide, hey, I speak this language that is socially normal to have so much flexibility, and I'm going to pick two incredibly rigider languages to learn. Now, that to me is a cultural perspective and a psychological approach to, in my opinion, why when people talk about the perceived difficulty of a language, English people, the top three includes Japan and Chinese, or Japanese and Chinese. Like you have to discipline yourself to take the things that you already do in the English language and restrict it. Like, no, you can't willy-nilly change your tone all the time during the middle of a sentence. Like, heck no, you can't say that with a tone like suddenly like shifting up, and then all of a sudden we're just talking about very happy times and stuff. That is gonna trigger a Chinese person like crazy. And then suddenly you're gonna say like, oh no, don't worry, I will just decide to speak very high and then suddenly go very low because it will never change the meaning of my English very much. And then you're just, the Japanese person is pretty much going to kick you in the face. Like I think my favorite part is the first time I tried to say some Japanese words, like way back when I was younger, I was saying it so that the mora was not the same. I didn't understand beats yet. So I said things like "gomenasai," right? "Gomenasai," and that's 3 different meters. Go just seemed to be shorter all of a sudden, and me just seems to be twice longer. And then why are you trailing sai like off to four beats? Like, I don't know, because that's what English does. That English doesn't require you to have to always talk with synchrony in every single syllable so that it can always stay on beat with one little beat, right? Then you will sound like you're tapping on a drum every time you're saying the things. You know, itadakimasu, itadakimasu, itadakimasu. Sorry, I think I should stop doing that because Japanese people are gonna get angry. it's like really triggering, even to me sometimes when I hear the morta change, where someone would say like onegai shimasu instead of onegai shimasu. So onegai shimasu, right? And you pick the meter, but the meter has to stay the same. It has to be interspersed. And I still don't think I did it properly. I think parts of onegai shimasu was faster. Like some parts of it was faster, some parts of it slightly slower. And then in Chinese, you just change your pitch all the time, and then you're probably gonna alienate someone. Like ni hao ma, or ni chura ma. where like the tone just goes up and down all the time, like unnecessarily, and that's English, in my opinion. I can imagine how painful that can sound for native. Yeah. Wabuji dao. Sorry, I'm done. I said wabuji dao like I said I don't know, right? I don't know, or I don't know. Like, so if you say I don't know, and then you change the willy-nilly, like the tone and whatnot, it just doesn't work. You could say, well, I don't know. Do you know? Do I know? Does anyone know? All those inflections and like slight slurs, they don't matter. Like, they're fine. You're not gonna trigger anyone. You're being eccentric, but you're not gonna ruin someone's understanding, which is cool, in my opinion. So I love Japanese elegance. I love that Chinese is doing their own thing, and in English, largely the reason why someone doesn't sound like someone else is because they probably don't even want to be. Gonna be real. When was the last time you heard someone say, oh yeah, you sound like X? It's like, oh well, I don't think so. Let's go check. Like, a lot of times, like, oh yeah, we speak the same language. But the last time I think of things is like, do you really want to sound exactly like another person? Sometimes that's kind of boring, right? It's kind of basic. So in English, it's almost like you don't want to sound like someone else all of a sudden. And I don't mean this by accents. I'm talking about like, oh, you're from the Northeast. I'm from the Northeast. But my cadence, my stress accents, my volume, my monotony or my metric and stuff, and my pitch shouldn't overlap with someone. It's the nuance of English is to not sound identical to someone, right? Like, if I gave a presentation and I sound like every other presenter, it's not going to be interesting, in my opinion. It's rarely interesting if you end up sounding like the 10 guys before you. You know, like you go to give a presentation, it's like, oh, here's another one. They're probably gonna just speak like a robot. It's like, ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention? Today, I will be giving a seminar on the intricacies of retroviral integration. First, you have the cellular host, and this virus will find the cell surface factors in which they will then initiate an event called endocytosis, and so on and so on. And then the next person comes on and sounds exactly in the box with the same cadence, with the same execution, and that no longer is interesting, at least in my opinion. I'm a little stickler for taking advantage of what English can do. In Japanese, I want to take advantage of that too. In Chinese, I do too. So when I'm speaking Japanese, I'm trying my best to be to use the system in its elegance. And then in Chinese, I'm paying a lot of attention to the things that make Chinese Chinese. So in Japanese, I focus a lot on making sure, oh yeah, okay, conjugations, gotta make sure it's close enough to pitch accent, like it has to be arranged in a certain way, like we gotta be like that, right? It's good to know these things. We need these nuances. And in Chinese, it's like, is my tone on? Is my tone off? Okay, so there's this tone here and that tone there. And in English, it's like, how do I sound different? Like, all of a sudden, when you go back to English, it's like, okay, so how do I swap it up a little? When do I speak faster all of a sudden? And then when do I slow down my sentences so that I can develop a new meaning for it? Or perhaps I should randomly, willy-nilly put in a pause in between words. Like, do you understand what I'm trying to say? Right? If you do that in Japanese, you could accidentally put in pauses all over the place that will change the meaning of Japanese. Like pausing randomly in like any sounds and stuff can change the meaning of the word because they're literally counted, right? Like what's a good example? My favorite is probably, well, a good example would be like biru. Biru. Here's an example. Biru. Biru and biru. One means building and one is beer. So I don't know about you, but if you go into a bar and order a biru, nani? You could even, and you might be thinking, well, context would exclude this. What if you're asking, where is the beer, right? Or where is the beer? If you say, biru wa doko desu ka? You'll be asking, where is the building? And then if you say, biru wa doko desu ka? Like say you're going to the super, right? You're in a supermarket. Super, right? And you ask the person like, where's the beer? Like, oh. Yeah, it happens a lot. And it's also true for pauses, right? This is a hold. A pause is like do I have a good example of a pause? Oh, here's one with Japanese stuff. I don't know why I thought of these two, but so these are actually Japanese words. So kita versus kita. This is north, kita, and it could be more than just north. The only word that I know right now is north, but it can be probably tons of other things. Kita is for sure, or like for sure, like some form of definite, and it could mean other things. So just adding one pause can do that. English words don't have pauses. Or what I mean is understand, like understand, even if you pause there, it doesn't break the word. It doesn't create that problem. And this is what this is the element of mora. Like that's why I think Japanese is kind of elegantly robotic, because it matters your cadence too, like your beats have to be regular. You are a drum machine. Be the drum machine. Be the taiko. Be the taiko in Japanese. And for me, I think even the pitch accent, for me, I think I don't know which one I am more undisciplined. Either am I maintaining my pitch properly through knowledge and practice, or am I maintaining my cadence properly? And in English, you don't do any of that. Well, you do all of it, just it doesn't affect the understanding a lot of times. Although you can use it to great effect. Like when you slow down your words, it carries more weight. Or if you speed up, it might carry less weight. Right? That's however, if you slow down, you're going to create new words in Japanese. You're going to create a biru and a biru situation, or a steaky and a steaky situation. I think Chinese is a little bit more flexible. I think in terms of like the rhythm, like if you accidentally said something like if you extend something, I'm trying to think of an example, but maybe it's not that great. Well, we'll stop talking about this for now, but man, sorry, I got carried away. Sorry guys. We're still talking about Chinese and Japanese. Relevant, completely relevant. I demand relevancy. This is kind of like the equivalence of using the wrong tone for a word in Chinese. Yeah. So in Chinese, that's what I mean by Chinese is subtly more tolerant of speed. You see what I mean? Like if you accidentally slightly change the speed mid-sentence, or like somewhere along the line, it's still kind of okay. You're just taking your time. Like it kind of ebbs and flows a little bit. So ebb and flows a little bit when it comes to speed. So it's even Chinese is a little bit more flexible. Like 你说什么 你说什么 not, or 你说什么, right? If you get the tones, even if there's a sudden pause, like 你说什么, you won't accidentally trigger another word, as long as like it's a little bit more flexy in that case. So you're not like breaking the meter or breaking the bank all of a sudden. Like 这是什么叫 or something, like you're pausing, but the word, like if you get a lot of the tones, you're pretty nice. You're still okay. Sometimes in Japanese, you have to worry about where you're pausing. You like there are places in the Japanese sentence that you can kind of pause and you're like thinking, but if you pause in an inauspicious place, it might not be so great. It's still true for Chinese for sure, and it's definitely less true for English. Like it's fine, or it's fine, I guess, if you, not to take it lightly, but if someone stuttered and anyways, you don't have, it won't, you still can understand the person even if they like just suddenly all of a sudden like repeat and add words and, you know, stutter and stuff. I think if someone stuttered and whatnot and don't map out their thing, it can be very, very hard to understand. Because you might actually say different words. Like, atata. I always refer to this word here. Atata, whatever. Atata. It's like atata, kata, nakata. Sorry. I have a thing against sounding like a machine gun. Atata. Wait, what is it? Atata ka nakata. Oops, it's fine. Nakata. I still kind of avoid saying this, but I'm working on it. Wait. Yes. Yeah. So there's a pause here. And then meanwhile, you're saying like tata, like ta, ka, na, ka. Pause. Atata ka nakata. Yes. That. Although, you know, and then Chinese has their one, right? She, shi, shi, she, sha, like shi, sha, shi, sha, shi, back to back. You know, like it's like I don't know of a good example though. Like shi, sha, she, shi. There's probably good examples of it, and someone probably has a good. OMG, I thought I was the only one who noticed the shi, 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 chi, shi, shi, chi, shi. Yes, and that doesn't happen in English either. I mean, you might be able to say like she sells seashells by the seashore, right? By the seashore. But come on, like you don't have to say, you know, she sells seashells by the seashore. Like you don't really need to. When is that ever gonna come up? Sometimes it does, but yeah. We call Chinese the 十吃七十吃七的七的是 language, yeah. Oh my gosh. Yeah, it's just random. 十 right? I watched this person's clip where they did the whole like 十 xi shi shao shi chi shi something. I don't know. I can't make up sentence yet. I would love to do it in the future though. I would love to also do all the different things in Japanese as well. It's fun messing around with language. I gotta emphasize that. It's so much fun being able to mess around in a language. Anyways, I'm gonna do some of these exercises. Just a little bit before I call it a day. Or I switch, because I need to switch. We gotta do the Chinese lessons.
僕
僕
Actually, I might just switch now because
僕
僕
yeah, I think I might switch now because I need to do quite a bit in
Boku.
Chinese
僕
today. I need to learn how to write. Oh no, but I need to learn how to write all these too.
僕
僕
Oops.
僕
僕
1, 2, 3. Okay. And then these, the third. Alright, we're just gonna switch today. We're gonna switch today. Tomorrow, we're gonna blitz through the Japanese really weird unit. I don't know what to say about this unit. What do they even categorize for? Yeah, I don't know about this unit. I don't know about this Japanese unit. Like vocabulary as an all-time low. However, look at this. Like, look at the difference. It went from 1, 2, 3 to 6. So I think this is where it really starts. This is where Japanese is gonna start feeling like Chinese, and that's awesome. So it's like 3 times the amount. Like the last time that's ever happened was in the beginning. Actually, no. Even in the beginning, you still can't get that many. So it's gonna be interesting. And they're like sidelining the grammar, so to speak. Like the sentences are very simple. And I think they're doing that intentionally so that you can focus more on the kanji. Oftentimes when they're introducing a new grammar structure, they reduce the amount of vocabulary. And then when they go and introduce it, it's like trying to take away something and then adding something, right? They don't ever cross the line where, oh, here's 20 vocabulary and here's also 30 new kanji or something like that. So I think they stuck to really, really simple sentences to get you started, because this is way more. And these are kind of complicated characters, although I know 5 of the 6 characters already. Like, I don't know how to write them per se. Well, I know how to write some of them. However, that's because of Hanzi. Anyways, good talk. We got the yaps in today. Yap Nation. All right. I'll try to remember these. I definitely need to focus more on Japanese. Good talk, folks. All right, it was more yapping, less practicing today. I apologize. We'll get it tomorrow. I actually learned, technically I learned another 12 kanji because Shashingo, right? I think Duolingo Japanese is kind of falling a little bit behind. However, Shashingo, we're on average learning 12 kanji. So what are we at now? We're like up to 25 kanji on top of this. So we'll see how that works out. The conversation was just too delightful to pass up. So I'm going to switch gears. Hopefully it wasn't, I hope it was entertaining. I think whoever's learning Japanese and Chinese, who happens to be an English speaker, definitely join in the fun, because I would love to hear what their analogies are, like what their perspectives are when it comes to talking about these things. You can't have fun talking about things without actually celebrating and, you know, teasing apart things that you don't otherwise have an opportunity to. And talking about how you feel about language is a fantastic way to either vent or enjoy the experience. You know, not every day has to be about getting, quote unquote, getting your work done in the same way. Sometimes these discussions are what I look forward to. It inspires me to, and this is as a take-home message, I suppose, get involved with language. Sometimes taking a break from farming vocabulary, farming kanji, and forming like memories and associations with things that you love. That's where I find is an endless source of energy. Like, I can't wait to notice more things in Japanese. I might be completely wrong right now. Like, some people are like, oh yeah, but you have the wrong impressions. Like, that's fine. Just like you, when you mentioned Kate, I don't ever think about that. You weren't being arrogant or anything like that. The idea is that we are all in different places, and having these discussions are the fun part. Like, you in the future might reflect on it differently, and I in the future might reflect on how ignorant and arrogant I was with my like analogies and stuff. We could laugh about it in the future. Like, oh man, did you remember that one time when we thought English was more like math rock, and then we discovered, I don't know, insert a random South African language. It's like, now that is math rock, or something like that, right? You can only one can only smile and enjoy the experience when it presents itself, be a little shameless in the sense of as respectfully shameless as possible, but bask in one's ignorance while encouraging one's ignorance as a motivation for exploration and inquisition, right? Or being inquisitive in some way. The reason why I talk about these things all the time is because I'm naturally curious about what I'm going to discover next. Like, I'm actively learning a language so I can do this more often. I want to learn Japanese and Chinese so I can have these discussions. I want to make more analogies and more parallelisms and comparing and contrasts. That's what learning things is about, in my opinion. You accept them into yourself, right? Otherwise, it's kind of like a tool that you have no relations with, or like a job that you have no compassion for, right? I'm gonna be real. In another year or two, when I think about the stuff that I said in my past, it's going to be different. It's probably gonna find that, man, and to think I thought that's as simple as the language was, right? At this rate, I'm already well aware how little I know about Chinese and Japanese, and even English. Sometimes I even think I know less and less about English nowadays. So there's no need to be concerned about whether you think you know more or know less. The idea, in my opinion, is that if you're having fun and talking about the things, that's all that matters, right? Or at least that is something very, very important. I don't want to say it's all that matters. That's too hyperbolic for me. Even I can't say something that rudimentary. Yeah. So go out there, right, guys? Enjoy Japanese. Discover your quirks. I would love to see someone compare Japanese to like a German analogy or a French analogy. Go do it. Go do it. Come back and tell me about it, because I would sit here and totally talk about, totally listen to how you draw parallelism, right? Connect the world around you. It makes everything so much more important, worthwhile, and not a waste of time, right? If you connect everything in whatever way possible, everything is meaningful, and then you don't forget anything. It's hard to forget something that is so connected. It's hard for me to forget math rock because of you, Kat. Like, legitimately, my analogy of math rock is only because you mentioned math rock. That's the only reason that exists. I didn't know anything about math rock until I read about it 2 days ago. So it worked so well because math rock was at the intersection between jazz and classical, which are the two examples that I use a lot of times between musical analogy. Yeah. All right. Just like that. Thank you, folks, for listening and chilling. If you're learning Japanese, hopefully I didn't interrupt your Japanese session too much. And if you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. Right. Until next time, mata ne. And I'll change gears now. So I'm gonna get up and stretch a little after midnight. I'll be back for Chinese. Thank you, thank you. All right, folks, welcome back. It is day old. It is day 60 with Duolingo Chinese. 欢迎大家好. Welcome, welcome. We got to book it today. The nice thing is it's day 3, so it's the shortest of the days for Chinese. Gotta learn some Hanzi. I think we have 15 Hanzi characters to learn. So let's start off with our recall. So we're using Pinyin today for Unit 14. So Pinyin for Unit 14. Ask for directions. Is that what we did? Yes. Okay. So, yeah, 边 边 边 边 边 面 right 面 右边 右边 左边 左边 旁边 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 后面 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 前面 no 店面 sorry 店面前面店面见面no 前面 sorry 前见店面店面见 yeah 见面 actually it might be 见面 no wait yeah no wrong tone that doesn't sound right 见面 wait that might be the wrong tone earlier. It's a 4/4 见面 见面见面见 I mean sorry 见前面 oh no 前面 hold oh no I'll have to double check on that. I think it's 2 前面 I think it's 前面 yeah we're gonna go with that 前面 前面 sounds good. Feels good. 前面 yeah we're good. That sounds great. What else we got? Lu path road way Lu Wang forwards Wang Joel walk Joel学校他们的你们的 These were used to say relative positions, right? 他们的后面 right? 他们的后面你们的家的前面 right? It's to use as a point of reference. You require a point of reference for positioning. So it's kind of like a grammar point. What else we got? Not too much for directions, really. We had 15. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6, 7, 8. Maybe it's 10. Why do I keep thinking 15? Maybe it's 10 characters. I'm definitely missing something. Oh, wait, no. Maybe it's just 10. What else do we have? Gao. Gao. Arrived to somewhere. Gao. 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 学校. 学校. What? Gotta have to check these too. Dama, I chama Joe. Chama Joe. Chama Joe. Hey. 到你的学校怎么走? Like that. Or 往前面走. Walk towards the front. Right. Oh, more location stuff like 这里那里 right. Good enough. Unit 13. What the heck was Unit 13? It had a lot of things to do with time. Yeah. Naughty. Dirty. Naughty. Okay, Unit 13 was... we organized this quite a bit. So... Oh yeah, no worries. I'll forever hold it against you. I'm just kidding. Just kidding. 去年 今年 明年，明年，明年。每年 and we can substitute. Tian, with the exception of昨天 上个这个下个 and 每个 just in Photoshop making a better looking layout because my old one was kind of mid. Showing your Gen Z status by saying mid. I'm just kidding. I know exactly what you mean. I actually learned it from a Gen Z. I can mid. You be thinking like, wait, how's that Gen Z? It's because when you think of mid, you think average. If you're a boomer. Quote unquote, the default boomer, you know? If you think it's mid, it's like, what's wrong with mid? Isn't that like average? No. It's like not good. It's like below average. It's like, why is it called mid? If it's then you're having a conversation between a millennial and a zoomer. Also because you kind of find it funny. Me too. I say the same thing too. Sometimes I literally do that intentionally. Like when someone says like, hey, it's been a hot minute since we talked. Like, wait, is a hot minute like a fast minute? Like, no, that's a long minute. Like, then what's a cool minute? You know? Like, a hot minute is fast, right? Like, the last time I checked, something that's hot is like fast. What happened to a cool minute? I do it all the time. I'm shameless. Sorry, guys. I'm absolutely shameless. Hot minute is like a long time, I think. Yeah, it is. Yeah, hot minute is a long time. And there just isn't a cool minute. Oh, you don't say it's been a hot minute? Or even ironically? You don't even say it ironically? Like, hey, Kat, it's been a hot minute since we talked. It's been a hot minute since we yapped a little. Although you use yap. Yap is a Zoomer thing. I've embraced the yap. I am the yap lord. Not even ironic. Very random terminology. You don't think mid is random? The yap lord. Yes. Alright, so this is being... Not gonna lie, you are the yap lord, but they're good yaps. Yeah, I'll show you some good yaps. No, we can't afford to yap anymore. Not yet. No more yaps. So we have 周末 to tie with this, and星期, right? 星期, and plus this we have 日日天一二三四五六 I like to practice my numbers. Numbers come up quite a bit. And to there's 会 versus 了 会 and 了 会见见了做会做做了认识了 Oops. 会在 let's see. Got lots of greetings. Sure. Let's do some greetings. Time of day things. Yalang. Hmm. Jiao Shang. Jiao Shang Hao. Oh. I don't know if that's actually the stroke order. Actually, I'm probably mixing up the stroke order. Fine. Shangwu. Shangwu. Zhongwu. Xiaowu. Oops. Wangshang. Wangshang. Wangang. I think that's good enough. We got it. We got it. All good. All good. Let's get into this. Personalized practice is kind of a good place to start, oftentimes, day 3. I have 3 younger brothers.
他们
他们有
有
他们有3个弟弟。
3个弟弟。
牛
牛，
我爱我的妈妈。
我
What a
的
phrase.
的我
Oops.
我爱我的妈妈。牛
牛。对不起。
对不起，
没关系。
没关系。
没关系。耶。
牛马
马
香
香 Oops. 香
蟹
鞋 Gotta get into it. Gotta get into it. 你的医生住在伦敦吗？你的医生住在伦敦吗？ What the heck is 伦敦？
家人什么？
哦，
十对不起，
对不起 Oops.
七
七
没关系。
系，再见。
再见。学
学生
家人
二
爱
谁？王老师住在哪儿？
王老师
王老师
住
住
在哪儿？
哦，伦敦。伦敦
伦敦
哪儿？王老师住在伦敦哪儿？
没关
系。这是你的爸爸吗？
这
是
是
你的爸爸吗？Have a young brother? No, okay. 我有一个 no， 我有弟弟，也有妹妹。No girl, huh?
我
有
弟
弟
弟也有
妹妹。
妹妹。
What music is this? What's obviously lo-fi. I'm just kidding.这是音乐，这是什么音乐 ？No. Wait a minute.
这是什么音乐？
I mean, that is what I would say, but
音乐什么？
no.
这是什么？
Yeah, I would say it this way. I'm not too confident about this one. Oh, okay. Clearly lo-fi beats to chill and study to. Yes, clearly. Why would someone ask such a silly question? Okay, moving right along.早上不喝茶。
他早上
早上
不
喝
茶。
茶。Sorry, that was a little aggressive. Speaking of volume stressing, instead of saying like cha, sorry. That's how you add volume stress to your tone, right? That's an English thing, right? I can increase the volume all of a sudden. Okay. 轮 instead of saying like 轮 sorry. And then I extended the timing too into 2 beats instead of saying 轮 okay, 伦敦 okay, all right, I'm done. That's the last outburst. I promise, for today. Just for today, though. Dun. Does your teacher live in Taiwan? It's okay to be silly. Maybe a little too much sass today.
你
你的老师住在台湾哪儿？ Oh, actually, no.
的
你的老师住在台湾吗？台湾吗？
老师
你的老师住在
台湾吗？湾
蹲 Yeah. Whoops. Wrong tone. Yeah.
轮
湾
起轮
蹲
弯起轮扭
我也没有妹妹。
我也没有妹妹。I also do not has. Oh, that's a slightly Gen Z to millennial joke. I also do not has a younger sister. I also do not has a younger sister.
One
香
轮
蹲
起
Mayo has. Mayo has. Indeed. Mayo has cheeseburger. Mayo has cheeseburger. Let's see. 我早上很忙。很忙。Yeah. 我早上 早上很忙。
我早上是
not
是很忙。
忙。
我有弟弟也有妹妹。
Cheeseburger. I could really use a cheeseburger right now.
我有弟弟也有妹妹。
我
有
有
弟弟也有
妹妹。
妹妹。住
坐
号码
号码。I gotta make sure I don't go to Fujianese and do a 号码 instead of a 号码。号码。
十
学生。鱼。
Also gotta be careful with fish too. We say fish a lot. It's hard to not say fish in a traditional Chinese household. Fish. Who is that person?
谁？谁？
那个是谁？那个人是谁？ Wouldn't know though, because I'm not Chinese. Do you do your family like to eat seafood? It's really difficult to get by. Like my parents would give you the dirtiest of looks if you no, I'm just kidding. The joke would be like, if either me or my sister don't like fish, we might have been disowned really early in life. Just get disowned. Like, what? You're not gonna eat fish, huh? Fish too good for you? Yeah, you just eat chicken and beef. I see. Yeah. It's hard to get by without being open to fish. Fish is like an incredible staple. Beef is a luxury, interestingly enough. We eat beef on special occasions. Beef is more of like a quality of thing. And then lobsters. Chicken holds up. If you're not hitting the fish, you're hitting the chicken. It goes without saying, you know. If you think about avian flu, where do you think about? And then the other thing is, before beef, it's pork. If you think about swine flu, where do you think about? Culturally relevant. Not necessarily topical right now, but culturally relevant. 那个人是谁? The only reason I brought up flu, the flu is I used to work with viruses, so you kind of know a lot about. You kind of need to know about all the different things. So swine flu and the avian flu were the last most recent like food related, like livestock food related kind of viral concerns. Who is this person?
这个
人是谁?
谁？
Who is this person? Explain yourself. He does not drink tea in the morning. We already went. Okay. Alright. I get it.
他
Although, real talk though, it is very important to know if they drink tea or not. Very culturally relevant. And when? 早上不喝茶。
喝 茶
Okay. I Boo I. Oh no. Oh no. Not again. I'm telling you, that song, I'm telling you, it's heckin' I every single time. I like that Japanese cha is still cha, yeah. Cha. Cha. Everything becomes neutral. Yeah. Boo I. Da da na da na 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 na. Na 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 na. Da na 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 na. Yeah, heckin'. Dude, heckin'. That's my childhood right there. It's almost like listening to the old like boy band solo acts, but back in the day of the solo acts, like when like New Kids on the Block broke up, and then what's his name? I forgot his name. He went on a solo career, and then that type of era of pop music. Dang. When boy bands go solo. Does your teacher live in Taiwan?
你的
老师住在台湾吗？住在台湾。
住在站台台湾吗？老师，
你的 what？ 你的 nothing。
蹲
Yeah, stuck in your head for all eternity. Along with there are things stuck in that I would get nailed for really hard for copyright if I start doing them in my head. Like advertisements. It was one stream we went too hard on advertisement jingles. There's so many advertisement jingles. Yikes.
蹲
Dun.
约
Yeah.
起蹲轮 弯 轮
So many advertisement jingles. I still know recent ones too, and I don't even watch that many ads. Although I do. Okay, low key, I know I'm gonna get hot fire for this, but low key, I do actually every like a month or two, I deliberately watch ads just to see what the current ads are like, to be like up to date, like what do people get advertised these days? You know, like people who actually watch ads, and yeah, they still use jingles all the time. But classic one though, let's just throw one out. Zoom, zoom, zoom. I think the most recent one is like Liberty, Liberty, Liberty Mutual. Or something like that. Liberty Mutual, the insurance company. Liberty. It's something like that. I was just about the Liberty one. You were just about to say it. Yeah, Liberty, Liberty, Liberty. I mean, insurance companies know where it's at though. Insurance companies really know where their jingles are. You know, Nationwide is on your side. You can't even say Nationwide is on your side without thinking about trying to do the tone with Nationwide.
起
Okay, 起
弯扭
蹲
轮
我也没有妹妹。
我也没有 I feel like I'm having deja vu now. 我也没有妹妹. This is what I mean about the lessons and stuff. The pool is too tiny. Duolingo's prompt pools are a little too small.
they either show like it's kind of one of the downsides. However, I guess if you took a break, this wouldn't be repetition. But I got the same prompt like 2 times in a row within the same day and within 3 lessons of each other. So it is definitely a concern. Twin. I, boo I.
起
Jie.
弯
Good to know it's not just you. Oh, and you can spend days. You can start a stream and just start rattling out random jingles and you'll get people to speak. Trust. If not, just break out Eye of the Tiger. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun, dun. And it's gone. It's stuck in your head. Oh, the repetition on Duo. Oh, that's fine. Oh, that's fine. Yeah.
我
Yeah, I'm not one to view things in rose-colored goggles. Not one to view rose-colored goggles. You make with observing the thing and you work around it. You learn how to work around it. Or if you don't, just use something else, right? 我是
是
我
早上
早上是那
是很忙
很忙 Oof. Sorry. Had a little bit of a burp. 很忙
我有弟弟也有妹妹
Yeah, it's the same. 我有弟弟
也有
妹妹
妹妹
The third time. But in a different type of exercise.
9
有
号码
Although we do have to remember that for repetition's sake, I think 3 is a great place to start. Generally upwards of 5. So even if they repeat it 3 times, if it's in a different format or even if it's identical, if there's space in between them, you have to repeat them at least more than once. So I'm not actually saying that this is a great example of a small pool. Sometimes you do have to guarantee that the exercise come up more than once. Otherwise, one and done is also quite ineffective. One and done. So like if you're going through an Anki deck, right, and it only has 20 cards and you only go through them once, yeah, you can definitely get away with that. At the same time, I probably end up going through them twice with an output requirement. So like if my output reads 90, then I would move along like 90%. If my output doesn't read 90, then you would at least go over the ones that again, kind of like how I would approach writing and whatnot. T. Like these exercises are repeating because you would need to see them more than once.
True.
Although this is personalized practice, so you might not need to see them more than once. 名字 I forgot they used the crowned for 名字 things like that. Yeah.
这是
这个
那个人
那个人
这
是谁？这谁？这谁？ Yeah. So they're repeating it at least twice. 这个 At least twice. 这个人是谁？ And it's intentional, obviously. Whether you think it's too frequent or not. Hey.
有
A decent amount of repetition is okay, but it's just weird when I get the same prompt not too long from yeah. So they're kind of like strutting the difference, you know? Maybe the lessons aren't long enough as well. Like there's like different ways to work around it. Either like extend how it excludes and repeats. Maybe like there are many ways to approach this. But when you're like really on your game, it obviously feels repetitious. Because you're like, oh yeah, good. So the main solution that most people, like the quote unquote the competition has succeeded, is that they use a dynamic algorithm. You know, they use an algorithm for selection. So there's like priming selection, where Duolingo strikes me as one that is structured verbatim. It's structured in a way that you just pick and it happens if it happens, within like a subset, as opposed to other like more dynamic SRS systems where they would make it the main feature, like target things based on frequency of occurrence, and then if the occurrence is too frequent, they reduce the frequency of that occurrence. And if your performance affects dynamically whether that prompt comes up again or not, right? That's kind of where they go about it. Like Wanikani uses like a burn system and then a repetition system, which like things won't come up again. You won't get to practice these things again until you take a break or have a spaced out repetition. That kind of thing could work. I mean, that thing could be implemented. One may be able to implement that in the way in Duolingo they wanted, I suppose. It would certainly change up the approach. They decided to separate those things, but the separate features are not quite really fleshed out. So one area that may substitute for this could be a super feature if they wanted. They have like the beginnings of dynamic targeting, like target practice, but it's like very, very limited. It's incredibly limited. Like it chooses a unit that you might not have visited for a while and then do that, and it doesn't adjust it within the day. You have to wait for a different day. And there is also a bottom limit problem, where if your comprehensibility is always really high, then how does an algorithm choose what is weak if everything is about equally exposed, which is what Duolingo is designed around. They design equal exposure. They try to normalize all the exposure across the board. So if someone performs consistently across the board, then even a dynamic algorithm like that would not actually do anything. It would randomly choose something since everything is equally across the board. There's a lot of like really weird trade-offs and whatnot.
有
Yo,
你认识到医院的路吗？
你认识
认识
oh, why did they use 认识 this thing? 你认识到
到
医院的路吗？
医院路的路吗？
That's actually a really complicated sentence. That's actually quite nice. Yeah. So, I think it does save. I don't actually think the way Duolingo is using it saves any more resources. That I might even argue the way they're going about it saves even less resources. Like they're expending even more resources than relying on a optimized algorithm to select and stuff. Like there's a lot of infrastructure that Duolingo has to work with by the way they approach these things. They try to like normalize all the exposures and have everything like really routine oriented, so that the routine itself doesn't feel too alien and I do everything I could, or like everything I'm presently doing is to change up the routine, because Duolingo is so consistent in its routine. And the basis for that is it forms habits. You don't try any harder, you only get more efficient over time if you don't change up the routine. It's kind of like starting a fitness program. And if the first couple weeks, really tough, but they start you very, very low. And then the next day, you just keep on sticking to it. Just keep on sticking to the same routine. Don't add anything to it. You'll naturally get stronger. But at some point, it gets so much diminished return, like because you're not innovating, you're not creating more overload. You're liberating a lot of time. So then your gym sessions will supposed to get naturally shorter and shorter and shorter. But you're not replacing it with something. You're not replacing it with more effort. Like you're not increasing the effort as it's getting easier. And that's the trade-off that Duolingo has. It's one of the biggest trade-offs. It becomes more and more repetitious over time because the new stuff is not the dominant thing. Yeah. So the more competent you become, the less relevant Duolingo's approach is going to be. And if you're an incredibly fast learner or a hardcore learner, like someone who just wants to sit down and do long sessions, this approach is going to get old so fast. And that's kind of the trade-off. Because the people that really like this stuff are the people that don't have time to do exactly what I just discovered. Or what I just discussed. Those people who have like 15 minutes out of their time, it's going to be fresh for a very long time. And that is a strict routine design that they have. Oh, thanks, Simply Franklin. UKB. K8. Interesting. Right, because then at the point you'd be better off just using Anki or something simple. Exactly. So oftentimes when someone asks, do you have any recommendations and whatnot, you got to ask the person, well, how much time? How much? I actually went over and spent like 2 hours talking about day 0. How did I choose from day 1? It's actually kind of a repeat of day 1. Why did I choose Duolingo? And it had very little to do with how much time I had and how long I needed to do something, because it was not relevant to me. However, if it is relevant to you, those are strong factors in selecting where you want to start. It doesn't mean that you can't start with anything you choose. The idea is most people are asking, which one can I stick with longer before I grow out of it? Right? Because the moment you grow out of something, you either re-innovate on the strategies you have to give a fresh perspective, or else it's gonna hit diminished return. You're not going to get anything. You'll become complacent usually, where like, oh yeah, I'm just doing the daily grind. Like when you have a worker, the difference between a worker who has innovated consistently over 10 years versus a worker who just did the job for 10 years. You can do something for a very, very long time and not improve at all, because you're doing the same routine. Technically that person did improve in a different way, but it's not the result of it. It's like they got more efficient, but they had to expend less and less energy. And the irony here is the more efficient they become, the less and less they have to expend. So that means the less and less energy they need to do the task, meaning they don't need to struggle or learn anything. Like there's less and less learning to be done. You are refining to the point where you don't even think about learning anymore. There's nothing about that. The nice thing about that is if you're becoming super efficient, then you liberate the time to do other things. Like if you get really efficient at your job, then you have more and more time and free time to do everything else that you're learning. And that's kind of the difference, right? A person who loves their job will continue to innovate and consume all their energy on the job. When things get easier, they make it harder. When they get easier, they take on more responsibilities. They continuously fill in the diminished return as you're becoming more and more competent. A person who wants to liberate time but doesn't care for the task, that can happen with language learning. You can get to a point where you decide, I don't need to innovate anymore. I just need to keep doing the same thing. And then you wonder why your diminished return kicks in. Because you outgrown whatever your competency level is. Where you start, you require a certain amount of stimulus and a certain amount of learning. But once you learn it, you don't actually learn anything new. Right? And Duolingo, it's that really hard with people who really want, so the whole like serious language learning. That's the design that I would say, this is not for you. Duolingo is not for you. Duolingo is not for me either, but I actually find it very, very fun and challenging to figure out how to make it for me. So it's kind of sad how fast you can end up stuck in a loop of learning nothing new for a really long time. It really is. It's a catharsis, right? It's a human condition. When it's very comforting to do something that you know has a predictable outcome and a very, very moderated and consistent feedback, right? You get so used to it and it's very comforting. As long as you don't expect to be learning new things, right? Second year, you actually start making progress. Yeah, it happened to you quite a bit in the first year of Chinese because I went out of my comfort zone. Yeah. And to me, that phrase, going out of someone's comfort zone, I see it as someone exploring and discovering new things. So based on your mindset, going out of comfort zone is often people's like negativity. They feel it's a negative thing to do. Meanwhile, when I think about it, right, and I try to encourage people at least to think about like, dude, imagine what is out there. That should be really exciting. I know it's very nervous and maybe insecure, right? There's like things, but there's also excitement. You get to meet new people. You might be able to engage in things the way you've never engaged before, and that should be the counterbalance. It's the pros and cons, right? The realistic approaches. When you leave your comfort zone, yes, you will also feel insecurity, effort, exhaustion, but at the same time, you will also feel discovery, excitement, and potential. So keep both of them in mind, as opposed to like one or the end or the other. And oftentimes the people who only see leaving the comfort zone as a negative thing, they're already in a negative space. And oftentimes I would say address that first. Like if you're already in a negative space, try not to learn at the moment. Try to address your negative space first, right? And you, or like not learn something that's irrelevant to the negative space. Like for example, if you're like, you know, if you're eating terribly, if the alternative source of relief is to do something not related to it, only when you can't do anything about it. It's like one of those things when someone asks, oh, I'm sick, should I just take medication, right? Or like, I'm having trouble sleeping, should I just take meds to do it? That's more of an alternative. It's a final source, right? You can try to improve your sleep in the meantime, and then that is the fallback. And much like language learning or learning something, the fallback is the default. Oftentimes when addressing like problems of learning, like in my opinion, there's quite a lot of times where when someone isn't even ready to learn because they're not in the mindset of learning while they desire to learn something. So they didn't address the fundamentals of why they stopped learning in the first place. So oftentimes when someone asks, oh, do you have any recommendations? Because I want to improve the way I learn and whatnot. And I asked them, well, what are you doing currently? Do you understand why it's not working? Like why, like you want to also understand what you're currently doing so that, and you want to be able to express that to the other person, what you're currently doing, what you're currently seeking. Evaluate what you're doing so that when someone is giving you advice, at least in my opinion, I'm far more comfortable when I understand a little bit about what the person is currently doing that is successful and what they're seeking, and maybe address that. Because if you just tell someone like, oh, just study more here. Like, you want to learn more kanji? Learn more kanji. Like, well, that's not helpful if they're already doing the thing you're doing. You don't know that. And then, you know, there's so many other things that are root to the person's thing. So comfort zone is a big one. Like, hey, this is my blanketed approach a lot of times when someone says, you know, I just hate why does it always feel like I'm always worried about saying the wrong thing and getting things wrong? It's like, because you're learning. That is the fundamental status of being a learner. If you're learning something, you have to get used to that feeling. So before we jump into advice on how to learn anything, or like maybe find ways, let's start with how you need to develop, or how you may want to develop a positive association with feeling incompetent or not knowing things, or be in a state of mind that you know when you read something, you won't be able to know everything. How many skills and strategies and thinking do you have on deducing and learning from incomplete messages and feelings and talking and speaking? I think that's one of the biggest roadblocks for quite a lot of people. That constant fear that they will only output when they know everything. I think that completely defeats, that's almost oxymoronic to the state of learning. You are learning something because you don't know everything. And if you're in a state of learning, you will constantly always learn that there are things you don't know. That is the state of being a scientist, in my opinion. Like, if you're a thinker, that feeling never goes away. It's like a comfortable partner in your life. If you don't like learning, then you're okay. You're good to go. You can always be perfect. You can always do things when you're absolutely certain that you're correct. You only do things right. You're not a learner. Not that it's a bad or good thing. It's not a lifestyle you may want to pick, because if you're learning something, that is the feeling you're gonna have to learn how to leverage to your advantage or not. When I say I don't know something, it only reminds me there's more to learn, and I'm excited. When someone says I got something wrong, that's something to be corrected, or something to be used differently. It's not, oh, you got something wrong. It's like, oh no, I'm never gonna speak again until I'm 100% sure. That's not going to fly. Like, having that type of mindset is probably only sufficient for someone who has to learn something. They have to learn something to do a job. They have to learn something to get paid. That is, at most, you're going to get that far. As a learner, or intellectual, as we call it, you have to at least try. Yeah, you have to at least try, and also understand that will hold you back so much if you don't understand, if you can't get a dialogue with yourself to the sense that this is the most normal state of being a learner. You will constantly be at edge or saying, oh, whoa, I don't know this yet. I don't know that yet. That is what learning is. It's part of learning. For some reason, it feels like output is not held to as high of an importance as it should be. It's underrated. I would definitely agree it's underrated. And how to monitor that output. Even meta that. Like, we can't even get to output in general, because then problem solving, critical thinking about output doesn't even necessarily exist, because the output is not even encouraged in the first. Like, one of the rudimentary flaws, in my opinion, is the axiom of like comprehensible input, for example. What is your competency level? How do you check that? How do you develop habits in order to evaluate something like that? If it's a chicken or the egg kind of thing. If someone solely told you that input is you trust the process, then yeah, go for it. Alternatively, you could use output to consistently develop skills in order to monitor and progressively monitor your own competence, instead of trusting in fate that someone knows your level of competence, or give you the assurance that there's some natural order to a knowledge gain and stuff. That is your perspective. It is your choice. Personally, I like to consistently monitor and develop skills on understanding that, okay, this isn't working. Let's go change something else. And it's based on techniques and stuff in tentative output measurement. Like, do you know how competent you are? I'm not talking about feelings anymore. I mean, feelings is part of it, but you have to have some semblance of consistent quantification of it to yourself. I mean, some person really, really close to you might be able to glean that type of information. However, usually it's up to yourself when it comes to these types of processes. Like, do you feel secure? It's like, how do you answer that? You gotta find out. So a lot of times without that, people may overestimate how much they know. They may overestimate that they're actually retaining the information. They might underestimate other things too. So there's untapped potential for untapped potential, and there's also potential for misdirection without having an ability to assess. That's kind of where teachers come in. That's kind of where having a partner or having a friend who's also sharing an experience help, right? It produces relative standards. If both you and a very, very close person who shares common interests start at the same time, you can normalize each other. When you're self-studying, there's no one really other than yourself. So without the ability to monitor your own output, you could be vastly acquiring lots of vocabulary and then in a steady state forgetting them. That I have seen before. I have seen someone who steady state acquire new information while not adequately reinforcing old information, because this person believes that knowledge is serialized. So if you learn a concept, you don't need to reinforce that concept anymore. Because the concept that they had was a starting place for a new concept. So they knew the new concept, they believe that it encompasses the old one. And little do you imagine, at some point, the current concept that they're on requires an understanding of an earlier concept. That happens so much. What does that look like? Someone who can't explain, someone who is incredibly well versed in complex specific nuances of a discipline like chemistry or something, and cannot explain general chemistry to a person who's starting chemistry. And that is usually human condition. right? Like that's part of the human condition, right? When you're under practice, it falls by the wayside. So sometimes finding young faculty who's closer to your level of competency with etiquette and whatnot may be far more efficacious than someone who is incredibly specialized and super intelligent but have a detachment from who they're educating. That's usually why you have like structures where young faculty instruct younger students, like relatively speaking, in distance, and then older faculties is instructed in higher classes. It's not just elitism, like elitism or like hierarchy or things like that. It's also pragmatic. It's very pragmatic to do. Like it's not illogical to have someone younger be teaching the younger students.
你认识到医院的路吗？
Yeah. At least that's my opinion. I'm sure there are other ways to go about this. I was just thinking of the more straightforward lineup, right?
左
Whoops. 左
前
边
边左右旁
绿路 sorry 路
路
Off topic. I reset up your OBS. Very nice. Might stream this coming weekend. Ooh. When are you deciding to do that? Huh? Did you think of a schedule and all that stuff? I imagine you already had some of this feel experience because you already mentioned you've done it before.
Xiao
后
左前
Oh, it is 2. Yes, good. It is 2.
路
Okay.
校
他们的家在医院的左边吗？
他们的家在医院的左边吗？ Oh no, prepositions. 他们的家左边吗？医院的afternoon every now and then. I used to stream daily, but I don't think I'll be that consistent this time around, at least not for a while, but we'll see. Thinking about changing my stream name too, so I gotta think of a different name. I was gonna say something like Mao Mao. The only thing that I had was you mentioned about Mao. Mao Mao is a very common. It's a pretty common one. Yeah, you gotta change all your links.
前
学校在我们的家的后面。
学校 You'll find something? I have no doubt. No doubt.
学校在我们的家的后面。
学校 Yeah, 猫猫
学校在我们的家的后面。
学 OK 学校学校
学校
学校在我的家 No
学校在我们的家的后面。
Wait Oh
我们
的
家
的后面
后面。学校在我们的家的后面。
Who's next?
谁
在你的旁边？
旁边
How do I get to your school?
到
到学校
怎么
你的和你的学校怎么做？
走
Sorry 怎么找？你的你们的学校 is up ahead
在前面
That's an interesting way to interpret it 在前面 I can get behind that. Your school is up ahead 前面Wait. Yeah.
朋友在
他们 Do I get two? No.
他们
的右边边 Okay.
到饭馆
到中国饭馆怎么走？Oh, that was only one lesson.
这里是你的家吗？
这里是你的家吗？
王请问洗手间在这里吗？
请问洗手间在这里吗？
里路前往左
我们住在那里。我们
住在那里。
住在
那里。我们住在那里。
路左后往里。我
们住在那儿。or 那里。Oops. Just kidding. Okay.
在住那里。
那里。
我们的学校在哪里？
我们的学校在哪里？我们的
学校在哪里？
他也不在那里。
他也不在那里。他也不在那里。
你的家在哪里？
你
的家在
那
里？
或
哪里？那里？你的家在哪里？
哪里？
你
your house，
你的你
这是 no。
这里这里
你的
家
哦 what
这里
是你的家吗？
吗？
Just kind of just reverse the thing. 这里是你的家吗？ Yeah. It's a turn of phrase. That's fine.
请
请往左边走。
往左边
走。
走。
这里 is a little confusing for some reason. Yeah. Can you elaborate?
这里
Oh. No, I kind of thought I might have a thing. Is it something like, why does 这里 for example, I might not, this might not be it, but why does 这里 require an initiator or a question marker, while 哪里 could be no, that doesn't make, actually I don't know. I think it's just not natural for me to have it right at the start of the sentence, I think. Oh, okay, I see. Like 这里是你的 oh yeah. But it's okay if it's naughty. Does naughty feel nice? So can you do like naughty? Naughty sounds okay, right? Like naughty, sure. Interesting. And they both have the same tone, so it's not the tone. Huh. Yeah, this is a demonstrative, right? How demonstrative works. Here, there, that, this, there, serving as a point of like a topic. Yeah. 这里 no.
这里
Please walk. 请 往右边，往右边，往右边，走。I don't like saying walk. 走。It's probably because the Fujianese for walk is the one that I use for walking is more like going. Yeah, it's more like going. What is it? Chu? No, but that's not close to chu either. The word that I use for walking is not even close to this. Go. Yeah, gyang. Yeah. But gyang is like chu. But what is walking? I have to ask. I have to ask. Pao bu actually works out really well if you were talking about running. Pao bo is running. 请往右边，往右边，右边。走 next bit 走往右边，
往右边，
往右边
走。
走 yeah. Oh, run? You forgot 跑步. 跑步. 跑步 is the Fujianese for run. 跑步. Gyang. Oh, you mean for walk? Walk was gyang. It almost sounds whenever you say like gyandul, it's like walk a path. Gyandul. And paobo is to run. So I don't know if it means walk or not. Because chi is probably gyang. Chi, like go.
我们
And it relates to this because lu is do. So gyando is like walk the path or walk some path. So lu is related to this. That's why they introduced lu. 你认识的路 right? Or 你认识 I don't know. 道学校路吗 like the way. 感多 walk the path, walk the way. 去路 I guess. I don't know. 去路
我们
我们的
学校
在哪里？
哪里？
Get more with Super Dual.
Oof. These yap sessions. I'm yapping too much. Too much yap.
他在他的妹妹的旁边。他
在妹妹的旁边。
妹妹的第二旁边的 的
Ne?
他在他的妹妹的旁边，
Ne?
他在他的妹妹的旁边，
他在 Oh, 他的
他
Oh my gosh, heckin' 他的 again. 他的 Yeah. I should drink some yaps. I should like get a sticker and just have like yap on here. It's like let's just take a moment to enjoy some yaps. Brand placement right there.
他在他的妹妹的旁边，
We'll call it yap juice or something. No? What does yap juice look like? Don't before you get any ideas. It's water. Okay? We're not here to plug some energy drink or something. It's water. Okay, maybe some tea for the tea drinkers out there. Perhaps some coffee, but I'm too late for coffees. For a second, I thought that was an actual drink. Oh no, that's not. We're fine.
他在他的妹妹的旁边，
Well, there's no way I can confirm nor deny what's in here, right? Like, I could say whatever is in here.
他在他的妹妹的旁边，
笑，路，
What? Blue.
前，
钱
前，左，旁，边，右，旁，路，左，后，里，往，笑，
secretly drinking something else. Tea. Yeah. I'm too lackadaisical to keep tea running. 笑。
他们的家在医院的左边吗？
他们的家在医院的左边吗？ Lackadaisical? I didn't realize that was one word. Lackadaisical? Is that actually one word? Is that how you spell it? I don't even know how you spell it. I thought it was like lackadaisical. Oh, yeah. I did spell it correctly. Wow, amazing. Oh wow. Lackadaisical. It's not what it sounds like because English is borked. It's lacking enthusiasm and determination. Carelessly lazy. As in like I'm lacking the enthusiasm to keep up with prepping tea. Yeah, it's more like lazy. It's like half-hearted. I'm uninterested. I'm very lax. However, it's lackadaisical. So it's the other daisical. That's why English is like a pep. It's this lax. This lax. Yeah, you know, like lacks something. I know you might be thinking, well, lack, it's pronounced lack something. Yes, but lackadaisical is okay. But if you're like a pep like me, sometimes it comes out as lackadaisical. It sounds like an X but it's a lackadaisical. Lackadaisical. Heck in English, right? Let's just stick with languages that have a more refined pronunciation rules, right? It's really humorous. I honestly think like when people say, "Oh yeah, but you have to get all the tones right," and the Mandarin stuff's like, you guys speak English. Do you? I don't know how else to tell you guys this, but you have the potential. Trust. I don't want to do a trust me bro kind of situation, but oftentimes I'm just saying like, guys, I'm gonna name a couple words and you're like, well, that's just the way it is. It's like, yeah, exactly. Now try to explain that to someone else who doesn't know English. Like, it's not which language is superior or not, or like which language is harder. It's you have the potential to learn the different language. The question is, are you just lackadaisical? Or too lackadaisical to muster the enthusiasm for learning another language? Right. And no, I don't want to hear that I'm too old for this, I'm too old for that kind of thing. English is a lot more cursed than people realize. I think because there's so many things that are acceptable about English, it feels less cursed. Because your opinions are probably valid. Like when someone has an opinion about English, it's probably valid to someone, to a significant body of people. So thanks to the chaos, you can't agree on a standard, right? You can't agree on a standard. Like, oh, is English difficult? Well, go find all the people who think English is difficult and you probably find enough people. And then is English easy? You'll probably be able to find enough people to constitute a large enough group to say English is easy. Do you think English has a lot of rules? You probably will be able to find enough people to think that English has too many rules or a lack of rules and whatnot. It's chaos. It's chaos. Absolute madness, I tell you. Absolute madness. And that's very charming, right? It's charming to me. Japanese and Chinese is charming for literally the opposite, in my opinion. I think Japanese is charming because it breaks up that tedium. Like if you're speaking a language that's constantly chaos and disorder, of course going to a language with beautiful written rules and, like, relatively speaking, would feel like a breath of fresh air. And then you go to a tonal language and it will still feel like a breath of fresh air. The idea is novelty and trying to break out of the monotony of your usefulness, right? And language learning can make that feel so wonderful, at least in my opinion. The rules are what makes it refreshing. It's pretty astonishing, especially in Japanese. I quite love the rules, even if I can't output it and all that stuff. It's just different. It's wonderfully different. People stray away from different. They like similarity because they want to learn something that requires, I don't know, less interest, I suppose. They want to stay with similarities. I'm like, yeah, but you're missing it, right? The tonal language. Imagine when tone is important. For the record, Kat, tone is very important in English. Just not, in my opinion, humbly, not at the level of common speech. However, it is incredibly important that you understand how your tone is when you're speaking at a different level. Like, what I mean is speaking to a different thing. Like, if your profession is public speaking, it goes without saying, I don't have to tell professional speakers that if they don't have command of their tone, they're not going to go very far. Like, politicians have command of certain things, and one of them is English tone. You can be saying the most outrageous things. However, if you have command of your tone, you are able to sway, right? And the catch-22, like the funny irony here, in my opinion, is that I would say a large significant of people, let's just say greater than 50%, do not appreciate tone consciously or like actively. I would say the word is actively, in my opinion. They are like they don't like not do not, but to a lesser extent. However, because they're not actively doing that, a person who has command of the tone can sway people and use that to their advantage. So like, for example, and some people are naturally charismatic. You know, you still have naturally charismatic people. But the idea is, have you ever sat there one time and wondered, why did I just listen to this guy say like something entirely irrelevant to my life's thing, and I spent 5 hours just listening to the person? That to me is, you can appreciate tone in a language that has tonality. However, you're not actively using it. But public speaking, the moment you enter the field of speaking and communication, English, that is a place where you get major strides in improvement. How to slow down, how to write things. Even writing has a cadence to it. How to de-emphasize things. How to say something very hurtful but real without sounding like you want to destroy the person. Right? You want to sound comforting when you have to demonstrate or tell bad news. You want to sound lighthearted even if you want to be encouraging while delivering, you know, bad news. And then you can also temper someone's excitement by being relaxing while delivering exciting news in order to like communicate another dimension of it. And I don't know, and you can do the same with all the other languages, right? The one side that I think English has is that you can also really mess up the language itself. Like you can really tweak the syllables and whatnot to great effect, which I don't necessarily think Chinese and Japanese do it that way. They definitely have their own methods of how to like sound, achieve a similar effect, but in a different way, and that's really cool too. Obviously, I don't know enough Japanese or Chinese to even start considering things like that. Like, how do I sound deliberately goofy in Japanese in a respectable way without being, you know, without being misunderstood? Those are like the nuances of a native language that you command, right? And if you're not in public speaking, it's irrelevant. Like, you don't have to know. You can just talk like your natural voice. You can move around and do whatever the environment has done for you. It doesn't stop other people from using it though. I've sat down and watched someone complain about how entitled they are, and yet it was blissfully charismatic and wonderful because of the tone and the cadence of the way they spoke. Like, they were just ripping into this thing that they hate, but they said it with such a Bob Ross mentality that, man, that's when you know what you're doing. Or like when you watch a YouTube clip and people kept saying like, I just love how you aggressively but nicely like attack people, and it's like, yeah, because that person knows how to command their language. Even hard to learn those nuances in your tone expression of a foreign language. Yes, exactly. It would be really sweet if one day, maybe like 20 years, maybe when I'm a senior, I might be able to command some of that. That would be pretty sweet. For the time being, I watch movies, right? Live action movies. If you watch Japanese movies and Chinese movies, you can feel it. You can like, oh yeah, so that's how they do that. Like, how do you convey, like, how flexible is the language when you're trying to convey certain emotions and whatnot? I really like those kind of things. It might even supersede being like knowing a lot of vocabulary. I think that exceeds vocabulary. It's more closer to the conversationalism that I enjoy as an input, right? I focus on those types of elements. Like, how do you make all the limited vocabulary you have be conversational? Like, can you say this thing in an interesting way so that it means more than that kind of thing, so that you don't sound robotic? Like, not necessarily robotic, but like detached from the language. At least those are the things that really interest me. Racing to see who knows the most vocabulary is something I can't resonate with. I really can't resonate with how big is your vocabulary in lexicon, or how big is my vocabulary lexicon. I don't really, that doesn't get me going. It doesn't get me going at all. I find this to be really cool in Chinese after I saw some movie clips on Instagram where people are expressing different emotions via the way they speak. Chinese does it really nicely. Indeed. It's almost like acting. Like, if you had any semblance or interested in acting, you try to start to appreciate the nuances of how people can convey things on command. Like, get people to think certain things. I know we're not talking about manipulation here. You can certainly use that for manipulation, but it's almost one and the same. How effective you are at doing that is part of the skill. It's incredibly nuanced. The difference between someone who says, oh yeah, that guy, you saw him, he just flippy dipped and stuff, that's really cool. Like, but did you hear what he said or how he said it? There's like levels of little ounces of nuance here. Like, I love those long drawn out scenes where it's just the two people talking. They're just sitting there, they're talking, and you can identify when there's an impressive scene versus two people just blurting out things for exposition. And Japanese and Chinese, I'm a little biased here, but Japanese has so many of those wonderful scenes where you just sit there and it's like four people sitting on like a tatami and just talking to each other, and they're like gaming each other. Of course, Western has their versions too, like Intrigues, Game of Thrones, room politics, and not necessarily like C-SPAN and politician stuff, but more like for entertainment. It's witty, it's interesting. I think actors are pretty amazing at being able to do that. And then you like get a chance to watch interviews and actually see their personality, and it's like, whoa. But there are actors who like land a role of their lifetime where they get to play themselves, right? But oof, there's something else when you find out what the actor's mannerism is like versus what their character that they play is like. And they still have to capture speech. They have to capture speech, body language, like, because and the further away from the persona that they are, it's so impressive. It's like language is a part of all of that. When like an actor has to speak a certain way, they have to pay attention to a certain amount of cadence, because if they get hired again, right? If they get hired again, they have to do it all over again. Right? They have to be able to reproduce that. Like voice actors, right? Beautiful voice acting. It's a part of your skill. It's not like something you can willy-nilly wing and then it be inconsistent. One last note before there's one thing to be able to wing something. Like you just wing it and you manage to do it, and then that's it. You be done with it. There's another thing to have such command over your craft that you're able to reproduce it, right? Reproduce it to a level that there's something that your audience naturally does and they be fooled. So what I mean by this is something about language, something about like cadence and stuff, like the whole intuitive nature of like being swayed by a charismatic person. The audience can literally feel this, right? It's something they do innately. So having a skill that you're able to do to even fool an audience, not like fool as in like a bad thing, but impress an audience with something that they're so trained to do in their life is incredibly impressive. It's kind of like visuals too, right? Like if you drew something that is so real, even though the audience know that they're so trained, right? They're innately so trained to know what looks real that even you can reproduce that. There's something magical about it. So in when it comes to acting and like movies and stuff, or even books, when someone writes something and it feels like it's so real, it's unbelievably real, like real in the sense that it touches something and makes you believe, you know, get you to imagine something that's so natural. That's incredibly impressive. And it does start with understanding how to command things, like the cadence of your, you know, conversation. Seeing a scene where you're like, oh man, this is so perfect. Like it's almost like I'm watching this actually happen, right? Like the character is so natural feeling. Somehow they knew a character that they basically share no experience with. A lot of times they do try to pick actors that might have a resonance with the character. However, an actor doesn't have to share any of the character's impressions. So being able to do that, in my opinion, is kind of very similar to someone who's learning a language and they're trying to sound like another person who has a different cultural background, who has a different cadence, but you know, like that's the native obstacle, the bridge that people like, right? I want to sound native. I want to behave natively. I want to be like a Japanese person. Well, actors are very good at that, and they get to choose if they want to be or not. That's really impressive. Voice actors do the same thing, only like because of the habit of animation and whatnot. That's helpful. They don't necessarily have to. It's not that they do less. They get to focus more into one thing, right? So they redistribute. They have a more focused distribution on the voice acting. I don't want to give the impression that when someone when someone does less, meaning they work less. I do feel like there is a little misconception that if a voice actor only voice acts, they're working less hard or less thing because of an actor needs to behave. No, they then invest all their energy into voice acting, right? At least if you're creating an individual who would invest all their efforts, like one ended up becoming a voice actor, one ended up becoming an actor, like a live action actor. The redistribution of effort. It's weird when people think like, oh, obviously the person who does more works harder. It's I feel like that's a little bit ironic, considering like some people who say like, if you know more dimensions of a language, somehow you're more impressive. It's like, well, you're probably about equally as impressive, because if you were cloning yourself, you're probably going to work just as hard in either direction. It's a redistribution of your efforts. That's a long digression for another time, actually. 他们的家在医院的左边吗？ Too much yap.
你的家在哪里？
你的
家
在哪里？
在哪里？
朋友在他们的右边。
朋友在他们的右边。Oh, there. Whoops.
学校在我们的家的后面。学校在
他们的
我们
我们的家的
后面。学校在我们的家的后面。
Also agree on the who is more impressive part of what you said. Yeah.
学校在我们的家的后面。
Like I want to emphasize that because oftentimes instead of seeing the person for all of their skills that are relevant, those sometimes only focus on the relevant skills to the person who's evaluating, and not all the relevance, or seemingly more relevance. Kind of like when someone says, oh yeah, this person sucks at drawing, right? And then what they saw was that person draws in a style that they don't like. So you know what I mean by that? Like, this happened quite a bit in the art thing, where like, oh, this person only draws this thing. They must suck at, they only draw this thing and they kind of suck at drawing that. Meanwhile, they're like, I bet they can't draw this. And then they could. So, you know, we kind of made a joke about this earlier. Actually, Blair made the joke. It's like, what you see, the only thing you see in front of the frame is not the whole thing. The person has something outside of the frame, right? When you were making the thing about the sleep, when Excuses was talking about the sleep stream, and then you guys like joked about the sleep streams. Like, yeah, I mean, you got to remember that there's more to whatever you see. I obviously sleep. At least I hope people think I sleep. I did answer a question to someone who thought maybe I don't sleep. Well, I do sleep, you just don't see it. I do eat, you just don't see it. And that happens a lot with skills these days.
学校在我们的家的后面。
Like, for example, do I get angry? Well, yes, I do. You just don't see it. What does that look like? You won't see it. I don't get angry in the sense it's probably hard to picture since people haven't seen it, but there are ways of telling. My anger is met with stoicism. It's not really met explosive expression.
学校在我们的家的后面。
学校在我们的家的后面。
他也不在那里。
他也不在那里。Oh, can I ask you a Japanese question? Sorry if you are. Oh yeah, no worries. Yeah, XT, you're still here. How are you? Same, but that's off topic. Yeah, it's off topic. Japanese, huh? Are you still studying right now, XT? That's a really long time. Ta也不在那里。How would you say there were cockroaches between the seats and the floor? Oh. So oh. Wait, what is the kanji for Ida? Oh, right. No, I remember now. I think, oh, that's a good question. Do you put it after? I think you put it after. So you do to. So to, kabe to, what are you? Oh no, you're not. You're saying floor. Seat and floor. So floor is what's floor? Well, I would we'll just use English for the time being. Seat and floor. Floor. Ida. I think you need a particle. No, maybe you don't need particle. Ida cockroach. Cockroaches. ga imasu. So let's see. Mise to. At least I think that's how I would go about it. Mise to yuka. Yuka Ida. Ida. Oh, ki ko I ikopuri? Gokipuri? Gokipuri. Kokipu? Yeah. Puri. Gaimasu? Something like that. Is what I would think. I'm drawing a blank on imasu. Does Duolingo say Gokiburi? Okay. Gokiburi. Buri. Miseto. Miseto. Yuka no aida ni mashita. Oh. Oh, that's interesting. So wait, what was the sentence again? Sentence was there were cockroaches between the seats and the... Nah, that's a little weird. Yeah, based on that sentence, I win. You wrote Kokiburi. Kokiburi. Kokiburi ga mise no aida to yuka ni. Oh, I see. Huh. Wow. Interesting. Oh, and you said there were, sorry, wrong tense. There were cockroaches. Well, I definitely don't know about that. Yeah, that's crazy. That's interesting. I wonder what this translates to when I... It's such a good... These are such good questions. Let's see. What if I place this in... Sorry. Here. Oh, I might have to put no. Oh, wait. Oh no, I don't think I got this. Oh yeah. I mean, at least when it's translated, it says there were cockroaches between the seat and the floor. Yeah. I missed a few particles though. I've got no. I missed a no here. I missed no's here. So there's a no here. Yeah. And I missed actually, I don't know if I would put in another no here. That's how I would go about it. But the Duolingo response is definitely way different from where I would go. And then your response is kind of reasonable too. Although the way to phrase in between something, you pick the two things it's in between and then say it's in between that. And then the thing that it is will be in between that. I think to be more clear, I would probably put another no here. Or I don't think you need to. Anyways, that's a very good question. That's a great question. I wonder what other translating things would say. Let's see. Oh, this is so good. Holy, that's not even close. Oh, Wait. No, yeah, that's not even close. What the heck? Oh, I see it. Oh, yeah, that's fine. Oh, because seats and... Yeah, it would be the format that I would use. Oh, ni. Sorry, ni. I'm messing up my particles here. I would use ni here. Yeah. That's what I would go with. I forgot about ni. I had a feeling I needed a particle here. Yeah. So ni. Yeah, so this would say what I think it would say. It would say there were, so ga imashita or imashita, and there were what? Ga, like okubiri, like cockroach, right? Gokipuri, cockroaches in, and then between, and then it would be seats and floor. This is what I would go with. But I was conflicted because I understood between the seats and floor as between the seats and also the floor. Oh, I see what you mean. Oh. I see. That makes sense. To be fair, all I've done these past few days is study all day and do nothing else. Okay. Alright. No offense to you. Oh, XD, but that's so random. Getting in bed now. Oh, to XD, yeah. Getting in bed, wishing. Yeah, take care. Yeah, take care. It was a good day. Yeah, great discussion. The Hanyu and Hanyu. Okay. Yeah. Yes. Take care. Sleep well. I see what you mean, XD. That you're just talking about just space, also floor and seats. Yeah, as opposed to being in between them, like 1 and 2, like a sandwich. Like the cockroach is underneath the seat and the floor, so it's literally in between the seat and the floor, the space between the seat and the floor. Fair enough. I don't agree with Duolingo's answer though. As well, it's kind of a weird way to go about it. However, it makes sense. Duolingo's one. It says kokiburi ga seki to yuka no, yeah. So they just flipped it. So it doesn't really matter which direction. So they put cockroaches first. I would take the predicate, the position, and put it on the outside instead of on the inside. But since it's all contained, you can probably move either way. I don't know which one's more natural though. Yeah, I don't know which way is more natural. Do you take the cockroach, right? Cockroaches marked by ga, right? Marked by ga. And then do the phrase for in between something. So it's place, to, place, no, Ida, ni. And then you use the rest of the phrase or the predicate, which is imas, or imashita. I think you can interchange these. So I'm pretty sure Duolingo would be fine if you place this in the front or in the back. I usually like to say the existence of something close to the actual direct object or the thing that exists. So I like to place it closer to imashita. Not that that's important. Nice diversion. I totally get what you mean though. It makes sense how you're doing it when you're saying mise no aida to, yeah, aida to yuka ni. Interesting. Carry on.
请问
请问
洗手间
洗手间
在
在
这里
这里吗？
吗？
Oh, I totally like this about Chinese. I forgot which unit it is. Just so happens the thing you asked, the Ida thing, the only reason I remember the Ida thing is it was the unit with college life. And they used the shells, like bookshelves and desk. Bookshelves and desks no Ida ni, and that's kind of the structure that I stuck with. And that's kind of how I interpreted it. Like ondana to not isu. And I'm having gaps. Skue. Yeah, skue. So hondana to skue no aida ni. Oh, it was in the review section? Oh, I see. Yeah, skue. I specifically remember the Duolingo picture where it showed like this, and then there's a window, and then there's something here. I forgot what is it that's here. It might be like a poster? No, there might be a poster actually. And then there was a desk here, and I remember seeing like a bunk bed or something here. It was like a very small dorm. Funny how that works out. Okay. Walk towards the front. Wang 前面往前面找
往前面
找
走。
Are you still doing well with your Japanese and stuff, XD? Have you discovered anything interesting or new that you've been really enthusiastic about over these months? I think we've known each other for months now, or almost at least over a month. Has anything like new? Have you been hitting up anything interesting? 中国饭馆。Oh wait. 到中国饭馆怎么走？走。I'm so terrible with walk. 走。
朋友在他们的右边。
朋友在他们的右边。朋友在他们的右边。Not 他们的右边。Oh. You're trying Anki, and when You're trying Anki, and when a Duolingo word appears, I get excited. Oh, very nice. How long have you been using Anki, XD? I might be using it in the future. Way in the future. So whichever course completes first, I'll probably start doing some Anki exercises. If not, video gaming will probably take over. But yeah, I do see myself. Don't tell anyone. I do see myself integrating and expanding how I would do Anki, but it will be different. I will be like drawing stuff and constructing them myself. So I do see myself in the future constructing decks. Not like downloading decks, but constructing decks. So mining something from somewhere else, like probably what you're doing. Because you already mentioned that you lift Duolingo into Anki, so I'll be mining stuff to make my own Anki decks, because I want to like literally make the Anki decks as opposed to downloading them. I want to like construct, I want to create Anki flashcards and stuff. So that'll probably happen in the future. For 2 months, how's that going? Is there any like, have you found something that really gets your fancy? Like, yeah, I'm so excited about certain things. I get super excited whenever a Shashingo vocabulary shows up in my Japanese course, and it's already happened multiple times. I just learned by coincidence atatameru in Shashingo, so I know how to write it. So basically, whenever I do a recall of Duolingo, I'm basically combining the two now. It's very exciting. Super exciting. It's almost as satisfying as watching anime and picking up a random word you just learned. Still.
走
I gotta learn all these characters for tomorrow. Ooh, I'm a little bit tired.
走
And also still getting used to glasses.
走
I think I can actually write with my eyes closed for the most part. Okay. Not these. Not that reliably, but a lot of the other things.
到
Yeah, I can get pretty close, I think.
到
到 到
到
Yeah, let me see. Let me try again. I'll watch it back later.
到
Let's see. Let's try this one.
到
I get excited when I learn the kanji readings and read without looking at the hiragana. Oh yeah. I feel you on that. I really feel you on that. I don't know if you have the same feelings here, but I find that if I already know the hiragana reading, it's such a smaller step to acquiring the kanji in terms of like reading it and like hearing it. And then afterwards I start to write it, and then you realize like that part becomes like another form of engagement. But man, when you finally get the kanji for something you've heard and seen in hiragana for a really long time, it's so satisfying. Like, it's such a short transition time to it. Maybe that's also part of when you get excited when a Duolingo word appears, because I get excited too. Shashingo was fantastic because there were lots of words that like, oh, hey, that's what it looks like. So that's kind of what I'm doing. I'm trying to learn how to write them as a last step of engagement. It's great that you get a lot of satisfaction. I think that is kind of like the, how you say, a good day's work, or like a good job, like a reward for all the, you know, all the investment, right? Investment forward. I'm glad to hear that you are excited about. Sometimes people, when people respond, it's like, you know, same old, like, we were a little bit more excited.
学校
You know, glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. Keep up the great work.
学校
I think I know this character in spacing too.
学校
Let's try this. Oops.
学校
学校
Okay.
学校
I don't know how close I am. I actually can't see anything. So let's see.
学校
Let's see. I focus right now to recognize the kanji and learning how to write with Duo. Ah, yeah.
学校
It's really rewarding. If there's anything I can say, like, as a plug, or definitely worth trying, I can't tell you how wonderful it is when you close your eyes, like after you wrote quite a bit. When you close your eyes, you're like, yep, the character is right there. It's almost like if you close off some of your senses, you can like basically just know where the character is. It's like it's right in front of you with your eyes closed. And that feeling is also a really wonderful thing too. It feels so great. Like I can just look at this. I mean, I don't know what it is, but it feels like this.
学校 学校
Yeah, I can write this. If I know where the space is, I can populate the space with the character. It's pretty nice. Obviously, if you don't have like aphantasia, and you have, and I don't believe that the average person is unable to practice to an extent where you can visualize it. So I sometimes like just writing with my eyes closed, from time to time, just to see if I can see it.
"学校
Kind of like Osu players who just do things and they don't even process it anymore. It's kind of nice. Okay, what do we have here? Oh. 历史 No, 历史 Maybe?
我们
历史
Yeah, 历史 Yeah, I can't see more words even I know what they are because I don't know how to write them. Yeah. I think it's quite satisfying when if you already know, if you can listen, if you already at the stage where you can listen, speak it, and see it in context, getting that last step into writing it becomes much more approachable. And then when you become more approachable, you have just another tool in your belt, another tool. Like, it's almost like at some point you start arranging things and you start like, okay, well, I don't remember what this side is, but it kind of feels like I need a stroke up here and a stroke down here. And it gets you like really it's like solving a puzzle after a while. So if you want to find other ways to engage, definitely would probably encourage that if you have the time, obviously. Lots of people skip the writing thing because of time. Time is, I understand when you have very limited time, right? I do enjoy writing so much more than I enjoy a lot of other things nowadays.
历史
Other than talking to people about stuff. Talking to people about stuff is number one. Woman. Woman. Whoops.
我们
Woman.
客气。
历史，我的，
我的，
哎呀，
历史
历史，
历史
Yeah, I'm starting to get to a point where, like, I don't think of the characters as characters that I write to a sound. The characters themselves is sounding it out for me now. So it feels more like it feels more like hiragana now. Kanji feels like hiragana. And that, in my opinion, is getting closer to what I feel. Chinese, though, it just feels like that, right? Because there's no extra it's they even have extra reads too and homonyms and stuff, but it still feels that way. And there's that extra layer of tonality. It's like a tick, you know something is missing in the kanji. Exactly. And I think that's cool. Like, if you get to that point, it feels really great. Like, well, I don't know what it is, but it's kind of close. Like, you know, if I give you a character like, I don't know, if you see a character, Duolingo kind of does this, but not excessively, where it's a problem or where it's noticeable. But like, you know, if I give you like something, if I give you something like this, right? What's to the left of this? Right? You could say, well, it could be multiple things, and you'll start to figure out that there could be 3 possible things. And you know what's great about that, though? It also means that you might know 3 words that are related. And that reinforces something. Like, the most classic one you would know is probably this. Right? However, if you start thinking about things in the context of the characters, you're gonna learn all the other words too. I can actually think of 3 other things, but that's besides the point, right? So not only in my opinion, it's a reverse way of looking at how to construct and associate things. So now, like, I know a bunch of things that have this radical in it, and it gives you a way to like remember certain things, like which kanji do you think has this radical in it? And it's kind of really engaging as well. Like, oh yeah, but this kind of looks like this one. Like, do you know the different, like for example, the difference between this one and this one, right? And largely it's due to writing, in my opinion. It's a bit more difficult to go through and say, oh well, this reads like something and this reads like something, or maybe you actually memorize the things, which is an alternative, but this is an extra way of knowing these two. right? And then there's like you have things like this. You have this, but you also I might have messed up. I'm working on these things. And this, right? These two. And it's the difference of the left radical. Actually, it might actually be this radical. So I'm starting to like improvise. You can interchange these radicals and you can probably find the other word. Pretty cool. Not for everyone. Definitely not for everyone. If you can already remember the words in your own way, it's definitely not really necessary. There's another way to enjoy the language.
历史
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 Oh, you learned that last one yesterday? Oh, okay. Neat. I learned it from Shashingo. When I was trying to remember the kanji for Shashingo, my mnemonic was relate both of them. Relate the two based on the radical to the right. The radical on the right, this radical was the guide. Yes, Matsu and Motsu. Exactly. Yeah. Matsu and Motsu. And this also tells me about Ji. So now they're grouped together. Ji, Matsu and Motsu are grouped together in my mind, in my like a little area. Yeah. Matsu and Motsu.
我们
Women. Pretty cool.
米饭
米饭
唱歌
我叫
历史
And it translates super well to Hanzi. So the thing I'm doing now with Japanese is a consequence of how I'm approaching how to get the pinyin and the Hanzi down for Chinese. So I learned something from using the Chinese course and then adapting it to my Japanese course. I used what I learned from Japanese to start what I was doing for Chinese, and then I wanted to try to do something different, and that's how I'm getting to it. So now it's not a matter of reading something. If I break out a piece of notebook paper or like write on screen, so I've been starting to do this where whenever a new kanji comes up in Duolingo, I see it, right? You know, let's just imagine this is kanji, right? I see it, then I go and write it, right? I go and write it. And what happens is the way I write it, and as I'm writing it, I get the opportunity to like look at it, like look at the character. It's like, okay, that's pretty sweet. That's cool. And then at some point, you get to a point where you spend so much time attaching meaning to all of these things that it becomes a lot less about how does it read, or how does it read, what does it sound like. You can actually pull the character before you know what it sounds like or it reads like. So in case you forget what it sounds like or reads like, you can actually write the character. Like, oh wait, that's wa. So you don't need in case you forget one of these things, you have another thing to use to remember it. So sometimes I would say, oh man, I don't remember I don't know how to say it, but it's this. So I would write it down. I'm like, oh yeah, exactly. It's wa. Like, so now it's getting to the point where I don't need anything but the writing. And if I know the sound, I can write it. That's the usual direction. So it's pretty cool. I think for anyone who's interested in like doing different things, it's a milestone that you kind of get to, especially in Japanese. The first time that happens is probably kana. It's probably kana. However, you can still apply it to kanji, where you get to a point where you start writing something. It's like, this is what that sounds like. So you start doing the phonetics thing, where like, you know how in English someone says, so how do you pronounce this? Like, how do you pronounce sweet, right? Another way to tell someone how you pronounce, oh, that's not sweet. Sweet is you think of a word that it sounds like, right? Like su, maybe you're saying su, and wheat. That's kind of where I am right now. That's the product of writing the stuff. I'm like, well, I don't know what it is, but it kind of reminds me of like this. It's probably like this, or you know, let's add like I don't know, maybe this. That's kind of really, really interesting. I don't know if anyone else has that feeling, because so far I think you're probably the you and Lotus and Indy are probably the only ones I consistently know that they enjoy writing, and in a like a connected way, not as in like an extra thing. So
我们
I think it's something worth exploring.
我们
It takes quite some time though,
们
and you have to like be okay with, you know, your hands and all that other stuff. It's definitely a way different experience.
我们
Yeah, okay.
我的
What the? My hand starts to cramp up. Oof.
我的
What the? It feels good. Feels good. What the?
我们
历
历史
史
亚洲英国
Yeah, like at this point, these characters might as well be phonetic. Like these characters might as well be phonetic, which is great. There are times now, like even in like in Chinese, I would go on a book. People talk about great readers. I would be able to read it, like what it sounds, even if I don't know what it means, which is exactly how I felt when I learned the kana in Japanese. And I think Duolingo knows that for sure. That's what Duolingo does, where they stick with hiragana and then slowly drip feeds you kanji. Because the thing is, it's very comforting when you can read something even if you don't know the kanji yet. And I'm kind of doing that now. Only now I'm basically doing the kanji setup. Like, oh yeah, it's got to be one of these. It's got to be this one. When I see like I did this in the review for Japanese, where you write a kanji, right? You write a kanji and you ask yourself, how many reads do you have? Like, what are the reads for this character? And if you the number of reads will continue to increase. Because I know that lots of people always say like, oh yeah, but when you get to the onyomi and kunyomi, like how do you keep them straight, or are you concerned with that? And my only thought was, well, I'm not really concerned with any of them because the way I'm going about it, I'm already thinking about all the reads. It doesn't even matter to me if it's onyomi or kunyomi. I just know the reads for them. So it's like the new vocabulary. The new vocabulary is to know how something sounds and then pick your choice of kanji. And when you assemble the kanji together, assemble the phrases together, it will look familiar. It will look correct or wrong to you because you've seen it for so many times. So oftentimes, if you get to a point where you write something in kanji and you write out the phrase like something doesn't look right, and you'll be able to pick it out, in my opinion, with time. It's basically going backwards now. We spent so much time in Duolingo and stuff, at least in my opinion. I spent so much time in Duolingo going in one direction, and I've been doing something like this to counteract always being stuck doing a certain direction. And now I've finally gotten to a point where I can go in completely in one direction and then go completely in the other direction. And it gives me a lot of flexibility. I might not be the fastest. However, you can just kind of figure it out of your box. Like you can definitely reach for something. And if you can't, you can substitute. You can substitute so many words because you more or less have learned so many words. So you can just go around and take little phrases and move them around and it'll be close enough. If it's not grammatically correct, that's not the point. When you say it, it will have enough context in which you can work off of. So in the future, when you go talk to someone, if you set enough phrases that are contextually like relevant, even if the grammar might be a little bit off, you'll have the confidence in like, okay, this will at least get the idea across. And that's where I feel is my ultimate goal. And if I can't say it, I can type it, I can write it. There are so many different ways where I'm like, oh, this word right here, right? And then it'll be good. Or Google Translate, I can like type in something in Google Translate, look at the characters, and like, that looks right. Because I'm used to messing around with all the things. So it's like, okay, this is close enough. There's no way they would get this confused, right? So, or I listen to something, which is what most people do. I listen to something, it sounds about right. Let's go. That's kind of how it feels at the moment. Not really concerned about like N4, N5, N3, that kind of thing. Not really. And it's such a rewarding experience.
历史
历史
我们历史
历史
我的
我的
学习
学习
唱歌
唱歌 Ooh, it's 3 a.m. Okay. We'll I gotta remember these. Oh, it is 10. I thought there were 15. So I need to do these writing now. I already know the stroke order for almost all of these. Yeah, I have to encounter a really complicated or suspicious looking thing to not know how to write them at the moment. Like this one is deceptive because they're all touching, but I think I know that one. So let's practice these. Let's practice these for the day. So I'm going to start with the top. I actually believe if we finish the Duolingo course, at least we are N3, obviously knowing all the vocab and understanding. Yeah. I think if you continue to do what you're doing, XD, like incorporating other things, continuing to enrich and stay active in engaging in the vocab and understanding that, yes, I would say conservatively, that is a great you would naturally become that. I think the misconception here oftentimes is your people's enthusiasm and their engagement is gone by the time they have that. And it's, in my opinion, solely, it's greatly influenced by people's drop in enthusiasm and like an over reliance on not engaging themselves in different ways. Like, you're learning things, you got to use the things you learn to increase your engagement. The vocabulary you're learning in Duolingo should be exciting and encouraging you to see and use it in other places. So it's really great that you're finding reward in using Anki and seeing the intersection of the things you're learning. You should also, like, there should be a time when you step outside and you're like, I see vocabulary outside. Like, when you see a tree, you should be seeing more than a tree. You should be seeing ki, you know, you should be seeing kanji, right? You should be seeing ki, not just ki, but you should be hearing ki and whatnot. I keep using a tree as an example because there's just so many trees outside. The idea is that if you're not actively using the knowledge you're gaining, then I would probably agree with you. If you spent like 2 years doing the same thing over and over again, then you probably wouldn't have received that competence. The literal content that Duolingo and other things cover are set in stone, and it might even expand at some point. The idea is, have you engaged with it? I honestly think that's some of the subtleties, and it's not easy. That's the ironic part. Not only is the design, however lazy a design is, like all the criticisms like, oh yeah, the tool doesn't do this, the tool doesn't do that, that means that the tool itself didn't do the work. So if you end up doing the work, then it's good. If a tool does everything, in my opinion, if you use it for a very long time, you are less likely to learn what the tool was doing for you. So like, if the tool is constantly writing the character for you, like is constantly representing the kanji for you, then you don't have to remember what the kanji looks like. You do not have to like construct anything with the kanji. You don't require to do that. And you're also hoping that you never have to, right? So that's kind of the idea. If you're always listening, in my opinion, if you're always listening, it will help you start engaging and constructing and expressing. It's very enabling. It will enable you to do those things. That's fantastic. How you use the content is how competent you become, in my opinion. And what Duolingo has included does go all the way up there. The question is, are you going and using that as a way to fill in all the things? Because you're going to need to engage with the context. One of the most consistent reviews that are positive about Duolingo is that someone wanted to go visit Japan. They wanted to pick up a bunch of phrases so that it enables them to apply those phrases in a context so that they can learn more with it. Duolingo is designed in a way that you quickly get exposed to vocabulary and the context is yours to discover, in my opinion. That's just a trade-off that they decided to make. They didn't invest tireless efforts into contextualizing it. They believe, like, one of the philosophies is, if you're creative enough to take the vocabulary and apply it somewhere else, go to Anki, I don't know, go to your anime and all that, the rest writes itself. I'm taking every day when I turn off my stream, like turn off my Duolingo, right? Because I do Duolingo on stream. I'm taking whatever I learned in my Duolingo and I'm contextualizing it elsewhere. So when I come back and everyone, people see me do my recalls and stuff, no, I'm not looking at a note sheet. I'm looking at how I used the vocabulary yesterday. The ones that I remember the best are the ones that I actually took from my, whatever it is you get it, your SRS, and then use it for something. And it does work if you take one thing from your SRS and then put it into another SRS. You can even do 2 separate SRSs with 2 different groups and then hope that they overlap at some point. So like, it is very common, in my opinion, for someone to be studying Anki, using Anki on all the words that don't exist in Duolingo, all the grammar that don't exist in Duolingo, and then continue to use Duolingo while bringing in all the grammar rules that you know and all the other things that Duolingo doesn't have, and use it to explain Duolingo. Meanwhile, all the vocabulary that Duolingo provides, you can import them into Anki so that they can be contextualized using your Duolingo experience. In that way, you're no longer compartmentalizing your experiences. It's not, oh, I only know these rules when I'm using Anki. Oh, I only know how these vocabulary when I'm using Duolingo. I'm learning things from Shashingo, and at every opportunity that Shashingo is reminding me of vocabulary in Duolingo, it's amazing. When I see Duolingo, like you said, when you see Duolingo words in other places, you hold on to that. You use that. It's reinforcement. It's very rewarding. It doesn't have to be anime or like natural resource, like a like a native resource or anything. It's at any time. It's fantastic. And then you build memories, so the networks build on each other. It's so hard for me to forget, like I didn't practice writing these at all, right? I haven't still. I did practice this one just today, like these two. Oops. Like these two, right? Akeru and shimeru, right? For the, oops. And the moment I thought about them, I'm able to write them because they are reinforced in multiple places, right? It's not how you write that. I didn't use chair for a long time and I forgot how to pronounce it. Oh, yeah. Which chair did we get? Isu? We were given Isu, right? Or that's the chair that I know. Isu. I still didn't learn the kanji for Isu yet. It's in Shashingo. Shashingo has Isu. Yeah. I think there's a rhyme and reason to all of this. I don't know what it is yet. I haven't made like heads or tails in how that this plays into other people's theories of language learning. But I can honestly say that the more connections you make, the stronger things will become. And you might be thinking, well, how in the world will you have enough time to do those things? You really don't, to remember everything. The idea is that you surround yourself with enough things that you can get to the thing. Like it's okay not to remember everything. The most important things to you, you will form a network that will be like breathing, right? That's the idea. You're trying to get to a point where you don't think about it. So naturally, if you do something very frequently around everything, then you won't even think about it in the future. I honestly, it's very rare that I even think about stroke order. The only time I think about stroke order nowadays is if something very peculiar comes up, and that peculiarity makes it easier to acquire. So even the subtlest differences are easier to remember because everything else I don't have to think about anymore. It's very rewarding. You were thinking for 5 minutes, I see. All right. So let's get this complete before my voice dies out. So we have, like, for example, you know exactly what this is, and it's still the same. You can even learn Mandarin if you want it. Not that I'm trying to pressure you or anything, but we already talked about this. Yeah. So this is yo. So yo, we don't really need to remember. And then bien. Bien. Stroke order. Sorry, stroke order. Okay. And this is Joel. All these should be familiar. Like all of these, as a person who knows Japanese, all of these characters should be familiar actually. So I wasn't sweating it too much. Right. Tian. This one I haven't seen in Japanese yet. Yeah, we're just gonna try all of them actually. So this one we have also Japanese as well. There are so many ways Japanese help. The one for this one is you, or you if I'm not. Okay. Oh, interesting. Oh, you mean this one? The one for right is you. Is it, are you talking about one here or two? Let's see. How will I remember? How will I remember this one? So this is Lu. I see something that relates to walking. Dayu. Oh, really? Oh, that's interesting. You can put them together like this. Huh. Oops. It's the wrong show. Whatever. Interesting. Oh, left or right or both ways. Yeah. Yeah, these should be the same. Yeah. You know, in terms of Japanese, these are conserved. All of these are conserved. Except for these two. I haven't seen anything that I know for these two. But this is right. This is right. This is left. And this is in front, or front is a one, and this is school. It's related to school. So gakko, this is ko. And this is migi, and hidari, and mae. This one's interesting. The way I'm remembering is there's a hateful man on the bottom. It kind of looks like a man too, actually. This one has something to do related to running, or like a thing, and it's supposed to be path or way. Oh no, wait. Yeah. Path or way. So I'll probably remember this that way. And then this is to or arrive. That one's kind of a bummer. Rote memory, probably. This is walk. Joel. Joel. And this is Wong. And Wong is pretty okay because Wong is also a thing. This is Wong too. This is Wong. Tone 2. This is Wong. Tone 3. I don't think I have a Joel. Okay, Lou. Okay. Let me make sure about this one. Yeah, okay. Alright. Okay. Oh. I'm a bit tired. I think I went a little too long to adjust my eyes to this. To these. Maybe a little too long. Okay. So let's see if I can grab these. I just need to know the new ones. All the old ones are gonna be fine because I already know what they sound like. Why did I swap it? This one is supposed to be... I think. And then this one is supposed to... Oh no. I forgot what's on the back of the snail. Oh. I've got what's on the back of the snail. That's fine. Son of a... Okay. Let's go with the ones that I remember. Blue. Long. No way. Oh, wait. Just kidding. Ciao. Okay. No, actually, first two strokes. Okay. 天 天 Uh-oh. The brute force one. Oh no. Okay. I know this is the side. Some of bee sting. What am I? I'm missing 3 others. Ass direction. Okay, I need a refresher. Son of a... Yeah, this is gonna be tough to remember. I don't have anything on this guy. Yeah, Peng. Peng, I forgot totally about Peng. I gotta remember the angry man. Like a middle finger. And then walk. It's ka. Snail. Snail with a ka on the back. I don't know how I'm gonna remember this one. Okay, so let's try this again. So angry man. Tail with a ka on the back. Bien. Bien. Go. Go. And I have no idea what I'm gonna do with Dao. Let's try again. Okay. So let's start with angry man. Not really angry man. Okay. Peng. Dao. Bien. Oh, you're sleepy? Take care, XD. Good luck, good luck. Good luck, good luck. Thanks for hanging out. I don't remember which side it's pointing. I think it's pointing... Yes, it does. Okay. Oh, got connected. Okay. Blue. 8. Joel. Okay, that's all of them. 笑 哦右边左前横笑路道九 and 王 okay. So we have 面 fine. 学什么 fine. how I mean 后面 okay. 你们的 fine. 他们的那里这那 I think I'm able to get this. So let's do it again. All right. So the first thing I think about first so 边 and 面 and we have 右边 九边 this one we have 前面后面旁边 and random stuff. Blue. Blue. Oh. Kinda ugly. Try that again. Ugh. Oh. It's ugly because I did the first stroke incorrectly. Joel. Joel. Wang. Oh, right. Uh, 学校 other thing. Practice.你们的他们的 right? Compositional stuff. Dirty. Not naughty. And naughty. Anything else here? Wasn't too much, really. A lot of it deals with phrasing too. Yeah, we're good. Those are all the things. Pretty sure. Check. Oh, I did miss one. Okay. I'll remember that.怎么做？Gotta remember that tomorrow. And that's it. Pretty small chapter, actually. The Japanese one is also quite small. Alright, folks, that's a wrap. We yapped a lot. A lot. Eyes need some rest. Thank you for hanging out, folks. If you're gonna watch this later, thanks for watching. Right? 谢谢. And until next time, I guess the take-home message. We had plenty of take-home messages today that I wanted to emphasize. Interact, right? Interact with your target language as much as possible. All the yapping dealt with interacting with the target language. Honestly, it's really not necessarily about being right? Being right. It's about engaging in the knowledge you have now. Understand that you are learning. So, if, in my opinion, if you're surrounded by people who discourages you, like can be discouraging, like, oh yeah, but that's not right, or that's not a technicality, or this and that, and it discourages you from interacting with the knowledge you currently have and then being excited about the knowledge you don't have, I honestly think that can be a very toxic or abusive type of feedback. I think oftentimes when you surround yourself with people who are candid enough to engage in, regardless of limited knowledge or not, and all different levels of knowledge, engaging in target language is the most active way about the target language, or about the adjacent, what have you. Engagement is great when when all the parties involved understand that there's a mutual understanding where, oh, your knowledge might not be the same as mine, your competence might not be the same as mine, but reaching a compromise and like seeking like a bridge, using analogies and what have you, describing situations so that both parties are relatable, not one party is the instructor and the other party is not, right? That type of relationship can work in a setting where expectations are lined up with standards, like a classroom environment. However, I think when it comes to the internet and when you're meeting with other people and whatnot, finding and investing in a way to engage in the language together, leaving noticeable positive impressions and encouraging each other, is ultimately going to pay dividends, in my opinion. So all our yapping and all that, I like to do that as much as I can. My voice is going to give out soon. In that way, it doesn't matter if you're competent now, how fast you're going to be competent later. You're going to become competent, in my opinion. The success rate that goes up when someone continues to be interested in the thing they're doing, at least in my opinion. If you don't have that, no matter what fancy methods you have, no matter what fancy thing you have now, it will ultimately, in my opinion, succumb to complacency and a lack of motivation and enthusiasm. I think for what it's worth, people are very, very good at becoming more and more efficient at things. If you give someone a task and you ask them to do it 100 times over, it will become efficient. Whether the person process how it became more efficient or not, it's not relevant, right? Because it will become efficient. Are you going to cut corners? Are you going to do it faster? Are you going to forget stuff? In my opinion, it's a part of the human condition. So having other people and engaging with other people certainly may slow you down. However, it is also an opportunity to reinforce your own knowledge and also express knowledge that you already know to other people, right? And what that does, in my opinion, is both rewarding, have people that may return the generosity, and collectively, it makes learning almost effortless. You're getting excited, someone is excited for you, you're excited for the other person, that kind of thing. I think, in my opinion, if you find yourself under the scrutiny of certain people, there might be something to be said about trying to understand how other people find you as someone that might be relatable. Like, for example, if someone comes up to you and this person's hypercritical, well, the idea is, are you hypercritical? If not, then you might not have to worry about it. If that's an environment you like, then certainly go pursue it, right? In my opinion, the take-home message is, if I come up with an idea, I'm excited about it. I don't care if it's a new idea or it's not an idea. It's an idea that I went through a process of refinement, and I get to own that idea. I understand the idea, I can explain it, at least to the best of my ability. And my goal, in my opinion, is to get other people to consider something like that. And if they try it, what did their idea become? What did it become to them? Did it work? Did it not work? All these discussions, honestly, is another layer of part of the learning. So the things I'm doing now is not just a consequence of everything I'm doing alone, but with other ideas, with other people. I see that certain people complain about certain things. Certain other people, a lot of people focus on what is absent. So because they're so voluntarily focused on that, I can use those things. I can say, okay, so if they think this is absent, what can I do about it? How can I get to incorporate that? And over time, I don't care if you hate whatever thing I'm associated with, like Duolingo or something. I know that I'm doing more than that other person could possibly comprehend because they choose to only see the things that they want to. If someone that I interact with, that I trust, and we talk and stuff, it becomes very apparent that there's definitely more than meets the eye. And I don't ever discount the other person. I don't go up to them and say, well, I have a good suspicion of all these things, but you know what? There's probably way more to you than you might think. So I would naturally ask questions. I want, in my opinion, if you can get, even before learning anything, even before pursuing a career or an interest, I think sometimes it is worth asking the person, what makes you interested? And we have a lot of those conversations, right? However, engage in it, right? I like asking people to get to think about themselves. Because if you can get to think about themselves, you learn a lot about them. And with that knowledge, you can make sense of their experience that they're sharing with you. When someone says, oh yeah, this doesn't work for me, I don't understand in what context did it not work. And then I don't understand what kind of person I'm talking to. So whatever the information that person gives me, it's very difficult to know if it's valuable to me or not, or useful to me. But one thing that you can always be valuable for is to engage that person in explaining the things that they are upset about and they want to critically analyze. And in my opinion, that's kind of some of the best advice or seeming advice that I can offer in my opinion. If I can get a person to think about their own problems or their own things that they have and how they go about solving it, then if they do, they're doing something that I don't have to do. As in, like, that's information for me. So if they can solve a specific problem or shortcoming, and I know the context and the person I've invested in, then I can use that knowledge. A stranger that comes to me and say this is the right way, didn't introduce themselves, didn't explain how they got about it and stuff, whatever information they're peddling, it's not all that helpful. I don't think that stage is often used at all. And today I actually had the privilege, someone actually asked me, and it's pretty amazing. Someone actually asked me, what is my methodology or process? But they also followed up with an amazing question. They asked me, have I done any background or introduction of what I do or what I have done? Because that, in my opinion, is incredible. When someone understands the person, the experience of the person, of where they're getting their advice from, right? It takes a lot of time. Sometimes you don't have access to it, right? That's kind of the name of the game. Some people sell you things and you don't even know what they did or what their background is. You're told what their background is. So what are other ways to do so? How do you determine that? It takes time. You analyze the person, right? You try to do your best of your ability. Alternatively, you can always place yourself in a position where you can interact with other people and then like pick their brains. Like if the opportunity strikes, that's usually what I'm doing. Like someone says hello, they talk about something, it's like, all right, well, tell me a little bit about yourself. I want you, you know, it's been a month, it's been 2 months, how are you doing? Have you been doing something new? Maybe we can relate on something new. And that, in my opinion, it doesn't matter if the person remembers you or not or something. I think when a person is genuinely concerned, especially when it comes to learning, genuinely concerned about trying to like continuously seek better things or for themselves, I think that, in my opinion, is a gift that keeps on giving. That is the advice that I feel like I would like to encourage other people to emphasize, right? How to problem solve, how to look fairly at things. And in the long run, it is like teaching someone, or by example, how to solve all their incoming problems, or how to, you know, it's a skill that can be applied to other things, not just how to speak Japanese, in my opinion, or how to speak Chinese, or how to read. It's how to, right? If you're stuck, you find a way. If you don't, you know who to interact with or how to interact with someone. You know how to express your problems. You know how to analyze your problems or measure your output and stuff. Because I think all of that is exceptionally necessary if you're going to choose to do self-improvement or self-help or self-study. And I echo a little sentiment earlier. Output is incredibly underrated, largely because there's a trust system. And yes, you can most definitely trust very experienced experts. That's kind of where the trust system comes. However, do you know what those experts look like? Right? Do you know what the relevancy of the expert's advice? Like, are you following a person who reflects your needs and like sufficiency? Because in a parasocial relationship, you can't necessarily go up to that person and ask, hey, is your advice applies to me? You don't actually have the access to that person, right? And then when you go up to that person, you're also assuming that they know how to express that. And I think that was a challenging question to me when someone asked me for the first time. Jack asked me about my methodology earlier, so I was able to answer that. I prepared something to the best of my ability, but then I think it was Sage asked me what's my background and how that person was seeking how to contextualize what I said about my methodology. And I kind of do that at the beginning of everything, although I think the day one thing is out of date. So it was kind of nice to hear that a question reminded me of some due diligence that I haven't done. So that's pretty cool. That's what I mean by interacting with people, right? You can have fun. You can also have fun learning at the same time. And when you're language learning, it's an experience. So you don't only learn Japanese. Well, you don't only have to learn the language itself. You can learn how to interact with other language learners. You can learn how to form a network, break into a community, bridge all the animosity, at least in my opinion. It's actually quite challenging and quite rewarding to confront critics, take their criticisms, and then address them. They won't take any of my criticisms, usually. So that's not I offer it. But if they don't grow from that or learn from that, that's on them. They get to choose. However, their criticisms, I most certainly will take and be prepared for. Every criticism, you have to address it at some point. It occurs because it happens. I'm up for it, right? Until I'm too exhausted. Then I just don't stream, right? If I'm not up to it, I wouldn't be online right now. All right, folks. Get that energy, get her done, engage in others. Have a fun chat. You gotta celebrate how long you've been studying and working, right? You gotta use it in some way. Output something. All input, it works for some people, but boy, I'm a pretty patient person, but I'm not that patient, right? So output something. Enjoy the fruits of your labor. Remind yourself that you're working hard, right? At least you're trying to work hard. That's always a great thing. And until next time, right? 再见. Stay safe, stay healthy, and I'll catch you guys on the next one. Bye.